It's a bright and sunny good morning to everyone, and welcome to Al Forsan. We are in the Emirate of Abu Dhabi, which is, of course, one of the United Arab Emirates, and we are here for round 2 of the UAE RMC, the Rotax Max Challenge. We've already had 2 point-scoring rounds at round 1 down just south of Abu Dhabi at Al Ain, but we're here at Al Forsan. A completely different type of track this. The flat confines of Al Ain were challenging enough, but here we've got some undulation, and we've got a fantastic race day ahead of us. We've already had 2 point-scoring rounds, so we'll get into our championship positions at the moment, already getting into the heart of everything. And we are about to get going with our first qualifying session, which is for MicroMax. And with the qualifying sessions of 6 minutes about to go ahead, I'll introduce myself. My name is Joe Bradley. I am afraid we haven't got Henry Baudet with us this weekend. He's off in Las Vegas. Instead, I'm joined by my erstwhile, ever-friendly colleague.
What, rather than viciously trying to stab you?
Welcome, Nick Damon, to the UAE RMC. Now, I know you have been part of this because you've been cutting the pictures, but here you are. You're actually going to have to talk about it this weekend.
I kind of feel I was doing rather more than just cutting the pictures.
Well, you were doing a little bit more.
Yeah, making sure the whole thing happened. But hello, everybody. Good morning to you all here at Al Forsan, and good morning to you all out there in YouTube land, wherever you may be watching us. We are once again greeted by perfect weather conditions here in Abu Dhabi. It is not a cloud in the sky, it's sunny. We expect to hit a top temperature of about 30 degrees, but currently it's about 24 as it warms up in the morning. And we can see in the collecting area, it's the MicroMax waiting for their 6 minutes of qualifying.
2 point scoring rounds then, and our MicroMax Championship is being led by Liam O'Hanlon. He had a 3rd place in the final at round 1, and he took the win, a very fine win, and it was an exciting final, wasn't it, that 2nd point scoring round there. Samar Chopra is not that far behind. He had a 2nd and a 2nd in the finals at Al Ain. Adam Al-Sheikh, who took the first final win, and then he had a 3rd place finish. So O'Hanlon, Chopra and Al-Sheikh seem to be the drivers that everyone has to beat the rest of the championship, with Amar Tabatsa coming through in 4th, Tadius Prakasha in 5th, Saif Al-Khalifa in 6th place. More of that later as this already gets busy on track, Nick, and we can see what we've got ahead of us with the very challenging track here at Al Forsan.
Yeah, and the first thing you notice if you are a fan of karting is one of those quite rare things, which is called elevation changes. They climb up and they drop down. We even have banked corners all around the circuit.
We've got some very, very severe camber, positive camber at that section that we've just seen the carts go through. We're the part of the track that we're here are at turns of 12 through 13, 14, all the way to 17. We kind of collectively call that the S's complex onto the start-finish straight, and underneath our camera positions there. We're already into our first flying laps here with the field going through. That's turn 1, quickly into turn 2, up and over the brow. That's more of a brow than it kind of looks, and then down into a compression there, into a left-hand hairpin, through a right-hand hairpin, going uphill now, very severely, through a right-hand hairpin. That's the chicane at the top of the hill, through this right-hand hairpin, and plunging downhill towards that very, very sweeping left-hand hairpin there, through a 180-degree turn. The track levels out, and then it's a very, very fast section, this, into one of the finest corners I've ever seen in karting. We're into turn 9, which is that sweeping positive camber, and then using all of the track there, coming towards the final third of the track through the hairpin and into the S's. This left, right, left sequence of corners where you can so easily get it all wrong, and your lap time can be absolutely perfect till you start getting that momentum going. First across the line, the number 85, Adrian Faravignoli, 1 minute 6. And the timing screen absolutely bursts into life. First flying lap then, and the quickest on track initially, Liam O'Hanlon, championship leader, with a 1 minute 4.837. Not that far behind, just over 3/10 quicker is Ruud Rapatap Shekhawat in 2nd place, a 1 minute 4.871, 1 minute 4.921 for Samar Chopra. Amar Tabatsa, 1 minute 4.976. Look how close they are. However, their tyres aren't really on now. They'll be just coming up to optimum temperature now. So this is where the drivers need to concentrate. Only 6 minutes and we're already halfway through their MicroMax qualifying session. Just behind, following the 85, which is Adrian Farah Vignoli, just through there, following the lines. Behind the 85 is a train of karts who are undoubtedly assisting one another with a bit of a tow. Through turn one, we're just going to pick up the train here. There they go, just underneath our camera, through turn one. And each and every one of those drivers dragging one another round. Got a change at the top. Alexander Feinstein goes quickest with a 1 minute 4.47. And Ivan Jančević goes quicker still, 1 minute 4.294. Just under 0.2 of a second there for Ivan, the number 67. As we follow quite a busy track now. These drivers are tripping over one another, it seems. They're not really working together. They're trying to make their way and progress past one another. That's not really going to optimise their qualifying lap, is it, Nick?
No, I mean, the advantage, obviously, to try and get a little bit of a tow. There's not a huge amount. You've got the front straight. That's a bit of a run, also the straight towards the top end between 9 and 10. But yeah, it's not the biggest slipstreaming circuit. It's more really about being able to run the track. But there is now a nice queue, but I'm not sure whether it's really helping any of them to go particularly much quicker than the others.
I think we've got time for another 2 laps at least as the main train goes through. Alexander Feinstein goes quicker still, 1 minute 4.058. He's almost the only driver into the 1 minute 3s. We'll see if he can go even quicker still. We'll keep an eye on the sector times as they continue. They've already done 3 laps. This is their 4th lap out. And a change at the top. Ivan Jančević has gone quicker, and he's into the 1 minute 3s. 1 minute 3.793. Might as well call that a 1 minute 3.8. As Jančević for Axel GP has gone to the top of the screens. Time running out. We're inside the final minute.
Yeah, it's this corner. You get a good idea of the positive camber. They sweep round the top part of 9 there. This is probably why don't they give these corners names? Just numbers. It's like, no, give them some names.
Well, you know what, Nick? Yeah. It'll not be the first time we've actually named
that
corners.
That is true. We could name the corners.
We have to evolve the character of the corner.
Exactly. Yes.
I've already named turns 12. Well, 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17 as the S's.
That's excellent.
Which is a sequence of S's.
Oh, there we are. So it's going downhill. Yes, it works quite well. Actually.
Yeah, absolutely.
You can kind of give it a bit. Oh, yes, downhill through the S's. Yes, marvelous.
Yeah. By all means, help us out here on the live stream chat. Available on the Karting Live TV YouTube channel and, of course, the UAE RMC YouTube channel. Doesn't matter which one you join us on. We are monitoring both.
Just join us on both.
Yeah. Now, this corner here that they are absolutely flat out on these MicroMax karts into. And with the checkered flag being prepared for the first of the recipients coming towards the final stages of their qualifying, it's Tadeusz Prochaska at the front, or at the top of the timing screens, I should say. 1 minute 3.583. They've eventually gotten down into the 1 minute 3s. Here we go then. This is going to finalise qualifying, Nick. The first checkered flag, first competitive checkered flag of the weekend. At the top of the screen, it's Tadeusz Prochaska, who is on the 1 minute 3.5, and nobody has bettered him, Nick.
Yeah, lots of movements.
Hang on. We wait for the 67. Even Jančević, who's on a novice plate, would you believe? He's been at the top of the screen. Checkered flag for him. He's down in 8. I'm going to leave you to do the rundown, and I'm going to head down and hopefully get a chat with Tadeusz.
So the first of our MicroMax qualifying is in the books, and it is Tadeusz Prochaska who has taken it with 103.5. Just 1,000th of a second was the distance in first and second. And second place was Rapatap Shekhawat, and he's in second place. In third, we have Liam O'Hanlon, 103.5, only again a few hundredths back from there. Then it's Samar Chopra in fourth, Anmar Tabatsa in fifth, Enzo Falzarano in sixth, Alexander Freistein, who was leading the table for quite a long time, he's ended up in seventh. Ivan Jančević is in eighth, Saif Al Khalifa is ninth, Qian Zhu is in 10th, and it's Jensen Kelly in 11th, Saif Al Mina is in 12th, And then Ivan Voronins is 13th. Weberhav Ponna is 14th. Adrian Wignall is in 15th. Cameron Harvey is in 16th. Sebastian Storer is 17th. Rashid Al Maina is in 18th. And it's Felix Souza Jebjerg, he's in 19th. And Vladimir Tverkov is in 20th. And Theo Harlan did get some lap times in the 17 car. He's 21st. And the final one of the qualifiers. Joe is going to go down to try and gain a chat with the fastest qualifier in MicroMax. And quiet descends over the track for a few minutes whilst we wait for the next qualifying session to be announced. Just to remind you that the current points leader is Liam O'Hanlon. He's qualified back down in third. Samir Chopra currently second championship. He is qualifying in fourth. So the top drivers have managed to keep themselves quite near the front. But Rube second was currently has got a ninth over the first three rounds. Three scoring rounds, shall I say. He is up in second. Looking at the collecting area for the next group here, but any second now I'm sure we will see. Need to go through the scrutineering process and then they'll be released to the welcoming arms of Joe Bradley. And Gaz is listening. Gaz Beery, who's our erstwhile colleague and commentator in the UK, and also, of course, our graphics man. Gaz, you want to give me when the juniors come out, can you give me a kind of a check on ambient noise of the engines? Because the first two classes are a little bit quieter, so we'll just wait for the juniors who are third out to just get a bit of feedback. So make sure that those of you on YouTube get the best oral experience you can. The Forsan Circuit, of course, is not just a kart circuit on its own. The environs include there's a massive multi-sport stadium to the left-hand side of the track. It's got floodlights that would grace Wembley Stadium. And behind us, there is a sort of water ski lake, with dragline water skiing, which they were all showing off yesterday about how effective they were able to do the jumps and everything else. It's rather than using a boat, they kind of it's a wire, it drags you around in a kind of a loop around that lake. Many other sports available at the Forsan International Sports Centre. So I think I'll just wait to get these carts out, but hopefully we'll hear from Joe any second now, as he tries to wrangle Thaddeus, who is Czech by his flag. So hopefully Thaddeus has some English, otherwise it might be an interesting chat. A little bit of a breeze. We've obviously nothing like we saw at Forsan on the second scoring round last time when we had a sandstorm, which surprised us, certainly as non-locals, that's for sure. But it's just a very calm little bit of wind flow. So before, obviously after the blazing heat of the Invitational for us, anyway, 42 degrees, is now down to a much more temperate 28 to 30 this evening, this afternoon. So once again, the standard format, obviously for these rounds of the Rotax RMC from the UAE, we have the 5 classes. They all have a 6-minute qualifying. They then have a heat, which is in varying length depending on the of laps, depending on the particular class. So it's 6 laps of MicroMax, 7 laps of MiniMax, 8 laps of Junior, DD2 and Senior Max, 9 laps for Senior Max. And then you have the pre-final, then it's lunch, and then you have the main finals themselves. We have a special presentation at the end of the day as well, which we'll tell you more about in a minute. Drivers sitting in their cars. Something they were trying to avoid doing, sitting in their carts in the previous much hotter rounds. They would kind of sit in the shade, then come to the car at the last minute. Now with these much more pleasant temperatures, not a problem. You can see a lot of last-minute instructions to the drivers. It's not just a case of go out and race, of course, it's qualifying. So you have to talk about qualifying tactics. Is it best to be in a slipstream? Is it best to be out on your own? That's the question. So MicroMax Qualifying will be starting very soon. I think we may be getting close to having a conversation with Joseph. So take it away, Joe.
Well, everybody, our first pole position, Tadeusz Prochazka. He's just told me, first time here. First time on pole position, Tadeusz. Yeah, how excited are you?
Very good. I've never been here. I'm very proud of myself. It's a very technical track. I didn't expect it. I always didn't like this track, but now it's like kind of my best track I've ever ridden.
Well, you certainly know how to drive this track. Well done. How did the lap time come? Can you remember about how the lap time that you got the lap time with?
I was stuck behind someone. Then I saw someone overtake him. So I overtook him on the same place, but the next lap, and I was catching up on Summer. That gave me a better...
Now, if I was to tell you that the driver behind you is Rudrapratap and he's only 1,000th of a second, for me, that means it's going to be a fantastic race. What's your thoughts going forward into the heats this afternoon?
Get a great start and just lead the way and gap them by a second or something and have a great race.
Well done, Tadeusz. Congratulations. Who do you want to say hello to? Who's watching at home?
My grandpa that died upstairs.
Oh, he's watching, isn't he? Absolutely. Well done, young man. Great stuff.
Thank you, Joe. And thank you, Tadeusz. So we now are deep into MicroMax Qualifying. They haven't actually set a time yet. So this is the first chance they get to actually set some times. We're in the back of there with the 109, which is Rian Khan Rashid, as he sweeps around the very exciting, incredibly quick 9, 10, 11 complex. And then comes down and begins the S's section, as Joe has named it, which is a rundown. You know, core numbers, it's a rundown 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. He should any second now come over the line, having completed the first time. Obviously, maybe it might not be a lap at all, but I hope it is the first time. A 101.5 there for the Indian driver. He sweeps up the rise. And there they go. Behind him, there's 3 or 4 others sweeping around the corners. You get a good view of the Forsan Circuit. Coming towards us now. Oh, blimey, lovely little slide out there, wasn't it? And this is quite steeply downhill towards the hairpin at 8. And he powers back up the hill again. I think the 3 behind it, with the group behind it, I think it's definitely catching him up. He ended up having 3rd place overall there. It was Benjamin Karacevic who took the top spot. Now Bajay stops a second. This is only the first lap, so they're going to get a little bit quicker. So 101.3, so a couple of seconds faster than as we expect from the micros, and they're probably going to find another second as they go on. Good little chat there.
Yeah, great. He was really, Tadeusz was telling me just before you came to me that it's his first pole position. And he was, well, you heard what he said. He was really proud. Great lap. However, Rudrapratap was not that far behind, 1,000th of a second. Liam O'Hanlon as well, championship leader, not that far behind them too. So it's going to be a cracking MicroMax race.
Yeah,
and I think also, Nick, the MicroMax field that we've got out there. LBJ Stubbs over from the UK, he's leading the championship, isn't he? Took the win in the first final at Al Ain. Not so great in the second final. Attica Mir, off her success from last weekend, took the final win in the second point scoring round at Al Ain. So this is an intense class as well. I'm going to be saying that all day, aren't I?
I think it'd be intense. So, yes.
All of our classes are intense.
So Austin Gray's just taken the quickest lap with a 1 minute .871. Benjamin Karachev second. Dian Singh Pahal, the British champion, he is in third and over here as well. So racing under the Indian flag, but he is obviously the British champion. LBJ Stubbs behind him, and then it's Paul Schutzman who runs in fifth, and Atik Amir, who of course won this final in the second point scoring round at Al Ain a few weeks ago. She's currently scored fifth, but they got at least two, if not they got two more, I think, timed laps to come.
I'm just noticing it's a subject that we are going to talk about quite a lot with regards to track limits. The track here at Al Forsan, and there's a great example of track limits. Just as I say that, the track here at Al Forsan rewards exceeding track limits. And what that does as a driver, you're committed to the momentum that you're carrying through the corner, and sometimes having to let the car breathe, you are going to exceed track limits. Well, our officials are going to be pinging people for that. So I would imagine, let me just reiterate, and I'm going to say this quite often, the results are very, very provisional because I would see a lot of post-session and post-race penalties being applied for track limits. For qualifying, of course, it's going to be the lap deleted, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean,
that's what we've been told.
So just because you've spoken to Joe doesn't mean you're actually going to start from pole.
No. I'd like to think that Taddy as well.
Might do. I'm sure Taddy as well. I mean, but it's, I'm sure at some point, certainly perhaps with a more, what should we say, experienced, aggressive classes, there might be a little bit more attempts to kind of push the boundaries.
Well, actually, Nick, I think all of these classes, there's certainly the MicroMax and the Mini-Max class, underpowered. They've got perhaps more grip than they have power, so it's a momentum class of karting rather than the senior and the junior Rotax classes where you've got a bit more power. And so you've got to keep that momentum going, and sometimes even entering the corner, you're going to exceed track limits and put all four wheels. And there you saw that driver there in second. I couldn't see the number on the card, but it was a GNKD driver. I think he realised that he'd gone over the white line, and so that lap is possibly deleted.
And we are actually, of course, checker flag now, so they are around their last timed lap. With a few karts to finish, it's Atik Amir who's currently scored at the top. We'll wait for them to be waved over all of them because there tends to be quite a lot of change on that last lap. Looks like this time there's not a lot of change on that last lap, which is always good to know. So we have the finish of the MicroMax Qualifying and at the Al Forsan Circuit. So what is and this does, I think everyone has now finished actually. So okay, so the final qualifying it's Atik Amir, the winner at the last round, who was taken pole once again by 1,000th of a second. Second place, Benjamin Karachev. It's Austin Gray who's in third, Oliver Bouchard who's in fourth, Dian Singh Pahal, he's in fifth, LBJ Stubbs is sixth, it's Rian Khan Rashid in seventh, Paul Schutzman in 8th, Keir Ivanov is in 9th, William Mazzali is in 10th, Max Patton is in 11th, Mikhail Mitrokhin is in 12th, Gleb Abukov is in 13th, there's Mikhail Tevenkelebo in 14th, Rafael Zagati is 15th, Zuhad Turki is 16th, Adam Fleury is 17th, and Mubarak Mohammed, he is 18th, and he has finished his lap. So it's a 1 minute 6.86 for Atik Amir and a 1 minute 6.87 for Benjamin Karachev. So once again, relatively close, to put it mildly, in the top two rounds. And as we keep saying, this is the second round, so of course it's going to be the third point scoring event of the championship. Hello to Vedran Primožić. Let's go Ivan Judovic. Let's go Croatia, he says. And 99RM just has a cap. Not quite sure what that's about, but he's up pretty early anyway, because it's obviously in Europe, it's mainland Europe, it's just gone 6 o'clock. So that's where I'm at. Just remind you at the moment of what is, because this is the second round. Let's see what's happening moving forward. So the next round will be at Al Ain on the 13th and 14th of December. That is round 3. It's a 2-day event for one round, and then we go off to the Dubai Kartdrome on the 17th and 18th of January for 2 rounds that weekend, a double header. And then it's the big one. It's the Yas Marina double header on the 14th and 15th of February, We're back at Dubai for a single round on the 8th of March. Back here at Al Forsan for a single round on the 27th of March. And we also will be at Al Ain to round the whole thing off. It's a long way away, isn't it? On the 11th and 12th of April. That is the calendar for the UAE RMC. Some other special things happening. There's the Dubai O Plate, of course, which is on the 24th and 25th of January, which we here at Karting Live TV will be covering. And some other special events to be announced later. Very exciting news about to come from the Al Ain team. But that's not quite ready to be told about yet, but we will tell you later. So thank you all who are watching. If you are watching on any channel, say hello on the chat, be it the YouTube chat or on the be it UAE or the Karting Live chat. It's good to have you all. It's very early in the morning, so I'm glad you all tuned in to enjoy this sunny day of karting. Next up, we will have the Junior Max drivers going out. But it'd be a little bit odd. They're sitting down waiting. It's quite useful they have the 2s on their numbers, so you can to the Junior Max are the 2, Senior Max is the 3. They're actually in between Junior Max and Senior Max. We do have the DD2s going out. I think it's time to go down to Joe.
Well, Adagamir, firstly, happy birthday. You just turned 11 the other day, and what a way to celebrate by putting it on pole for MiniMax. How do you feel?
I feel great. Kind of feels like a birthday pole, so it feels greater.
It is. Does this put a pressure on you now, starting from pole position? Because I think it's Adagamir. We expect you to win.
There's no pressure, just a round.
Yeah.
Like, it's not a world championship, but doesn't mean I won't try my best. So, yeah, every time just go into my best.
What's your thoughts on the track here at Al Forsan? Is it a track that you like?
I really like this track because last weekend at the Champions of the Future UAE edition, I got pole on the first day. So I think it really suits me, this track.
It's going to be a great race because you're on the pole by 1,000th of a second. So it's going to be a great race. Are you prepared for this afternoon?
Yeah.
Yeah. Would you like to thank anyone? Is anyone watching at home?
I'm sure a lot of people will be watching. I would like to thank my team, Axel GP, my mechanic, my parents for supporting me, and everyone who's watching.
Brilliant. Well, congratulations, Adiga. Happy birthday. What a way to celebrate a birthday with pole position for MiniMax. Adagamir.
Indeed. What a great birthday present to herself she's given herself. That's too many herself, something there. Let's start your, I think she's 11, isn't she? Let's start her 12th year with a pole. So we're just waiting for the Junior Max to get off. I think they're rolling off. Officially supposed to roll off in about a minute. And then we do work to time. I think if you watch a lot of karting broadcasts, some karting championships work to let's get the next people off as soon as the last people have gone off. In some championships, for example, the British Championship, very much a timetable, so you always know exactly where you are, you always know exactly when you should be in the collecting area, you always know exactly where you should be to be released. Kind of gives you a chance to work out what's going on, and that's the situation here at the UAE RMC. It works to a timetable, and these carts will be off at 28, which is, by my reckoning, quite soon. And they roll off for another 6-minute qualifying. Who should you be looking out for is the question. So after 3 rounds, it's Connor Clancy who leads the. The 2 scoring rounds. It's Connor Clancy who leads the points tally, with Mitash Jain in 2nd, Veer Chopra in 3rd, Jaden Hidding is in 4th, and Aran Karashi, he's in 5th. That's the top 5 apparently in the running order as they peel out from the collecting area and immediately enter the track at turn 1, and they start their climb and fall. A chance to get the tyres into temperature, work out where you want to be in the queue of carts. Do you want to be at the front? Do you want to be in the middle? Do you want to be at the back, Joe?
I've sussed out how to get the drivers for their post-qualifying interviews, Nick. I go and get them now.
What, did you not get the first one?
Well, at first, Thaddeus, I waited for him to come to me, but this one I thought, I'm going to go up to Park Ferme. I'm going to not literally drag the driver out, but escort the driver to the interview area.
Tell them what they're doing. Yes, you're coming now with me.
I tell you what, Minimax, as we saw in MicroMax, thousandths of a second between the top two on the front row. That's going to be phenomenal. And we've got the British champion, that's Dian Singh Pahal. He's not come here to just play games, has he? He's come here to win. He only knows one mode, really, is young Dian. And he's moved into Intermax. He's the British MicroMax champion. So he's moving up into a slightly more powerful kart. Exactly the same size, so that bodes well. But it's all about Junior Max at the moment, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a big field. I think we've got 20, I think 30, I think 25 people I think are actually rolling around. Yeah. 26, but
it's all about who can beat Conor Clancy, isn't it?
Well, he's leading at the moment.
He's not just leading the championship. 2 wins. First 2. So he took the 2 race win, 2 finals at Alain for round 1. So 2-point scoring finals for him. Put him at the head of the championship field. And completely different track here, of course. Alphasan with its undulations, its up and down nature, and it's very demanding. Not just the fast sections here, Nick, that are demanding. It's the slow corners where the great drivers become great. It's these hairpins and how you get off the corner and how you carry speed into the corner without scrubbing too much speed on the exit. It's a very complex situation that these drivers are encountering here.
So early leader, unsurprisingly in some ways, it's Conor Clancy, 57.8. Jack Doe behind him and Veer Chopra in third. That was their first real proper running lap, as you can tell by the constant movement of the timing bar. Everyone's shuffling around. They seem to give themselves all a little bit of space in those 5 or 6 karts. They're not trying to do a slipstream. I suppose the point about a slipstream is you can only ever go about 200s faster than the person in front of you, and that person isn't going very fast. It's not great.
Yeah, I think that's the nature of the slower sections of this track. It's going to break things up a bit, and I've had more than 5 or 6 drivers tell me this is a track where it is very difficult to overtake. So that really does put more of an emphasis on this qualifying situation. And you really want to be as far up the grid as you can possibly get. So in answer to your question, do you want to start in the middle or the back? Everybody's wanting to start as close to the front of the grid as possible.
Ray Haber on the car at the moment, the 214 car. He's currently in the middle of the pack, about qualifying somewhere in the region about 10th or 11th. I think actually, as I said that, he dropped down to 13th. That's how it's shuffling around the whole time. Coming down going down through the hairpin, and then we'll get up back through to turn 9 and 12. You can just about see a kind of image there of how banked that corner is. And that's and track limits.
Yeah, and there's a track limits infringement. And that's what I mean about...
It's not deliberate.
No, it's not deliberate. And the decision to exceed track limits is made way before that corner. You've got to plant that throttle and let the kart breathe out. And if that kart breathes out across the white line, then it's, I've exceeded track limits. And the stewards are... I think I've heard they've got 4 or 5 observers on each point where the track limits are really become a factor. What do I mean by become a factor? Become a factor insofar as they improve your lap time. You can carry a lot of speed by exceeding the track limits. And I know it's that old argument, isn't it, of like, well, surely the barrier defines the track limits. Well, the runoff areas have been designed to allow drivers that mistake for safety reasons. So to keep things within, if we let drivers just go all the way off track, I think we saw that in an IndyCar race, didn't we, where they went to Coulter and totally...
turn 18, they decided...
Went out of shot of the camera.
Went out of the camera. It wasn't exactly what you commonly be approved for safety reasons, because rather than that, they just ran off all the runoff and went straight to the wall.
So we've got a yellow flag at the chicane at the top of the hill. We're at the S's here at the final turn on screen.
Just a breakdown.
It's a breakdown. That yellow flag, I'm not sure who that is exactly. Can't quite see across there who that is that has pulled off, but that caused a yellow flag, so that would have affected lap times potentially.
Yeah, we'll see what happens on that, but we can only really report on what we see. There may be some, as you say, toing and froing later on with laps being given or taken away.
Mitansh Jain currently on the provisional pole with under 30 seconds of this 6-minute session.
Somebody's going to get 2 scoring laps. You're coming down the S's now. You'll get across the line once, then the next time you'll see the checkered flags. So these 2 drivers, it's the 290 there at the back of that shot. To work out which
That's Angelina Simmons in 8th at the moment. Angelina is in the top 10, so we'll start on.
Is she the Iron Dames sponsored lady? Yeah,
I think she is. Checkered flag is flying.
Yep, so the session's finished, but they've all got an extra lap to get some speed in. Kalanti goes back to the top from Chopra, from Mitansh Jain. It's not. I don't think you've got an awful lot of money if you put that down as your top 3.
Yes, it wasn't really a bet, was it? I mean, Mitansh Jain is 2nd in the championship. He had a 2nd and a 3rd place finish, 2nd in the first final at Al Ain and 3rd in the second final at Al Ain. So he's in contention going into this round 2, which is the 3rd point scoring race weekend. And nobody yet to take the checkered flag. I see. Oh, yeah, Mitansh Jain has come through. His checkered flag, his session is finished. He's currently 2nd. However, Chopra about to be overtaken by Axel Nokom. Nokom into 3rd, just swaps positions from right to left or left to right. Not quite sure which one it is. And Chopra into 2nd spot there. As that is all finalised, Nick.
Yeah. So it is Connor Clancy who is leading the way with a 56.50. Oh, well, it's not a thousandth of a second, it's a tenth of a second. It's in a different postcode compared to the first 2 classes. This is, of course, the Junior Max side of things. So it's Clancy first. It's Veer Chopra who is in 2nd. 3rd place, this is obviously provisional. 3rd place qualifier is Mitansh Jain. 4th is Axel Nokom. Then it's Angelina Simmons, Savelli Kogai, Aaron Mason, Oliver Spencer, Jack Doe, Pierre Abu Divan, Ray Haber, Derek Riviera is down to 12th place now. Giuseppe Montanari is 13th. Harrison Stevens is 14th. 15th place is Aaron Kareshi. Johansa Senarake is in 16th place. Leo Anya is in 17th. It's Floris Schenkenberg in 18th. Brando Londono is 19th. Samuel Turner is 20th. Aaron Ortak is 21st. Thimonai Mapaganda is in 22nd. Faris Huran, 23rd. Murad Beramov is in 24th. Aran Sethi is in 25th. And Jaden Hidding didn't set a time, which is surprising as he was the 4th place qualifier. Sorry, 4th place in the championship following the first 2-point scoring events at Al Ain. A little blowing, a little bit windier now. Kart rescue truck has gone out to the top of the track, down towards the entry into the... Basically, when you come up towards 4 and 5 and 6, so you come up the hill, and there's a little kink. It is a chicane, I suppose, but it's quite a quick chicane. So the carts are rescued on a sort of a all-terrain vehicle with a trailer behind it, and the driver of the cart gets back on there and gets back into his cart and is kind of chauffeured back in luxury on the back of the ATV vehicle. So next up, I think, is our DD2s, actually. We're going to have DD2s next after we've heard from Joe. And there goes the rest. There's two rescue vehicles coming down, so there's a little bit of attrition there. I'm not sure where that might mean. Jaden Hidding may, in fact, have been one of the drivers who was affected by the attrition, so he may have broke, but one of those who broke down before setting a time, which is going to give him a bit of a challenge to get through the front. Can't quite see the numbers of the carts that have been brought back in on the back of flatbeds. So the DD2 class, interesting how we take the start. We had a reasonable entry. Of course, we had 5 and 6 and 12. I think there should be at least a dozen DD2s. That is 2, 5, 6, I think, is being delivered back here. So, waiting for them. 2, 5, 6 Doesn't seem to have been scored, so obviously he didn't get a time. That's Samuel Turner, I think. Yeah, so he did get a time. There's a bit of a kind of a battle of the ATVs now as he tried to get one out, so they're just clearing out the second driver. You see out in the background there, the Forsan Circuit. It's quite a lot, I would say it's all round. There's a lot of stuff going on here. This is an international sports arena. And you look back, there's some housing on one side and there's a stadium on the left-hand side. Right in the centre of, well, quite near the centre of Abu Dhabi, up towards the Yas Marina in the airport. So, next up will be our DD2s. So the DD2s are currently led by Tyler Harris and Adam Malik, Hamza Hishisho, Maltis Nopis, Carl Blockley, and they're actually top 5 so far in DD2. Wait to see whether we get the interview with Conor Clancy. Obviously, quite a bit of has to be quite a bit of scrutineering, bit of a check everything's all right, and then they'll release the drivers. Just to remind you, it is qualifying for all classes. Then we have a heat for all classes. Then we have a pre-final for all classes. Then we have lunch, which is always good, and then we have the main finals here at Forsan. Thanks to all of you who are joining us on the various streams. Hello to Fatma Ramez. Congratulations, everyone. Come on, Aaron says. Good to see you all. Tell your friends if you're watching. If you're at the track, well, tell your friends you're at the track and they can watch it on either the UAE Rotax Max Challenge YouTube page or on the Karting Live TV. But for now, let's hear from Mr. Joseph Bradley.
Junior Max qualifying went the way of Conor Clancy, championship leader. 2 race wins in Al Ain, and you've started here at Al Forsan. How you finished off? Conor, you must be very pleased with that.
Yeah, I'm really happy. I'm quite confident now going into the races. I topped every practice session yesterday, and now I've poled it, so yeah, should be a good day.
Completely different characters when we talk about Al Ain and the flat desert track. Here it's up and down. Do you like that challenge?
Yeah, I quite like the track. Al Ain, one of my favourite tracks, so is Al Forsan. I love the elevation change here as well. It just makes it such a fun track.
Where's the key to a quick lap time then? How did that come out there?
Honestly, I'm not sure. I just got my head down and got on with it. And yeah, it paid off, so.
Brilliant. Who do you want to thank out there? Is anyone watching at home?
Yeah, my mum and dad, everyone in England and Ireland, the dogs back home, my mechanic, Gilly, on the spanners, and then everyone at Mumbai Falcons.
Brilliant. Good luck, mate.
Thank you.
It's going to be hard to beat this guy, I tell you.
Yep, well, it's good he thanks his dogs. They're very active normally in supporting people. But I do appreciate those. I think I should probably thank my dogs as well. But yeah, and great honesty there. How did you do it? I don't know. You don't hear that from many race. They've come up with some very long experience about how they've worked for many years to produce at that time. Okay, so we have the DD2. Looks like we've got 11 starters, which is a nice increase again on both the invitation and the first point scoring rounds. So DD2, what is DD2? Well, it is a version of a Senior Max, but it's got a gearbox, a 2-speed gearbox. We'll try and run some, we did a couple of interviews back a few weeks ago. We're going to try and run some of them during some of the gaps. We'll be able to explain to you exactly what DD2 is, and for those who are watching at home, and how it works. Apparently, I've just been told that with the Rotax Grand Finals are coming up soon. Apparently Rubens Barrichello might be taking part in the DD2 race. Good old Rubens. So across they go. This is not their first, this is their kind of the start of their first time lap. They've just been released from the collecting area. So Tony Hogg is the second of those two drivers, back out of retirement. Actually, Tony Hogg's retirement is a difficult thing to assess really, because he is going to the Rotax Masters in a couple of weeks' time, the Rotax Festival in a couple of weeks' time, but not overly sure whether he's retiring before or after. But he is back again after taking he was there for the invitation. He took off the Alain scoring rounds off, and now he's back in DD2 for this one. As they come round the back end of 10 and 11 and then begin that descent through the S's. Tony Hogg there in the red with the green flashings on the nose. Very, very experienced driver, and across the line, he can get his first time. He should get his first time now, and he does, and it's a 56.8. That's not that high. It's Tyler Harris who's the fastest on a 56 flat, and he is also currently the leader of the points championship. Up to the top of the track, and then coming underneath our camera here. And downstairs again. A flash of colour. Cart's actually been condensed together. Moving away there, you can read the 473. That's Adam Malik. Now, an overtaking manoeuvre. Well, let me through. I'm trying to qualify manoeuvre.
Well, we talked about who was going to beat Connor Clancy in the junior class. It's the same question here, but the name's changed. Tyler Harris is the man to beat here. And Tyler absolutely dominated Alain, didn't he?
He's got Tony Hogg with him this time, though. Tony's lap times aren't quite up to scratch yet.
Yeah, Tony keeping his fitness up. I heard you mention the World Finals at Bahrain in a couple of weeks. First weekend of December, isn't it? And Tony has qualified representing the UAE. There will be a presentation of the UAE qualifying drivers for the World Finals this afternoon, just before our trophy presentation for this round 2 Alpha San round. So stay tuned, as they say, or stay logged on, I suppose, as they're saying these days.
Well, yeah. Stay with the correct digital address.
Yeah, stay logged on. These DD2s, Nick, 2 gears, left-hand paddle for first gear, right-hand paddle for second, and you're flicking between first and second gear just to keep the engine singing, keeping it on the rev band. And as if you haven't got enough to do with the Rotax Max Senior, let's just add in the complexity of 2 gears, 2 ratios there. Just changing the performance levels, and first gear punching out of the hairpins is much, much needed here at Alpha San.
Yeah, I mean, the basic inflexibility of a racing engine, even more of a 2-stroke. You normally have a fixed gear. This gives them 2 ratios, so you have one that's lower than you would have on the fixed gear, one that's higher than you would have. So you get better acceleration and better top speed. It's a win-win. But they are a bit heavier, of course, as well.
Inside of 2 minutes, and Adam Malik is the driver that's gone to the top of the screens. It's about 2.
Oh, what's up there?
That's an off, and that's people have taken out a barrier there. Now that is at the top of the hill, just after the chicane. Let's have a look at the cartshop.me
replay. Oh,
and that's a lost wheel.
The wheel came off, yeah.
Now that certainly got his attention.
But the wheel came off, and I've decided to take the barrier with me.
Yes, so that is thank you to the cartshop.me, another being able to bring us our live action replays, and that certainly was an action replay, wasn't
Absolutely.
it? Yeah, change of underwear. Not quite sure who that was, Nick. It's at the top of the hill. I can see the dust beginning to settle now.
No, it could be Greg Watt because he's not been scored, but I think he pulled out before that.
So you just have to fill in that form for that badge, Nick. And
this is exciting. This is live media badge.
Adam Malik then is maintained that fastest time. He's extended the gap to about 1/10 of a second. Mark Bassier in third. I'm talking about Adam Malik, Tyler Harris, that is, 1/10 in between. Mark Bassier, a further just over 1/10, and then really, really close, again, just over 1/10, is this guy.
Yep, a sweep round. He's going to come down the hill. So, yeah, they're now down to, 26 seconds. So, again, it's 5.74 you can see we're with. He will have, that's Mouchus Canopes. And then Mr. Buttons, we found out, was a translation of the Dutch, but he has this lap, and this is his last timed lap will come up. No faster that time. In fact, he dropped down because Hamza Hashisho went faster than him. The time begins to run out, so they're mostly on their last laps now.
The checkered flag has been unfurled, Nick, and it flies. Who's it going to fly for first? It's Nicolo Cacciatore who takes the checkered flag first. Into the pits has gone Kyle Blockley and Greg Watt. I think Greg Watt is the driver. You were right in your identification there. The Honolulu racing driver was the driver that lost a wheel there. But the rest of the field on their final flying lap, it seems.
Yep, so there's going to be a bit of a rescue mission at the end of this one, and perhaps a bit of barrier repair, or barrier replacement, really, because it just went with the car, didn't it? So Adam Malek looking surprisingly to take Tyler Harris's pole. We did put Tyler down. Tyler got a bit close that time. He did do a faster lap, but looking like Malik's going to take the pole. There's
the question answered, isn't it? So far, so good. The checkered flag flies, and it is indeed Adam Malek who we'll get to chat to in the post-qualifying interview. Tyler Harris second.
And that was Elijah Hewlin there, who just took a little bit of a leap of faith and got the final lap in. So we now have the final classification of the 11 DD2s. It's a very useful increase every event so far in DD2 drivers, which is great to see. And it is Adam Malek who has taken the first position. He is on pole, subject obviously to all the subjects that things are for, because obviously I've got subject this, subject that. It's Tyler Harris in second. It's Mark Bassier in third. It's Tony Hogg who is in fourth. Hamza Hashisho is in fifth. Elijah Yulton who is in sixth. Maltus Noppis who is in seventh. Sami Al-Assad is in eighth. Carl Blockley ninth. And it's Nicolo Caricature is in 10th. And Greg Watts 11th. So it's either Kyle or Greg who had the problem with the errant wheel, which is, on the whole, not what you want to have happen, really. I think it's always best to keep all four wheels on the kart at all times. Three wheels, they're not quite so good doing reliant robbing work, but there we are. Happens to us all. Both Joe and I have karted in the past, quite a long time in the past, but the dim distance bar, we both had wheels fall off, so it can happen to anybody. Should we watch that again? Let's have a look at that replay from World Karting and see what happened here. So his wheel goes off and he spins around. That's a real thing. There's nothing he can do there. As he turns into that left hand, the wheel just comes off. Lucky, really, not to collect anybody else. He gave a bit of a wake-up call and surprised a couple of the other drivers behind him. But he didn't actually collect any of them. But there's nothing you can do. Everything was absolutely fine. Then the wheel fell off and everything wasn't fine anymore. But just simple. It may be a breakage. It's more likely that the wheel wasn't quite torqued up enough on the hub, so it wasn't torqued quite up enough on the axle. But happens to the best of us. Well, must have happened to me. So we're just waiting for Joe to talk to the DD2 poles. We don't think there's two classes within DD2. There's DD2 and DD2 Masters based on the age, but they are racing together. And the only time they get separated out is at the podium at the end. And we're just getting ready. Next up, of course, will be the final qualifying of the day, and that is for Senior Max. So the wind direction has changed. It was blowing towards the grandstand. Now it's blowing down the main straight against the run of the kart. So the wind is in their face as they accelerate down the main straight before they turn right for turn one. Again, as you can see, there's some drivers just sitting there thinking that they're just collecting their thoughts. There's a couple of drivers who are just shaking off some nervous energy. The old driver's getting a bit of advice from the mechanics, and there's obviously the checks. Have we got the air pressures right? Is everything going to work? It's all that kind of choice about how you prepare yourself mentally for what's going to happen on the qualifying side of things. So it's 531 it was actually Carl Blockley whose wheel fell off. So Carl Blockley lost the wheel. Hopefully they picked the wheel up with the kart. I mean, probably he's not done. He's just unattached due to not being tightened up. He wouldn't have done too much damage. He done some damage to his qualifying because he qualified in 9th of 11, but hopefully he hasn't done too much damage to the kart, and it's just a simple repair and a kind of oh gosh, someone thought it's tightening up sort of situation. So relaxing, the 396 just got back out of the kart again. So let's go and have a word with our DD2 pole sitter, with Joseph Bradley.
A little bit, but I feel like I'll be confident enough to hold my place in P1.
You like this track, Alphasan?
Yeah, I love it.
What's not to like about Alphasan, eh?
Yeah, it's so good. I love the track. It's just really physical. But I don't know, I enjoy that aspect of it.
Yeah.
It's good.
How many gear changes do you think?
What, through the whole lap?
Yes.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, none of you guys, none of you DD2 guys can tell me, but I'll try and work it out. Congratulations, mate. Look forward to your race now.
Yeah,
it's going to be a cracker. Thank you.
That was Joe. And with Adam Malik, our DD2 pole sitter. So Senior Rotax is next up. Let's have a quick, give you an idea who is leading this one. And the answer is, of course, George Nazar, who took a great performance. He is currently leading the championship after the first 2 point scoring rounds. It's Nathan Kappan who's in second. Zain El Hamorsene is in third. And then you've got Jerry Montgomery Swan in fourth. Mohamed Meneshe in fifth. Oscar Lambert is in sixth. And Rian Damadasa is in seventh. Omar Goon is in eighth. Andrea Ramey is ninth. And Laith Mornay is, I think it's Mornay. It's a very small bit of print there. If I get that wrong, I'll do it right later. Is in 10th. That's who qualifies points scorers, at the moment in the top end of the RMC UAE Senior Max qualifying, about to get underway. There's green flag as wave. I think that's more to indicate that the rescue of Kyle Blockley has finished. So a big grid of Senior Max getting ready to qualify.
Another intense championship
unfolding
here.
Yes. George Nazar is on pole, and we will hear from George in the paddock show.
Yes, we will. What do you mean he's on pole? We haven't
not on pole.
Yet.
He's leading the championship.
Yes.
It's like the same thing.
Yes. He is leading the championship. We have a great interview with George. He took the win, didn't he, in the first race at Al Ain. And then he took a fine second. So it's very, very tight. Nathan Kappan is, of course, his nearest protagonist. And then Jeremy Montgomery Swan, I remember, for GNKD, he took the win in the second race, didn't he?
Came from a long way back, yeah.
That was the race, remember, where it was kind of disturbed somewhat by a sandstorm, wasn't it?
It was, yes.
A little bit of rain.
A little bit of rain and sandstorm. I think now it's interesting. It's the first bit of tactical qualifying we've seen. Rather than just nipping out and just going for it, they've pulled out, and some of them are thinking, "Oh, I'm just going to follow everyone else around."
Well, everybody's waiting for a clear lap, and it's like you just have to get on with it, guys. But get your tyres up to temperature. There's 6 minutes. We're already 5 minutes to go, so we've wasted a minute. And we haven't gone round half a lap.
Yeah, well, there's a couple who are beginning to break away. Now I can see the 396 there is following up, but it's gone now. But then there's 4 or 5. Everyone's decided to put a little bit of pace in, but there's some people who are just sitting in a queue and just watching others coming down the hill towards turn 8. I was just looking at it, and they were shuffling about so much. One of the cars was completely off the track and kicking off dust.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. I've asked many people the tactic of this slow pace when you first get released, and I get a different answer. Whoever I ask gives me a different answer. Here we are, though. We're definitely on the first of our flying laps here, with the pack leader already heading to the top of the hill, through the chicane, through the left-right, and then on towards the right-hand hairpin here, which is turn 7. Plunges downhill. That's quite a steep decline, that, isn't it?
Yeah.
And then through the left-hander.
Big drop.
Barely hanging on to track limits there. Pretty much the whole field. This is one of the most demanding sections I think I've ever seen. Really fast, but then followed into where here you're braking and turning, which nobody likes to do in any kind of race kart or a car or anything. Braking and turning is never good. through the S's, making their way. This is where you can get it all wrong, Nick. When you get that momentum taking you out too wide, you can completely destroy your lap. Here we go then. What's the first lap times that we're seeing there?
We got a 56.3, we got a 55.8 now, which it's Enzo. Tesla has taken the fastest early lap. Now Nathan Cappen's topped that. So it's Nathan Cappen with a 55.855 is your fastest time at the moment.
And there he is. You know what? George Nasser just gone through there while you were giving that rundown. Yeah. And he was at the back of that pack. He is in the field, and he's dropped off the back of that main train of karts, which Nathan Cappen, I think, was towards the tail of that pack. Over from the UK as well, Kai Hunter just into the top 10. But then, as I say that, he drops out. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a case where it's all very well trying to pick up a slipstream. You ought to give yourself some space to actually go faster than the person in front of you. Otherwise, you're just going to go their pace plus half a yard. And if they're not the fastest person, you're not going to go past that. So another timed lap is coming across, and I expect to see a little bit of a improvement again. So the BG, no one's gone past NASA so far, but a lot of people behind him. Kai Hunter up to second place.
Yeah, Hunter has found some pace. He's 0.08 of a second of NASA's time. That might increase. Has NASA gone through, Nick?
Yeah, he's gone faster. He's on a 55.0.
Oh, yeah.
He's 0.4 faster than the field at the moment, which is a bit like being in a different postcode, to be honest, in this sort of class, where normally it's hundredths of a second. So NASA's really found some pace.
Yeah, the M&M team really finding a good setup for George. He was confident. He was looking very confident, sounding very confident, quietly confident, I would say.
That's three different sorts of confidence.
I know, he was just oozing confidence.
Was he confident, was he?
In our little chat
yesterday. A lot of confidence there for George.
Which you'll see in the lunch break paddock show. Here we go then, the field crossing the line. Inside of 2 minutes for this final qualifying session. This will conclude our qualifying process. All the grids will be formed. All of the results that we are speaking about, Nick and I, they're all provisional. They've got to get through technical inspection, as well as any kind of penalties that might have been incurred, such as, well, in this case, track limits being the main talking point.
That'll be the one, but it's only going to, I'm not quite sure other sort of transgressions you can really have apart from track limits.
No, I mean, you can sort of, contact driving and all the like seems to be pale into insignificance here at Al Forsan, because the nature of the track just eggs you on to go across that line here.
I know there was a couple of people were in trouble yesterday for ignoring black flags. I know that, but that's... here we go.
And this is a qualifying session.
That could be trouble.
Yes, that's... Cartshop.ma replay just shows these... I was about to say they're tripping over one another and not really optimising their run, and they really did trip over one another there.
Wasn't it? It was a 3-2-1 who got involved in that. That was Rian Damadasa who got turned around, but I just think that was... obviously if this was F1, we'd have to have a 10,000-page social media argument about it, but I think that was a racing incident in every possible way.
Did we see who Damadasa had contacted there, who came together?
Can you show it again, Ash?
Because Rian Damadasa currently 6th on the grid
so
here.
It's Damadasa there, and he's come across, I think, with... It's 2-4 something. 3-3-4. That is Jerry Montgomery Swan, who's coming to the pits.
Two of the men.
So Montgomery Swan is qualifying quite a long way down. He's coming to the pits. So yeah, but to me that was absolutely a racing incident. They both ended up looking for a bit of space. I think Damadasa came across a bit more than Montgomery Swan was expecting. What can you do at that point?
Well, two of the main protagonists, Jeremy Montgomery Swan is down in 16th.
He pulled in after that
and that was his qualifying over effectively. Rian Damadasa is dropped to 7th. NASA is still on that provisional pole. Everybody taking a checkered flag, it looks like, Nick?
Just about, not quite. There's still a few just hitting their final laps. So to give you an idea of how things have changed, NASA has gone a tiny bit faster, but Kai Hunter, who's second for a while, has dropped down to 10th. So that is junior qualifying just at the end. We'll give you a rundown in a second. Just waiting. Senior qualifying, just waiting for this quick section here to see everyone's finished. Okay, so provisionally, of course, as we keep saying that, it's George Nasser who has taken pole position on 54.981. It's Nathan Cappen who's second, 55.1. Jack Rat Detoja, 55.2. Then it's Oscar Lambert in fourth. Mohammed Minima is in 5th. Elu Gonzalez is in 6th. Rehan Damadasa, despite that accident, is in 7th. Alessandro Bigi is in 8th. Omar Gamoun is in 9th. Guido Bidoli is 10th. Kai Hunter ended up at 11th. Arthur Dodonka is in 12th. Max Dexter 13th. Ryan Qureshi is 14th. Alicia Kinesa is in 15th. Enzo Teslak is in 16th. Shivan Karthik is in 17th. Jules Demont is in 18th. We also talked to Jules during the paddock show, which we go at during lunchtime. Jerry Montgomery Swan, for his coming together with Damadasa, had to pull in. He ended up 19th. And it's Kian Karambul from Switzerland. He's in 20th. Faisal Nashoko is in 21st. Manaf El Balushi is in 22nd. Andre Ramy 23rd. Naman Kukreja is in 24th. Ardash Mehta is 25th. Louis Hartman is in 26th. It's Oscar Blackhouse, Laith Monomar, Andrew Obeid, Abdul Al Khater, Antonius Haddad, Flip Dinua in 32nd already. Wow, big field. Alexis El Zir 33rd. Ali Al Khalifa 34th. Oscar Bray 35th. And bringing up the final of the qualifiers, it's Jordan Schultz. So we had 36 drivers, which is an absolute full single heat there as they came round. So they have completed the qualifying. Hello to a couple more people saying hello to us on the chat. Hello to Louisiana, who's a yellow Enzo and yellow Alexis. Hello to Yazan as well. So thank you for those of you on the chat with Karting Live and those of you on the chat with the RMC UAE itself. It's still quite early in the morning in Europe, of course. It's mainland Europe, it's just gone 7. And in the UK, it's just gone 6. So I'm sure they'll start joining us a bit later. So that was qualifying over. And then we start again with the first of the races, which is the MicroMax Heat. That'll be a 6-lapper. And then we have the Mini-Max Heat, that's a 7-lapper. The Junior Max is an 8-lapper. And then the DD2 and the Senior Max are 9-lappers within this qualifying. Obviously, being British, I have to keep giving you weather updates. It's getting a bit warmer. And the window is still running in the face of the drivers down the main straight, but it's not particularly more than just a pleasant breeze, to be honest. I think it's 27, I think. It's pretty officially called the timing. It's 30 degrees out there now. So it's warmed up very quickly. It wasn't really supposed to get past 30, 32 all day. So the Forsan International Sports Resort Circuit, it's 17 corners. It's 1.228 kilometres, so 1,228 metres. It's a big circuit, as you've seen it. You see it now. It winds around back on itself. Bank corners, elevation changes, the whole 9 yards. As people keep arriving for the first race of the day. Just to remind you that it's qualifying first, which we've had now. It's a heat, a pre-final and a final for every driver. So everyone else will be out 3 times in a competitive fashion. So as we look and see what's going on, we've got 3 fire emojis from Louisiana. Louisiana had good old fun with the on the chat. So the MicroMax, you can see, preparing on the grid. They're not due out for another, well, just not quite soon actually, about 2 minutes they're due out. So it's going to be a toss-up if we get George Nazar in time before the race starts. Apparently he's towards the back of the queue of the carts. It's always interesting. It's hurry up and wait, isn't it? There's kind of things that take a while and things that happen straight away, and they're never quite in the order you want to have them in. If you are that way inclined, Karting Live TV now has an Instagram account. I know we've moved to the 2010s. It's amazing. Karting Live TV, all lowercase. So if you want to follow the Karting Live TV Instagram account, it's Karting Live all TV, all lowercase. There are some various things up there. I think we'll try and put some slightly more light-hearted and amusing things there. There's a couple of amusing things actually happened Oh, there we are. Oh, look at that. Whilst I spoke, Ash, our producer, and Erskine, and if you obviously follow us in the UK, our Erskine cameraman normally has actually joined our own Instagram. Because he's the first person who's joined, I think he's in the target age group for Instagram. This is going very well. He's pulled down the average age of the current joiners from about 63 to, 53. But yeah, please join our Instagram. Karting Live TV, all lowercase. And there'll be a few, we're going to try and put a few funny little clips in. Because there are a great number of weird things that happen, amusing. Joe produced a couple of marvellous comments during the interviews, which we had to cut out for various reasons. They are clean, just don't make any sense on their own, but that's just what it is. Okay, so we can see that the MicroMaxes are really getting ready to get rolling for their first race. And to be honest, if they do hit the race off, we will have to not go with the George Nazar interview because the race is obviously more important than the interview. So I'm not sure if Joe can hear us, but you've kind of got a minute, and then I think at that point it's going to be all systems go for the races. One of the problems with the 36 kart field, which of course we had with the Senior Max Qualifying, is they all have to go through scrutineering first before that, and that's the weigh bridge and everything, before they're released for a chance for Joe to have a go at them, have a chat with them. And that isn't going to be possible. So I think we're going to have to, it looks like the MicroMaxes are absolutely rolling, getting ready for their warm-up lap. They're all, as you can see, creeping along, desperate to get started. Teddy's Prococcia on pole. And they've been released in a way. So, Joe, if you can hear me, I think we need to abandon the George's interview and you can come up and do your main job, which is commentating on racing. So, away we go. Oh, he's just got George's now. Okay, well, let's go to Joe very, very quickly, Joe, for a very quick interview. Go,
Championship
Joe.
leader once again. Championship leader on pole position for Senior Max. George, so far so good, I think is the term.
Yeah, everything's looking really swell.
Swell, absolutely. Tell us a little bit about the lap. Were you aware that it was a quick lap when you were on it?
Yeah, I was aware. We always set our laps early. I got the clean air as well, so it was just maximized.
I noticed you dropped back off that huge pack. That was deliberate, I would think.
Yeah, the pack would have slowed me down. I would have caught up to them relatively quickly, so I needed a really big gap to chase them.
Thoughts going into the race?
I want a boring, simple race. That's it.
That's not what we want, George. We want someone to challenge you.
Maybe my teammate will put up more of a show.
Yeah, brilliant. Well done, George. Pole position.
Well, very conveniently there. They decided to do 2 warm-up laps, which has made things much easier. Here is the grid. Tadeusz Projectia. As you can see, we saw before. Then we've got in second place, it's Rurapat Sekigwat. Liam Ohanan is in third. And then Enzo Falzano, Alexander Feinstein, Ivan Janijevic, Samar Chopra, Saifar Khalifa, and Jensen Kelly. That's your first 10 also. So that's 9. Amar Tabatsa in 10th. I'm not sure whether they're going to give them all 2 laps, actually, because the way where they release them, they don't go past the timing zone. So I think you may see that most they may well get a double warm-up lap for all of them just because of the way they're released. And they don't cross the timing bar until they've virtually done an entire lap. So might be wrong. Don't know. Let's find out. Certainly it was useful. They decided to go with 2 this time. It gave us a chance to get that good chat with George, who's calm as ever. So they come drifting down now through the complex of 14, 15 and 16. They're going to turn now onto the main straight. That's a little bit quick. And they'll go that one. That's not going to get away, is it? Did we let go? Okay. I was a bit surprised about that because that looked a little bit rough, that start. But there we go. Certainly I think that's a generous opening. And they're up and climbing towards 5 and 7. Let's see who's leading as they come down, and they're going to sweep down the hill. I think it is Tadeusz who's taken that lead. And the 95, yep. And in second place, though, it's the 22 of Leo Hanlon. So Liam Hanlon's picked up second place for the first time around the bank corner.
5-kart train as well, Nick. 5-kart train as ever with Rotax Cadet Karting. This is what we find, and It's a high-speed game of chess, usually, isn't it? There's the first one.
Just because Anthony Davidson used it in the wet commentary.
That's my term.
I know, I can't believe it. He doesn't know about copyright or anything, does he?
Yeah, absolutely. But whether we are seeing a waiting game, I doubt very much. I think these drivers are absolutely flat out. As we complete the first lap, Nick, it's Prochazka from pole position leading, Liam O'Hanlon, Alexander Feinstein, Enzo Falzarano, Sama Chopra, Rudrapatap Shakwat, who was really, really close on the front row. He's dropped down to 6th.
I think he had a problem because he ended up in 6th. I mean, the top 5 have broken away. Obviously, he's been shuffled out at some point. And then they all, I think, quite early on, because these 5 have been a train for most of the first couple of laps. They come down the hill. And this is, I think, we're going to say this a lot. That's a much steeper downhill than it looks, and a much steeper uphill. And they're going to pop up the top. They're absolutely flat out, and they throw the cart to the right and just hang on around this bank corner.
And it's flat out, Nick. You go over that brow. You can't see the apex. You can't see where your clipping point is for the sweeping right-hander, which is slightly banked, until you go over that little lip of a brow from the very low seating position of these carts. We are potentially seeing a challenge from O'Hanlon in that second place cart. The bright green helmet there in second place, right on the tail now of Prochazka as they complete 2 laps.
Enzo Falzardo in 4th place had an absolute moment there. He kind of the cart was not pointing in the direction it was supposed to be, and the net result is he's lost about 3 cart lengths. I think he'll probably be able to tow back up to the top 3 though, but he was all over the place and not pointing where he wanted. I think he may have just hit the curb too hard. But that's our 4th place man. Still 4th. Slightly frightened the guy in 5th, Sama Chopra, but it's now a top 3 breakaway. Can they make that breakaway work? Tadeus himself actually is. I thought he was getting away himself. I think it's kind of an optical illusion. So he fires up again. So it is the red overalls of Tadeus Pogačar, our pole man leading, and it's Liam O'Hanlon in second with the green helmet and the white overalls, and the red helmet of Alexander Feinstein. He's in 3rd. Yeah,
and he looked very racy, didn't he? The Motorscape driver in 3rd place down the red and black cart. Just looking, he's actually taking a different line. He can take a different line from the 2 drivers ahead of him. And if anything, O'Hanlon looks like he might be just being stifled ever so slightly. There's the move.
By going into the lead, he's stifled himself into the lead. Right, I think it was Prochazka who was holding him up, so O'Hanlon there in that multicoloured machine there with the red, mainly blue nose underneath us now.
And that was a great move through into turn 16, which set him up nicely for a good exit speed onto the start.
I think that's a change for second as well there, as Feinstein gets into second. I'm not sure that was a mistake or whether he was used a little bit of a tin open to get through there. But Prochazka has dropped down to 3rd place.
Well, you heard Tadeusz Prochazka, who was surprised. It was his first ever pole position. So he was a little bit surprised when I first met up with him in Parc Fermé. So he'll be wanting to continue where he is and just following these 2 around, with Feinstein just ahead of him now, and the bright green and the luminous green helmet of Liam O'Hanlon, who was absolutely outstanding. 2 outstanding drives in the first 2 rounds at Al Ain.
Yeah, it's interesting. I'm just wondering whether there's a possibility whether, Tadeusz, as you say, his first pole, first time here, he's not particularly experienced as far as racing around this circuit is concerned. So he kind of got to the point where leading wasn't perhaps what was the best thing for him to do. He can get a bit of learning, but these 2 now really, really close. There's O'Hanlon holding back Alexander Feinstein. O'Hanlon said before in the green and the yellow. And it's the bright red helmet with red side pod cart of Alexander in second. They're not dropping today, but in fact, in many ways, 4th and 5th are kind of coming back to us. Well, Samir Chopra actually has picked up 4th place. Yeah,
I was about to say, Nick, that 3-cart party going on at the front has become a 5-cart party because Sama Chopra and even Jankovic has joined in, and this really is anybody's race. Looking under threat is Prochazka, as Chopra has now gone right onto his rear bumper. Prochazka now having to be very aware of the carts behind him as well as the ones in front.
Liam's just beginning to get a little bit of a gap, which is going to please Emerson M-U number 1, who goes, "Let's go, Liam," on the chat, and there's the only Liam in the field. I assume that's him. But interesting, coming down the hill there, Alexander Feinstein, who was a little bit slower around that big looping 9 to 12, 9 to 11 complex. But down the hill, really gained some time back or some distance back on Liam, and they're going to come now to this, which does seem like one of the possible overtaking points if you get it slightly wrong into 3, but I'm not sure really where the obvious places are. Because most tracks you go to, we end up with a highlight reel, which is the same overtake by 17 different cars in the same place. Here, not so sure, Joe.
Yeah, and I'm not sure whether we're going to see the faster senior and junior Rotax classes being able to make that same move at that point, because it's a very, very tricky one. But Liam O'Hanlon seem to. They're on the last lap here, Nick, so we are charging towards the checkered flag through that sweeping turn 9 there. Very exciting.
Very quickly around that. He pulls away, but basically just dives at the right-hand corner faster. You're going to see Feinstein now get right, or made a tiny error from Feinstein, but you're going to see him get a little bit closer as they come down the hill for the final time in this first MicroMax Heat. But it looks like it's going to be a first win for Liam O'Hanlon, unless he can do anything wrong. Nope, so it's going to be O'Hanlon across the line. He takes the win. Second place is Alexander Freistein. It's Tadeusz Projectka in third. Ivan Yankovic, he's actually taken fourth place on the line there from Samir Chopra in fifth. And Rurapatap Chekawan, he's going to be upset with sixth, starting second. And Enzo Falzarano is in seventh. And Mart Tabatsa is in eighth. Ivans Voronins is in ninth. And Jensen Kelly brings up the 10th place.
That's your rundown there. All 21 karts in that first heat for MicroMax. And Liam O'Hanlon, who leads the championship, more championship points, consolidating that championship lead. This is round 2 of the UAE Rotax Max Challenge, and with this being the third point scoring round in the championship, we are becoming more and more, as we get through the season, we will be becoming more and more focused towards championship positions as it becomes a little bit more intense getting towards the final rounds. The calendar, which we will repeat constantly, probably, no doubt about it.
Ad infinitum, or ad nauseum.
Yeah, from round 2 here in the middle of December. It's a 2-day meeting, but for 1 point scoring round, back down to Al Ain Raceway. For that, in the middle of January, we head off to the Dubai Kartdrome for the first time this season. That's a 2 point scoring rounds for rounds 4. And then from there, quite a unique visit to the Yas Marina circuit, where we will be using part of the Grand Prix circuit up at the West Hairpin. Again, 2 point scoring rounds for round 5. We're back to the Dubai Kartdrome in March, and then at the end of March we head back to Al Fassan, back here to Al Fassan I should say, for round 7, and then the championship finalises with 2 point scoring rounds at the Al Ain Raceway on the 11th and 12th of April. So it's a long way off yet. We are going to talk about championships, and it's kind of a bit bizarre talking about consolidating championship positions here at the third scoring round, effectively the third round of a championship. But it does all matter, and Liam O'Hanlon will be delighted with that heat win. It's just showing pace. I think Tadeusz Projectka will be happy with a third place there. He was delighted and surprised to be on the pole position. He will start the second heat for MicroMax. That's due at about 11:45, so just about towards midday for the second time. We'll see. That'll be out for their pre-final. Again, points up for grabs for that. Little bit slightly longer duration. 10 minutes for the pre-final duration. Should see about 8 laps. 10 kilometres in race distance. But next, we focus on the Minimax Championship, being led by British driver Albie J. Stubbs. He took the win in the first round at Al Ain, the first point scoring round, that is. Attica Mayer, who's second in the championship. Well, Attica, who will start on the pole position, of course. She took the win in the second of the finals at Al Ain. Benjamin Kračović, he had a second place in the first final, and he dropped off a little bit in the second final. Didn't quite, I think there was an incident there, if my memory serves me rightly, that mixed the field up a little bit, but it's still all up for grabs here. And we've got some very, very good drivers. We're being joined, of course, by Dian Singh Pahal, who is across from the UK, having just taken the MicroMax British Championship. He took the British Championship win just a couple of months ago now, and he also took the Vice Championship second in the UKC Championship in MicroMax. He moves up into the Minimax Championship. This is great preparation for him going forward into his European season. And we get to chat to Dean in the paddock show, which is coming up at lunchtime. Stand by for that. You'll certainly get the audio if you're here at the track, and you'll certainly see Dean, and he's delighted to be out in the sunshine here in the UAE. And I think he mentions also that it is great to be able to race across the British winter time in what will be nigh on perfect conditions. It is getting a little bit warmer out there. It's slowly creeping to what we're going to see. The forecast is for highs of 30 to 32 degrees, which gives us a track temperature in the mid-45s, sort of mid-40s. So that's a very, very hot, perfect track conditions. Not too hot, and certainly not cold. Certainly not taking 3 or 4
Well, the umbrellas
laps
are out now. The umbrellas weren't out for the drivers during qualifying, so now they're getting
hot.
They're getting the full treatment now.
It's getting hot.
Louisiana goes Enzo Axel. Do it for the Philippines. I don't know if he's Enzo Axel in this one. I don't know. I haven't got that kind of complete knowledge of who's in every single heat. Welcome to all of you who are enjoying the broadcast, which is many and varied across our 2 streams.
Tell us where you are as well in the world. Tell us where you are in the world, because that's massive interest. It's very, very early in the UK and very, very early in continental Europe.
Yeah, I'll be interested to know how many people, apart from Gaz, who has to do it.
Well,
I'll be interested to know how many people are actually joining us.
He's coming to the end of his working day, though, hasn't he?
Yeah, that's true.
It's not like he's got up early. But, of course, with the magic of YouTube, you can, whatever time you get up in the UK, you can join us and watch us live. I'm sure you can join us for the finals going forward. So the finals are scheduled for 2:20 this afternoon. The first of our finals being a MicroMax. That's first on the program card, so to speak. So that's 10:20 in the UK. So if you are familiar with Karting Live TV, you can pick us up for the finals and then catch up with the heats and the pre-finals after you see who takes top honours for the Alpha San round. The classes are for 10 to 13-year-olds for this Minimax class. We've just seen the MicroMax out. That's for starting at 8 years old. That's our cadet class, effectively, in the world of Rotax Max Challenge.
Nope.
Umbrellas
away.
Umbrellas away. We're about to get going. Minimax is for 10 to 13-year-olds, and it's exactly the same chassis, the 950 chassis with the same size tyres. The engines are slightly less restricted, so you've got a little bit more power as you go up the age range. So for the 10 to 13-year-olds, are slightly less restricted, so you have got more power. You will be able to carry more speed out of the corners and on the top end towards the end of the straight here at Alpha San into turn 1, which is a very, very fast right-hander, 90-degree right-hander. And of course,
the downside, of course, you've also got a bit more weight, haven't you? More power, more weight.
And even more weight if you're turning out to grow a little bit more quickly than
there's a real
than your race mechanic wants you to.
There's a real incentive not to grow. Hence the reason that we hear a lot of people getting early upgrades or up links to Junior Max, because obviously just these days people are a bit bigger and better nourished. So I think
getting into the evolution of human beings here.
Well, we won for an hour. Why ever not? I'm thinking they're doing 2 laps.
Ah, right. So the MicroMax were allowed another lap.
Yeah, I just think because they don't cross the timing bar. I'm just wondering,
yes.
And the fact that no one's I might be wrong, but they certainly knew they're getting 2 laps beforehand.
They've triggered something because they have appeared.
Through the format, yeah.
They're very strung out here. All right, we're only about 2/3 around the lap. It's a really, really long lap here at Alpha San. Or it feels it. The lapping pretty much average sort of lap times what we see in the regular 1,1300 metre
No, they're going for 1 by looks of it.
It's a 1,228 metre circuit here at Alpha San. It's got they've crammed a lot of features into that 1,200 plus metres, and they are getting ready to start. So as they come out of the final turn and head towards the acceleration line, no, that's not the final turn. We're still in the middle of the S's here. Yes. We're getting into the left-hander. They've just come out of a corner, Nick, that has got a real massive compression. Now, here is the final turn. They'll ease towards the acceleration line. Attica Mir on the pole position. And we are racing towards turn 1. Attica Mir's got a comfortable lead around the outside, though, and down the inside, she's lost out.
Butchard there, brilliant little run by Oliver there.
I think that's Kračević.
Is it Kračević? I thought it was 188.
Yeah, the 183.
Oh, 3 and 8, very, very similar.
Very similar, yes.
This is old eyes, but that was a beautiful run up the inside. Oh, he's really kicking some curbs there. He's leaving nothing on the table.
Yeah, and that really affected him, didn't it? Coming out the chicane, he lost time. Mir
I think
right on his bumper.
Rian Kabrashin has got himself into third place as well in the 109. He has.
Yes, he has. Yeah.
So quite a big shuffle about, wasn't there in the first few corners? The first two have broken away. They sweep round the 9-10 loop complex.
Well, the tyres will be pressured not to be there after just one rolling lap. There's Mir into the lead. Yeah. Attica Mir says, excuse me, that's mine. This is the compression I was talking to you about, Nick.
Yeah.
It's a real massive compression. It really rattles your kidneys for these youngsters, even on the Intermax class. And Mir hanging on to the cart there. It was almost throwing her out of the seat as Kračević down the inside into turn 1, but Mir chops in front of him.
Yeah, that was quite an aggressive "you're not coming through" there from Attica. She's, of course, some of these drivers were here last week, of course, on an arrive and drive basis at the Champions of the Future. So some of them got quite a bit of practice already in at the Forsan Circuit. But Mir there, and again, actually, Kračević taking a little bit too much curb, I think, on another occasion there. Down the hill they come.
She's already edged a gap, hasn't she? She's pulled out a few cards lengths to Benjamin.
DN Singh Patel just took third place there. He did. DN Singh Patel's got past Rian Khan Rashid. So the British MicroMax champion making his debut, we believe. Actually, I think it's his debut out in the UAE. He might be wrong. Might have done it last year. But let's pretend it is, making his debut here. And I think he is under a real scrap
third.
there.
Yeah.
He had got the third, but then Rian was saying, I'm not having that. So the two young lads coming down the hill fighting hard.
And that's the 177.
I think Gray's got past
Austin Gray, yeah.
Got Rehan Khan as well. So not a great lap for him, but as they shuffle themselves out there, normally you don't see quite so much shuffling because we've had qualifying, so we've not got mixed grids, but they're all over the shop. These people have been put in order of one lap pace, but that isn't necessarily race pace.
Yeah, the 109 there looking like he wants to come back. Rian Khan Rashid trying to hang on to the rear bumper of Austin Gray. Oof. Oh, and getting it all wrong out of the chicane there.
Didn't lose too much time, oddly, there, Joe, because you think he's flying out over there, and I think he's lost like less than half a cart length. So
I think because of the presence of that right-hand hairpin, very, very quickly, you can kind of brush that aside because you're already on the brakes and trying to scrub off all of that speed to take the right-hand hairpin. This is the fastest section of the track here, and then into that hairpin right there, keep the cart across to the right, and then maximise this section here through the S's. Attica Mir still leading. Benjamin Kračević, who was dominant last weekend here in the Champions of the Future. He's got a bit more competition here. Dian Singh Pahal in third and trying to get on terms with the two carts in front of him. The British champion there in the orange and yellow helmet. And that's the battle between Austin Gray and Rian Khan Rashid. The red overalls of Rashid right there on the bumper of Austin Gray, Nick.
Yeah, just those who are looking at the time, but it says lap 3 out of 7. It means they've completed 3 laps. They're not on lap 3, they've completed 3 laps. It's just the way the Apex timing system works. So they are currently on lap 4. So the laps are completed laps. Hence the reason the last lap it will say 6, because they've completed 6 laps and they're on their 7th lap. It's just a different way of doing it. But just to, I had a little question from someone here going, what's going on? That's why. So it's not wrong, it's just a different way of doing it.
Yeah, once you know what you're looking at, you know.
And that's it.
Yeah,
so we're telling you to help you out, so you know what you're looking at.
This is turning into an absolute ding-dong of a battle for third place. Dian Singh Pahal there in the bright yellow helmet there, just hanging on, just keeping the JNKD of Austin Gray behind him. Austin Gray looking like he's about to challenge. These are Austin Gray with the British flag representing Great Britain. Dian Singh Pahal flying the Indian flag, but he is from Great Britain, of course.
Yeah, Singh Pahal there. Obviously moving up to Mini-Max from his MicroMax exploits in the British Championships.
A duck to water comes to mind, doesn't
it?
it?
I don't think it's the biggest jump, is it? Really,
no.
You know, there's other bigger jumps. The jump
well,
from
the jump
Bambinos to
into Max into juniors is quite a leap because you're bigger chassis, more grip, more physical.
He gets a little bit more aggressive as well with the driver wise.
Yes,
to be honest.
So
top 2, Mir's got herself away beautifully. Karačević is in second, so he's looking for the points. This is the battle down the hill for those this third. Dean Singh Patel holding on hard from Austin Gray. Gray in the blue and white car. Dean Singh Patel with the yellow and red helmet, and the red car wobbling his Nassau panel. And if you like Nassau panels, well, at some point today we're going to show you an in-depth aerodynamic investigation into what the Nassau panel is doing up the inside. Oh, and cut off there, but not happy at all there, Karacevic.
Yeah, Singh Pahal had to kind of go off track there to accommodate Austin Gray. I think Austin Gray's lost out there.
Gray
and we've had a massive change.
It was Gray, I'll say correct for a minute, Gray was in way. Did Gray pick back in that position again or not? It is the 177 of Gray. He got back in it. He was upset for a bit. I think actually behind them, it was the kind of, I think, Albert J. Stubbs and co, because it was also Paul Schwartzman who didn't quite take advantage of the kerfuffle there when they could have popped through for a couple more places.
Well, Attica Meir continues to lead, putting in the fastest lap of the race last time by. We're into the final third of this lap, and we've had a change for third position as Austin Gray has finally got ahead of Dean Singh Pahal. And now we see the JNKD driver pulling away a little bit and leaving Pahal into the clutches of another JNKD driver, it looks like.
He's in the JNKD sandwich.
That's Schutzman, isn't it?
So, yeah, I mean, it's interesting that immediately Gray's got away. So I think that Gray's obviously, his cart's come on song. There's going to be a little bit of I'm sure, a little bit of post-mortem in the Mumbai Falcons tent as they work out where the pace went for Dean Singh Patel after a couple of laps. But we are now on the last lap, Joe.
As we continue watching this battle for third downwards, the lead battle is seventh. There's a 7/10 gap between Attica Meir, who we've kind of neglected because she's just gone off there. But Benjamin Karacevic has gone quicker. He's put in the fastest lap there on the penultimate lap now. But time is running out to bridge that 7/10 of a second gap.
Yeah, just coming towards the end of the race now. So it's the last lap. Let's see if we can pick up Attica as she comes across the line.
She's just coming down through the S's now. Karacevic has certainly closed the gap. Now, whether that's down to Attica just coasting towards the checkered flag, that body panel on the front just wobbling around a bit, that'll need to be refixed. But here he goes. Attica Meir takes the win in the first heat, in the heat phase of this, and will gain a bit of ground in the championship on LBJ Stubbs, who finished in 8th place there. But behind Attica Meir, Benjamin Karacevic catching. Well, I say catching, 7/10 of a second was the gap there between the Axel GP driver Meir and Karacevic for JNKD. He was joined in just behind him, Austin Gray in 3rd place. Dean Singh Pahal hung on very boldly to that 4th place. Paul Schutzman for JNKD was 5th, and then we had Rian Khan Rashid for Axel GP. NI Racing with Mikhail Mitrokin was next up in 7th, LBJ Stubbs in 8th, and then Oliver Butchard for Synergy was 9th, and rounding off the top 10, William Mazzali. Max Patton, Gleb Ogipov, Adam Fleury, Zua Turkey, Kerr Ivanov, Mubarak Mohammed rounds off the 16th place, and the last of the finishers. We lost Mikhail and Raphael on the first lap. And I'm not sure what happened there. But Mikhail coming together with Raphael, call me a detective, the Mumbai Falcons coming together with the Atal Corsa Middle East entry and ending their race
so what
after
you're saying,
one lap.
Inspector Bradley, is there could have been a coming together between those two?
Well, that's a coincidence, isn't it? They're both sort of...
Yeah, you don't like a coincidence, do you?
Yes.
There's no such thing as a coincidence. Yes, it's all much deeper meaning. Next out will be Junior Max.
Now then, out for their heat. I'm sure that's a misprint. How long was that? We've got a...
No, it's not.
It's 8 laps.
It's 8 laps. Yeah, it's not 12 minutes race. It's 8 laps. It's just the mass amount of time they've given them.
Of course. The duration for Junior Max completes 8 laps much more quicker. So that's why we've got 10 minutes.
Much more
duration.
quickly, yes.
So we got it's 8 laps this time, so slightly longer for the Junior Max lot. After Junior Max, we've got DD2s out for the first time under race conditions. And then Senior Max rounds off the heat phase. We'll get straight on into the pre-finals, taking us through our classes up to the lunch break, where you can see our paddock show. When are you playing the aerodynamic feature, by the way? Is that going out in the lunch break as well?
No, it's probably going to go out at the end.
Right,
Before the podium, yes.
Yeah, we've got a great little program that we put together a little while ago with a friend of mine who is a professional aerodynamicist.
He's an aerodynamicist for the company you think doesn't know what aerodynamics are, but actually do. It's very important.
Well, he's an aerodynamicist for Jaguar Land Rover. He's a design engineer, and he basically takes. So you've seen the front fairings. Attica Mears, for instance, was wobbling around.
Yes, that wasn't deliberate.
And disturbing the air. I'm not sure that was deliberate. No, Adam Mulvaney and Luca Mulvaney are looking after Attica's kart. They'll be set to work with reaffixing that, I think, and continuing. Top job there, by the way, from Axel GP. And J&KD, once again, not that far away. Dian Singh Pahal here with the Mumbai Falcons team. And I asked him, and as you'll see in the paddock show, I asked him if he was in for the rest of the season.
Oh, look, there's your two karts being rescued from the previous race.
Whose is that then, Nick?
Well, it's 136 is one of them. And they both are being rescued from the same place. So I think your concept that they may have been involved in some sort of incident together.
Yes, again, that's Mikhail Ferdok-Flebo and Rafael Zagati being brought back to the paddock. Yes, I know that feeling, being brought back on a trailer.
You must have been in much I had to get myself back on a trailer. I've never been brought back on a trailer.
We used to have a trailer at Rowra.
Well,
and we had a trailer at Langbar, which is Teesside.
There was no trailer
and
at
we had a
Buckmore
trailer
Park,
at Felton.
There was no trailer at Buckmore Park, and there was no trailer at Tilbury.
It was quite an embarrassment.
There was
really.
an ambulance at Tilbury.
Usually,
which I knew about.
Usually, it was down to your engine seizing mostly.
Yeah,
being brought back.
Nipped up. Yeah, often by the time he'd been sat there for 10 minutes, it eased off again.
I'm going to show my age here. It was a Pirelli TT27.
Yeah, I had one of those.
Yeah, everybody had one of those. Everybody did.
I used to hate those roller bearings. Used to hate those.
Oh, don't. Thankfully, we're
Kids
in the
today don't know what we're talking about. Don't know what we're talking about.
Thankfully, we're in the 21st century, and Rotax Max has changed the world of karting, hasn't it?
Oh, as you sit there, and they press the button, the thing starts, and my envy goes through the roof.
Reputedly, 30 hours, it says on the label, 30 hours between servicing. Not 3, 30.
Well,
Brilliant.
3?
Yes. Wow. It used to be 3 hours.
No, I'm about to say 3 sounds a lot.
Yeah, I'm not saying it used to last that long. But I'm just saying servicing protocol.
Just you really getting some pace on, and then you go. Oh,
I see Gaz hasn't gone to bed, has he?
No, it's all right. Gaz and I have had some conversations. It's okay.
Yes.
So hopefully, just to remind you, if you are listening, please join our Instagram. I think that's I believe that's our plaintive cry for the day.
When you
join
say
our Instagram, Karting Live TV. No. You have to give me a chance to build up and then give the address.
You're building the tension.
You can't go, please join Instagram, stop the conversation, move on. I was still in the conversation.
Well, Attica Mayer is on the nosy with her Instagram because
she's already cut and pasted it.
Our little poll interview was already up there.
Well, there we go. See, this is what we need. We obviously aren't. We've probably got a social media manager who's worked all night and is absolutely tired to heck. Anyway, so yes. Karting Live TV, all lowercase. Karting Live TV, all lowercase on Instagram.
And she sent it to me.
She's got 12,000 followers.
How lovely.
We've got 7. We've got 7. She's got 12,000. I mean, where you started this weekend, in fairness.
I tell you what, keep right, okay, I'm going to say it now. What's the date, by the way? It's the 16th of November, 2025.
Right.
Attica Mayer is on the road, is on a career path here. She's karting, but she's on a career path. Now, also in the paddock show, we talked to the El Kabisi sisters. We know her father, Khaled, who went to Le Mans, won his class at Le Mans, done a lot of world endurance sports car racing.
Dubai 24 hours on a couple of occasions?
The sisters have been a big part of the motorsport scene in the UAE, and the older sister has raced in the F1 Academy. Attica Mayer is a driver, a young lady, who just turned 11 the other day. So she's on the very early stages. She is going to be a part of, no doubt about it. We're going to see her in single-seaters and at the sharp end of the grid in single-seaters. And I wish her all the very best there in the world of motorsport. And we feel very proud to be able to watch these youngsters at this early stage of their career path, moving into cars. She's not the only one who we'll see in single-seaters, of course. But she's certainly showing a lot of promise. And we know how quick she is over a lap on the pole position. But also racecraft. We saw her have to fight for that lead back and then consolidate it. So that was a very, very good drive.
Gavin Hill says, morning, guys. Have a great day. Watching the DD2s, which are on after this one.
Now then, Gavin, I remember Gavin
Do you?
Yeah.
I remember Gavin.
Where are you? Remind me where you're watching from, Gavin, would you? It's great to have you along. We've got the Junior Max out for their first heat of the day, and the championship is being led by that driver on pole position. Now, you see the kart on the right-hand side, on the right-hand queue, carrying the O plate. That's Conor Clancy. He's showing 294, which is his race number, but having been the owner of the O plate, having won that, he has the choice to run that or his race number 294. So a little bit of confusion there. 294 on the timing bar, but he's actually the O plate.
He's a lot lighter.
Let's stick it to him.
Let's stick it to him, yeah.
Gaz Bury will be able to tell us exactly what that weighs then.
Yes, I think he's saving 50.
He's a rapper.
50 with a W.
With a W.
I think he's saving about 15 grams. That obviously doesn't really matter because it's minimum weight.
15 grams, wow. Yeah, he's probably making
But financially it saved us money as well because those numbers cost money individually, don't they?
Yeah, I suppose.
Yeah, so he's probably saved 7 or 8 dirhams.
Well, actually, I think it's got nothing to do with weight, or I think it's more to do with prestige.
Right. Prestige.
I think he's absolutely delighted to be carrying that O plate, and he's carrying that O plate proudly. He's also leading the championship with 2 wins in the first 2 point-scoring rounds at Al Ain. He is the question on everyone's lips is who can beat him? Is it going to be Via Chopra, who's alongside and possibly at a disadvantage with Mitansh Jain on that second row on the inside line going through that right-hander? It's a very fast first turn here, which would get our first glimpses of the Rotax Max carts going into it. They file out just on the outside of turn 1, up and over the hill at 2, and then hairpin left, sweeping uphill, start climbing here through almost a hairpin, and then into a very fast left-right chicane. Do that, Nick. And then out of the chicane, down to a hairpin, down, plunging downhill, really steep here. And then a little bit of an incline, climbing back up and over that little lip of a brow. Then you look for the apex through that very, very fast sweep. Positive camber there, carrying the carts through. And here you need to brake and turn at the same time. And you'll see carts running out here. Now, this is perhaps the most technical part of any kart track you'll ever see anywhere in the world. You've got a sequence of left, right, all the way to the end of the lap. And it's here that you can get it all wrong if you're carrying too much momentum. This right-hander that the cart's the pole position right, there's a massive compression there at speed, which you'll see. Not so noticeable at rolling pace lap speed. And then through the left-hander, which they're about to go through at turn 14.
Oh, yeah,
Sorry, 16.
16 now going left, yeah.
And then the final turn here, very, very tight here, but you've got to carry as much.
Being very well behaved, aren't they?
Yes, they are. Here we go then, towards the acceleration line. Are we going to give them the go-ahead? Off we go.
Chopper chopped across, didn't he?
Yes, he did, trying to get round, and he's aware.
And that's all gone horribly wrong, and that's the nose has gone, Chopra's gone.
I think that was Chopra's nose, actually. I might be wrong on that one, but that has taken Conor Clancy and Via Chopra. The front row of the grid is gone.
Did Clancy not get away with it?
I think he might have continued. Let's have a look at the kartshop.me.
I think Clancy carried on.
So the black and white M&M kart is Via Chopra.
He's come across.
And Clancy clipped
No, he
the
didn't.
curb.
You're right. Clancy didn't. No, absolutely not. He looks like he's rejoined it initially in third.
But he's down. Now Clancy hit the curb on the inside, which bounced him into Chopra. And that was just unfortunate, crowding into that very, very fast right-hander there. And who was that left? He's left all alone, a very lonely lead here.
Is it Mitansh Jain on the 255?
It is indeed.
Yeah.
It is indeed. Mitansh Jain, who is second in the championship, will lead across the line for the first heat here at Al Forsan. As the rest of the field come through, it's Oliver Spencer in second. Conor Clancy has come through in third. He's got away with that one.
He got away a bit, hopefully with no damage. It was quite a heavy hit on his front wheel. Chopra, I think, has he continued? Was he stranded on the side? Obviously, he hasn't got a bumper. He'll have to stop.
I'm going to look for him down the order. He hasn't appeared on my
screen.
So
second and third right here. So Clancy now recovering from that kind of shock at the start of the race. Chopra did come across really quickly, and up the inside, Clancy takes second place.
23rd place for Via Chopra through to complete his first lap. And the O-plate, Conor Clancy from the pole position, now on a recovery drive and chasing after Mitansh Jain.
Yeah, he got the second place there going down round through the hairpin. But that was a quite impressive. I mean, Chopra did come across, but he had got in fairness, he got the line.
it was more to do with Conor Clancy clobbering the inside curb, which bounced him off.
Which is perhaps because Chopper had come across and squeezed him a bit more to the left, to the right than he wanted to be. But
that came, Nick, from Chopper being very, very conscious of the second place guy, the driver in third place, being able to squeeze down the inside. And that you could see what was going on in Chopper's head. I would have done exactly the same as him. He had to do what he had to do.
No, I think he started well. I think it's. Do you think that's going to trouble the stewards or not? Or is he just racing in some lap
I don't know.
one?
Matt was hovering behind our shoulders there, looking at our coverage there of turn one again.
There's the car that's lost its nose.
The carchop.me replay was very handy.
Is there no nose on that cart? Yes. So the second cart in there is the cart that lost its nose. There it is. So that's lost. So the cart currently there, it's dropping in position. Should get a flag. 2205 Jack Doe. Yeah, he was the person who was involved in that and got his nose wiped off the cart. Now I assume he'll get a mechanical.
I think he's got 5 seconds. Oh, he has got a mechanical. Yes,
that's
he has.
Really bad luck for him.
Yes, he has. Technical flag.
Massively bad luck for him because he was just, the cart came across him, wiped his nose off. What can you do? But there is luck involved in motor racing. It's what Alan Nish once said. Yeah, don't believe in luck. There is luck, Alan.
Was he from Wales?
He is now. Yeah.
That was Nick's Scottish impression of Alan
I'd like to point out Alan Nish, multiple
former Toyota Formula 1 driver,
and multiple Le Mans winner, irons his underpants. That's all you need to know about him.
And the reason Nick knows that is because he shared a room with him once or twice.
Yeah, that's right. Way back in '97. That's how old I am.
So we're on lap 4, Nick. This will be half distance when they cross the line, just dragging us back to professionalism there. Talking about dining underpants.
Dining? I know he wasn't eating them.
Ironing. Here we go. Conor Clancy, the fastest car on the track at the moment. It remains to be seen whether he's got a drop nose. That nose does look a little bit low for my liking.
I think he hit the wheel. I think he hit the wheel though, Joe. I think that's why. I think if he'd hit the nose, I think that it wouldn't have had the same effect. I'm
not quite sure what the concertina effect was there, but is he catching? So it's 1.4 seconds. He's got to get back to Mitanj Jain. They're on lap 5 now. Mitanj Jain just coming into the right-hand hairpin at the top of the hill there at turn 7. Down the hill they go to that downhill plunge to turn 8, the hairpin. It's like a textbook hairpin, that. It reminds me of my Scale Extric set, that, where you sort of stack the DVD cases underneath just to give you a bit of elevation.
This is the thing. This is a man who's come back to Scale Extric. Because there were no DVDs when I was a child.
Yeah.
You would do it on library books.
Yeah, absolutely.
Books you got and if you changed your library books, sometimes they weren't the right height anymore.
Absolutely.
It's Oliver Spencer who picked up third off that kerfuffle on the first lap and second and then dropped to third. It's Aaron Mason running fourth, Leo Einer who's in fifth, Harrison Stevens in sixth, and Samuel Turner in seventh. They've all dropped back. Interestingly, if Clancy has got a nose penalty, I think he'd only fall as far as fifth.
Well, he's certainly gaining ground. He's took about 0.3 of a second off Jain's lead. We are on lap 6 now, so 2 more laps after this one. That's the third place car, just tails away through the top of the track there, on the top of the hill there at the turns 5 and 6 chicane. They're at the bottom of the hill now. And Conor Clancy, you can see we're not going to be needing a stopwatch soon, as I think he's gone within a second. He's in DRS range, if that was even a thing in Junior Rotax Max. He's definitely now getting towards feeling a little bit of toe maybe on that start-finish straight from the leading cart of Mitanj Jain through the final turn now.
2 laps in the corner to go, so I'm not sure, even with that current couple of tenths gain a lap, it's going to be enough. I think Jain's going to be able to hold on. He's going to say thank you very much for the 2 people in front of me disappearing off and handing me this chance to score a hatful of points. I don't think he's really been out of pace either. I mean, you've no idea whether Jain's absolutely at full extent or not, or whether he's just holding it back by 2 or 3 tenths because he can.
No, I think we're seeing these drivers drive as quickly as they can and consolidate whatever. I don't think there's any kind of. Yeah, he looks over his shoulder there, puts his head down. He's pushing hard. So it's Jain in the lead. Conor Clancy closing that gap ever so slightly now towards the checkered flag. Oliver Spencer in third. Aaron Mason fourth. Leo Anya in fifth. Harrison Stevens sixth. Seventh is Seveli Kojai. Eighth is Pierre Abu Douan. Jaden Hidding is in ninth. Rounding off the top 10 is Brandon Londono carrying the Canadian flag. Into the final lap now, Nick.
Yeah, hitting there in ninth done well because he didn't hit qualifying, so he started right at the back. Currently, I think scored in 4th or so, or 5th in the championship after the first couple of points scored. It's a good comeback to him to 9th, 8th now, in fact. So he's climbing through the field, and of course he'll start in that position for the pre-final. So it's a slow climb back from a non-start in qualifying. But the front, it's Mitash Jain, who has led from the second corner. He is being closed down by Clancy, but Clancy's only got about a third of a lap or half a lap to get there.
Yeah, we know how quick Conor Clancy is. This is also the championship battle. Conor Clancy came into this round in the lead of the championship. He's on 204 points with Mitash Jain in second place on 172. So this will close the gap ever so slightly as we get towards the final couple of corners here. You can see the momentum. There's left and right sweeps of the S's there. And Jain takes a checkered flag and a fine heat
and
win
a
there.
thumbs up from
and
some random arm.
Yes,
what a
indeed.
waving arm.
Yes.
All the random arms there. Of course, they can hear me saying random arms now, can't they? So we'll get more random arms.
Yes, I'm not sure what that signal
I don't think it was rude. I think we're right. It's okay. I don't think there's a problem.
So Mitash Jain for Mumbai Falcons. It's the Mumbai Falcons 1, 2, 3 actually, Nick. Conor Clancy, his teammate, in second. Oliver Spencer, their teammate, in third. And then George Gibbons Motorsport for Aaron Mason in 4th place. GNKD's Leo Anya is in 5th. Harrison Stevens in 6th place. In 7th is Savalai Kojai. Jaden Hidding from the back of the field up to 8th. Cracking drive there. Pierre Abu Dewan was 9th. Brando Londono was 10th. We then, just outside the top 10, Ray Haber, Derek Rivera, Via Chopra regaining ground from second on the grid. That incident at turn 1 recovers to 13th. There was a damage limitation. The Iron Dames driver Angelina Simmons for M&M. Angelina in 14th there. Axel Nockom in 15th. Samuel Turner was 16th. Then we've got Floris Schenkenberg, Johansa Senanaikai, Giuseppe Monterari, Aaron Otak. And then we've got Mapangada, Seti. Baramov was the last of the finishers, with Qureshi, Do and Haroun unfortunately not completing that heat for Junior Rotax. First of the DD2 heats coming up next then, and it's all about Tyler Harris. We have a different pole position though. Adam Malek is the driver that has taken pole position for DD2, and that is the next of our next grid of drivers lining up. Again, another championship battle at the front of the grid. Tyler Harris leading after 2 wins at Al-Ain. He's on 220 points. Behind him, though, is our pole sitter, Adam Malek, on 186 points, with a 2nd and 3rd place in the 2 finals at Al-Ain. We've got Hamza Ashisho in 3rd place, Moritz Knopses in 4th, Kyle Blockley in 5th, Sami Al-Assad in 6th. Greg Watt for Honolulu Racing is 7th in the championship, and Bernardo Del Castillo is in 8th place in the championship. We're being joined by Tony, though, aren't we? Coming out of retirement for preparation for the World Finals. And that is what is up for grabs in the UAE RMC. We are. This championship goes towards qualification for the 2026 Rotax Max Challenge World Finals, the 2025 event to take place in a couple of weeks. The first weekend of December, we will see everybody convene at Bahrain, and the UAE team is already formed. Our representative from MicroMax is Benjamin Krachovic. Our Minimax contender, Ari Kallenberg, and Oliver Spencer. Oliver Spencer qualifying in, I think I was told, Portugal. I might be wrong there. If you know otherwise, let me know. Our Junior Rotax qualifier for the World Finals is Nathan Kappen. Our senior qualifier is Omar Ghanum. DD2 and DD2 Masters is Max Dexter and, of course, Tony Hogg. The E2 Masters qualifier is Moritz Knopies. And we will see, and we will do a little bit of a presentation process, presentation ceremony. tonight at this evening's or early tea time, really, isn't it?
Tea time.
Tea time, yeah. Just before our trophy presentation for the second round of Al Forsan, we are going to be presenting our World Final qualifiers and wishing them very, very the best of luck representing the UAE
Absolutely.
in Bahrain in a couple of weeks.
Follow up to a question you asked earlier. It's from Gavin Hill. He's watching from Dubai. He said, we met at Al Ain. I was doing some practice, but I'll be on the grid soon.
Right, okay. Yes. Yes. We need you on the grid now.
Well, literally.
Come on. Tony Hogg out of retirement is what I was mentioning there. Out of retirement to keep race fit,
right.
I think, is the unofficial line. Out of retirement because he can't stay away, I think, is the truth of the matter. So that's our parc fermé for the junior Rotax field there. The number 332 cart. Sorry, that's senior Rotax getting ready, isn't it? That's just below us. That's senior Rotax. Not the junior Max. That's not parc fermé at all. That's the pre-collecting area.
That's the pre-collecting area.
That's the collecting area.
The
collecting area for the collecting area.
The DD2s are on the ground.
Yes, the DD2s on the ground.
Waiting to get rolling.
There they are. That is Kyle Blockley then, not having a great qualifying session, I think, for Kyle. And then Greg Watt there, you can see the bright green, well, the luminous yellow actually, isn't it, of Greg Watt, Honolulu Racing, who's another driver who we get to chat to in the paddock show. We chat to Greg Watt about the number 555 and the Honolulu Racing.
Look at this, we're doing profile shots now. That's very arty, isn't it?
It is. Now, if Henry was here, he'd be able to tell us who that kid was.
Don't point out, we don't know. No, it's definitely him, yes. Thingy McThingy, yes.
For all the Henry Baudet fans out there, and I know there's loads of you, he will be back for the next round at Al Ain in December. For
some reason, I don't know why it is, he chose 14 days in Las Vegas over us.
Yes.
It is 14 days. He's out for 2 weeks.
Is that for 2 weeks?
He's out for 2 weeks, yeah.
He's not going to come back. He's going to disappear,
No,
isn't
that
he?
is going to...
2 weeks?
No.
Who would?
But don't forget, he's going to Macau after that.
How can you cope with 2 weeks in Las Vegas?
Well,
it's a 3-night town.
I think financially, not very well normally.
Yes, absolutely.
Let's hope they pay him a lot.
Oh, well, he might be living in his car when he gets back.
Well, if Malcolm hasn't taken it.
So we wish Henry all the very best of luck. He's on the other side of the world, quite literally here.
12 hours behind us, so it's actually 10 o'clock at night there.
He's, yeah, absolutely. So he could well be watching.
That means he'll be out there for the Grand Prix if he's out there next weekend as well.
He may even have the F1 comms job.
Look,
that would be great. That would be great. That would be great.
That would be great, actually, yes.
Yes.
That would tell a few people how things should be done.
Yes, that would be great.
But
vote for Henry for F1.
Is there some sort of voting for Henry?
I don't know.
Joe's learning to read now, which is taking a while. So there's a kind of a weird Clapsy's going up the front of the grid there. I'm not sure if it's a warm-up exercise of some sort.
So I'm not sure what the hold-up is here. I know we've had a few...
Are we late? I mean,
well, the recovery trailer is out on the far side of the track there, which I think is where it lives.
Oh, I think it's going back to its parking spot.
So we're waiting for that to get back to be ready for deployment.
We're not late yet.
No, we're not. No, we're on schedule.
There's a lot of space.
Now, DD2s, as we are saying people now, it really is getting hot out there, isn't it? Temperatures begin to rise to, what have we got here? 30 degrees is the ambient temperature. 30 degrees ambient temperature will give us about a 45, 46 track temperature by my ad hoc estimation.
It's 28 officially on my phone. Gets to be 30 in about an hour's time.
That's the official temperature.
Yeah, but it was saying that an hour ago as well.
Was it really? Okay.
But it has warmed up. I mean, what you have to realise is one of the advantages. I know we have an international audience, but you have a British commentary crew, so the weather's very important to us.
It is. We talk about the weather a lot, even though we've mentioned the weather forecast, which isn't going to change. However, At round 1, it did change. We had a sandstorm and a little bit of precipitation.
So everyone was sitting there going,
very
those
English.
Brits are talking about the weather again. Why are they doing that? It's Abu Dhabi. It's going to be fine. But no, it wasn't fine. No, we had a sand, so it was very exciting for us. It's like, a new bit of, I've never had that weather before.
Well, the technicalities of going motor racing is very, very weather dependent, and track temperature is a massive factor as to what tyre pressure you choose to start your race with. And these DD2 drivers who... I mean, it's busy enough around here at Al Fassan. It's busy enough driving a senior Rotax Max kart, but to add then just to add in the complexity of giving you two gear ratios, a two-ratio gearbox, I should say.
It just seems unfair.
It's just like, why complicated? But these drivers love it. They absolutely love it. And you'll see the Greg West, the chat that we have with Greg West is, Greg Watt, is an absolutely delight because he's just beaming and smiling the whole interview. And when I ask him about driving the car, he's just like, he's loving it.
Yeah.
So light breeze as we see.
Yeah,
as we look across the track there.
I've done the wind weather as well.
Oh, have you?
Well, the wind direction changed this morning. It's very exciting. 1 minute it was this, the next minute it was just going a slightly different direction.
Yeah, perfect conditions here. Just waiting to get our DD2 field out and
They
on
should
track.
be starting now.
Well, they're not, because there's some karts that haven't got drivers in them, and probably just sort of staying out of the kart just to sort of keep in the breeze, cooling off.
I think there is something going on the top left of the track for some reason. Top right of the track, sorry.
Is there recovery going on?
I don't know. I didn't think anyone broke down. We're not getting any green flags waved yet, so the track's not clear yet.
If you've just joined us, you have joined us at round 2 of the UAE RMC, the Rotax Max Challenge here in the United Arab Emirates. Round 2 at the Forsan Circuit, which is one of the most challenging kart tracks you'll find anywhere in the world. Round 3 will see us go back down to the Al Ain Raceway for a 2-day meeting. It's 1 point scoring round. We've got the heats on the Saturday and the pre-finals and the finals taking place on the Sunday. That's the weekend of the 13th and 14th of December. We then will reconvene at the Dubai Cardrome in January, 17th and 18th of January for round 4, where you have 2 point scoring rounds going towards championship point scores, rounds 4.1 and 4.2 that is. In February, we head back to Abu Dhabi, this time to the Yas Marina circuit, where quite a unique experience for all of our drivers here. The track will be part of the Grand Prix circuit up at the West Hairpin, using the actual Formula One track that will probably still be rubbered in from the final of the final round of the Formula One World Championship.
They've got to clear all the damage off from the automated racing first.
Oh yes, that's
went well
taking
yesterday,
place
didn't it?
now. Yeah,
That went very well yesterday.
Yeah, I think move on very quickly from that. That's the 14th and 15th of February. We're across at Yas. The 8th of March, we head back to the Dubai Cardrome, and then at the end of March, the 29th of March, back here for the last time in the season, back here to Al Fassan. That's the 29th of March, and then the 25-26 championship will be rounded off with round 8.1 and 8.2, and it will be back to the Al Ain Raceway to conclude the championship. We've got a green flag, Nick.
Yeah, I think they've loaded up the drivers, so it's a little bit of a delay. I think there was a slight issue towards the top right of the circuit round about turn 10, but it's been sorted out quite quickly, and the drivers are now in their karts waiting for the official start procedure to get underway.
So, grid rundown.
Oh, go on then.
Let's have a look at the grid. Adam Malik on the pole position for the MN Motorsport, to give it its full title. Tyler Harris is alongside on the front row. Second row of the grid is Mark Bassier and Tony Hogg. Row 3, Hamza Ashisho and Elijah Yulton. And then on row 4, Moritz Knopes and Sameh Al-Assad. Kyle Blockley and Greg Watt share row 5, and Nicolo Cacciatore rounds off 11 kart DD2 field. Numbers growing, Nick, I think. I mean, we've got Tony Hogg back preparing for his World Finals in Bahrain. However, I'm pretty sure we'll see Tony Hogg at 1 or 2 rounds going forward for this UAE RMC for 25-26.
Can't keep a good man down, can you?
No. He loves driving this car. Loves racing this car. Loves racing this DD2. So 2 races within the race here. We've got the Masters honours as well as the overall honours. Adam Malik and Tyler Harris. Tyler Harris not showing. Is that Tyler Harris has come out? Yes, he is. There he is. Yeah. So karts being led round by Adam Malik for M&M. That's the black and white with the red trim on the kart. Tyler Harris alongside. Tyler Harris was absolutely dominant at Al-Ain. Can we see Adam Malik take the challenge to him as we get underway? It's Malik into turn 1 and will lead out of turn 1, already into 2, and Malik leads. Yeah,
in second place has gone Mark Bassier. He's got through, taking that inside line. It's given him a bit of a run, the 4.55. The interesting, Adam Malik was just permanently looking left, just staring out Tyler Harris for the entirety of that start-finish straight. It's worked out quite well because he's actually managed to get himself first and get a buffer kart in between them. So what can Harris do about Bassier ahead of him?
Out of the hairpin at turn 8 then, and slightly uphill over the brow and into this very fast sweeping right-hander. Slightly banked positive camber, likewise into an equally quick corner, but immediately into that right-hand hairpin there. And then into the most complex part of any car track you'll see in the world, anywhere in the world, the S's bringing you to a close. Into that compression there, you really saw that there. The 2 Mumbai Falcons
Beautiful
karts.
Move there. Beautiful move by Harris there, getting up the inside of Bassier on the final corner of the lap. He just slipped through. It was so good. You kind of wonder whether he was let through. I'm sure he wasn't. Swept through, but he was already losing a bit of time behind Malik, so he needed to get through. Here he goes. Just cropping up, dive in. Super pass there by the 484.
Yeah, it was a little bit of an opportunist move. The CarChop.ma replay really showing that in action, slow motion action replay there, and you really saw the compression there as Tyler Harris almost bounced out of it. Now then, the question on everyone's lips as we are already on lap 2 is, can Tyler Harris, 1, catch Adam Malik at the front of the field there, and 2, overtake him? The 2 Mumbai Falcons of Tyler Harris, Mark Bassier, chasing them down.
I'm going for yes and don't know.
The drivers behind these 3, Tony Hogg and Hamza Ashisho. Tony Hogg in the red overalls there, through that compression again. Looking like they're about to get on terms, Hogg and Ashisho. They're catching these 3. Now then, Harris right on the rear bumper towards turn 1.
Yeah, he's very, very good down the S's down the hill, isn't he? He gained a position last lap round, and this lap round he gained about half a second. So that's where he's strong. If he can stay on the back of Malik for the rest of this part of the lap, where there isn't really an overtaking position potential, perhaps breaking into the hairpin, but realistically it's a bit of follow my leader at this point. And then comes round here, and then they'll go up round the very, very fast sweep through 9, 10, 11. Then we get this downhill section where I think Harris really has some pace and some flexibility of what he can do with the car.
Yeah, you saw him just hugging a tighter line there. This is very tricky, though. They're braking and turning. This is where Harris really comes into the fore, already looking for a way past Malik. Is he going to take the opportunist drive here out of the compression? But Malik has the position to defend that line. And there, sneaking by, just coming through in the final turn there. And Tyler Harris, really forceful but fair driving, Nick.
Yeah, Malik thought he got this one sorted out. He actually didn't take exactly the right line into 16. He was slightly middling, blocked off, he thought, any chance of Malik getting past, Harris getting past him.
And there from Mark Bassier, making it a Mumbai Falcons 1-2 and getting by pole position driver Adam Malik, who has got nothing in the toolkit to come back at him. The M&M driver having to try and keep on terms with Mark Bassier now. And Bassier is pulling out already.
Those Falcons karts have both come on song. We're on the fourth lap, so we're just about halfway. They've really come into their own. And it's left Malik with a big job now. Or was he just settled for third? Behind him, 4th and 5th. You've got Tony Hogg's now got himself into 4th. Hamza Hashisho in 5th. But Harris away.
Those 2 have been chasing after these top 3 pretty much from the outset. Let's have a quick rundown as we've just crossed the line there to complete almost half distance. Halfway around this lap, they'll be at half distance. So Tyler Harris there is our leader. Mark Bassier in second there, just chasing him down. The M&M driver there is Adam Malik. Then in the red overalls, Tony Hogg in 4th. 5th place is Hamza Ashisho. It's Elijah Yulton in 6th. Moritz Kanoplis in 7th. Samid Al-Assad is in 8th. Kyle Blockley 9th. Nicola Cacciatore is in 10th. And Greg Watt for Honolulu Racing rounding off the 11-cart field. Here are the leaders, though, Nick. Back with you.
Yeah, the three of them sweeping now round, and they're going to pretend this left-hander at 12 will they come down the sweeping S. Now, interestingly, Harris has got away, and I thought he was going to just break away and that'll be it. Hasn't actually managed to gap at all at this point.
He's having to defend there.
And he's got Bazia right behind him, and that's dragged Malik back again. So not quite sure what's going. Looking back left, looking right. Was he looking at his cart? I think he was. I think it's a problem. I think there's been a problem for Harris. He's looking both left and right. He's got a wobbly rear bumper.
He's got a rear
bumper issue, and that it will be almost certainly a mechanical. He can hear the problem. He can't see it. He knows it's an issue, but bad luck for him. Normally, you'll get called for that, won't you?
You will be called. He will be called for that. That will be a mechanical flag. I'll keep an eye on that. It has already been shown, actually, the technical flag. The meatball flag, as they call it in other areas of motorsport, has been shown. So that is our championship leader, Tyler Harris, out of the lead into turn 1 as Bassier and Malik went through. It's Mumbai Falcon still in the lead, though. Eminem is now in second in the form of Adam Malik. This is going to be Tony Hogg as we expect to see Tyler Harris peel off here as they come towards pit road.
Yeah,
and there he goes. Yeah, spears off at a tangent.
Massive
into
bad
the pits.
luck for him.
Terrible luck here for Tyler Harris.
Didn't really see anything where he'd come together with anybody, so it's almost like it's a mounting failure, because obviously normally you've been shunted or something's gone wrong with to have the bumper come off, but we've kind of watched him around these first few laps and he just seemed to drive round.
I don't see it.
It could be a spanner issue.
I didn't see him sort of get crowded out or anything where he could have come into contact. So there's Tony Hogg now into what will be third place. Yeah, and I think that's Tony in the lead of the Masters category. I think. I'm not sure Mark Bassier is part of that crowd. I think Bassier is in the DD2 class overall. He's second. Just behind Tony is Hamza Ashisho, who showed great pace at Alain. He's another. So Tony Hogg is showing as an independent. He's running himself. And then the M&M driver of M&M cart of Hamza Ashisho, that's the black and white with red trim of the M&M team.
So as Harris's disappointment is shown as he drops down the field, Hogg looks like he's going to pick up a podium. Not that there's a podium for the heats, but it would be a third place. It's quite stable here on the penultimate lap.
Into the hairpin at turn 8 then, and we're on the penultimate lap here. So one more lap when they come across the line, and Mark Bassier has a half a second gap to pole sitter Adam Malik. Adam will be back in the paddock wondering where he can find that extra performance. the M&M team will be working everything they can, looking at the data to try and keep on terms with the Mumbai Falcons cart there of Mark Bassier, who I've got to say, Nick, has showed some massive pace here as Mark. And
surprising pace at that.
When his teammate Tyler Harris, who we know how dominant he can be, he was right with him and he stuck with him. And yes, okay, Tyler Harris was taken out of this contention because of that mechanical, but Mark Bassier has got
it's going to be a long day for
pace.
Harris now, because he will start the pre-final on the 11th. So he then needs to pull his socks up through actually, did you start the pre-final? It was an aggregate at the pre-final and the qualifying, where you start the heat and the qualifying. I think he may not start 11. He'll start a long way down, though. And then he's obviously got the main final. So he's got his job for Harris in the next heat is just to get through the field, whereas Bassier has already banked the points with 3 corners away from backing the points for the heat win. Malik needs to go back to his tent and work out where the pace of the first few laps went. So it'll be a little look about how to get the car tuned up. And they're about to come over the line now, and it's going to be a win for Mark Bassier. Absolutely no indication he was chuffed about that whatsoever. From Malik, Tony Hogg picks up 3rd, Hamza Ashisho picks up 4th, Elijah Yulton picks up 5th, Maltas Nopes picks up 6th, it's Samir El Assad in 7th, Carl Blockley is 8th, Nicola Cacciatore is in 9th, Greg Watt is 10th, and Tyler Harris, the unlucky non-finisher, is 11th.
Yeah, that really puts the cat amongst the pigeons, as they say, doesn't it? Tyler Harris, main contender, being taken out there. His teammate, though, for Mumbai Falcons, taking the win in solid style there. Adam Malik was delighted with his pole position. The M&M team will be looking at the data to see where they can find some pace. But returnee, Anthony Hogg, more retirement returns than Frank Sinatra is the term that has been used for
Well,
Tony.
he did it his way.
Yeah, he absolutely is doing it his way, and you can't keep him down. You can't keep him away because he just loves this situation that he's in with this. DD Masters Championship, by the way, came into this round with Moritz Canotes leading from Kyle Blockley and Greg Watt with Bernardo Del Castillo in 4th place. So the Tony Hogg will join that gaggle of 4 in the DD2 Masters Championship.
So next up is Senior Max.
Senior Max for their first heat of the weekend. Now then, if you think the racing has been intense so far in all of our classes, stand by.
It's going to get intensier.
Stand by, yes. You ain't seen nothing yet, I think is the term.
I think there's a quote I need to read for you from the chat. It's Emerson M-U, #1. Tony Hogg is a legend.
He is.
He is a legend.
He absolutely is. And he will be representing the UAE in the DD2 class. Yeah. At the World Finals, of course. The DD2 Masters is where he will be representing the UAE. It's Max Dexter who will be representing the DD2 class at Bahrain. Now, there is Tyler Harris chatting to our chief steward.
But my bumper fell off. I don't understand why.
Ken Potter, who is another legend, I've got to say, is Ken. If you are familiar with UK karting at the very highest
probably
level,
fallen foul of Ken at some point.
If you've raced anywhere in the UK, yeah, you've haven't incurred the lecture from our chief.
Have you actually raced?
Have you actually raced?
Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So great to see our officials this weekend, Ken Potter and Paul Heath, coming out for the UK, from the UK, I should say. And we are situated in the very heart of race control here at Alpha San.
Yes, you may get occasional bleed of their radios as exciting things happen they need to report on. There's radio going in and out. We actually had the waiting room for people being told off behind us, but we're partitioned off, so we can't see who's about to get told off. Or assessed for driving standards.
I think one day someone will do a Drive to Survive style documentary on karting. Although Matty Street's already done it, hasn't he?
Yes, he did.
Yes. Maybe.
Some things good. The production value was excellent.
Yes, really, really great pictures. Content, questionable.
Content was fine, but I'm not sure it was an advert.
Yeah. I think it showed the drama and soap opera.
I always feel what I would only say about that, if you're going to choose your hero, choose a hero people the audience can empathise with.
Yes, so, as I was saying...
But that is available on Amazon Prime. You want to see, what's it called?
Driven Dreams.
Driven Dreams, yeah.
Driven Dreams follows the exploits of some young karters in the kart championship in the UK.
About 3 years ago.
Yeah.
If you are currently waiting for this race to start, why don't you go to Instagram and sign up for Karting Live TV's Instagram page? Karting Live TV, all lowercase. What can you do? Okay, so we're going to have the... it hasn't yet clicked through. When it didn't click through, we'll give the grid, but you can't get the grid just yet.
Are you monitoring both YouTube channels, by the way?
What do you think?
Oh, I'd like to think yes.
Well, that's what's happening then.
So is there any chat going forward? No.
Keep talking to us. Keep talking to us. Oh. A fire alarm went off then.
Not sure what that was, but we are getting ready for our first look at the Senior Max class. All right, we've had qualifying. We'll have a look at the grid in a moment. But we've had qualifying. That was very, very intense. It's that driver, though, George Nazar. He's pretty unbeatable. Is showing to be pretty unbeatable. He's with the M&M team.
I have no idea where the results turned
That
out
is the result for the DD2s. Nathan Kappen for Mumbai Falcons is the driver who will line up alongside. Jagret Detroit for Axel GP. He's on the second row of the grid with Oscar Lambert from Mumbai Falcons alongside him. Third row of the grid is Mohamed Menemene with Eloy Gonzalez alongside. Alessandro Bigi with Arthur De Donca is next up. Then we've got Omar Ganoum with Max Dexter alongside. Remember, Max will be representing the UAE in the DD2 class. Raheen Damadasa is next up with Alicia Knesa. Enzo Tesluk with Sivan Kartink. We've got Kai Hunter, former British senior and junior champion over from the UK. He's with the Kart Academy team. And we're with Guido Bidoli alongside him. Jeremy Montgomery Swan, you remember, getting mixed up in an incident for the JNK driver, not really maximising his qualifying potential. Now, he did take the win in the second race of the weekend at Al Ain for round one. So we expect to see the number 334 moving up the order and regaining ground, which he lost with that incident in the qualifying. So that's one to look forward to. He's alongside Kian Crownbull. Jules Demont, who's a driver that we, with Telios, we're in the Telios awning for the Paddock Show. We get a very interesting chat with Jules. He's a resident of the UAE, but he's representing France and with French parentage.
This is the slowest I've ever seen a formation lap go.
Well, this is senior Rotax.
So they want to get they want to come off the corner now, the 331 George, and then gun it.
Yes, now
and
we
then
go.
Take the lead off Kappen, so Kappen doesn't get any momentum, and I think that's worked. Swings across to get a decent line through one. It's a beautiful start by Nasser. Absolutely managed it perfectly. But I think second place, is that going to be Jagrad is in second? I'm not quite sure.
Detroyer is in second, I think, in the red overalls for Axel. Yes, it is. And he is off after. Now, George Nasser, in his poll interview, said he wants a really boring race where he just disappears. Well, he's on target for that at the moment, yes. However, he is being challenged by Jagrad Detroyer, who chases him down.
Yeah, third place and fourth place, I think, is Alessandro Bigi's come up from 8th, 7th to 4th. Just trying to see who's in third, try and get the idea of what number it is. We may have to wait until it gets down to the thing. It might be Lambert, I'm not quite sure. But the question is, where's Kappen off that start? He got kind of into the wrong place of the track. Has he managed to pick up third again? Just wait for the numbers to sweep past us. But we get certainly Nasser leading and pulling away. Yeah,
just look at the gap he's pulled through. The S's there. It's Detroyer, then Mohamed Menene for XL through in third. Alexander Bigi fourth. Fifth was Nathan Kappa dropping to fifth. Eloy Gonzalez sixth, dropping to seventh is Oscar Lambert. Arthur De Donker up to eighth. Ninth is Max Dexter. Oman Ganoum just rounding off the top 10, and Kai Hunter up to 11th, just outside the top 10 at the moment.
So away goes Nasser, but it's second, third and fourth where the battle is as Detroit tries. Oh, he's lost 2 places. Detroit tried to hang on. I think he got eased. He lost 3 places.
3 places.
309 got eased right out. So he entered the hairpin in second. He's left it in fifth. As he got completely mugged by the rest of the field.
This is all playing very nicely into the hands of championship leader George Nasser, who is getting that boring race he wanted. He put the cart from M&M on pole position and he's pulled away because this lot here are squabbling.
And another position change.
And there's another one. The squabble continues.
It's Kappen coming back from that poor start. He's moved himself into third there. Got 2 places during the course of that lap. So Kappen, who really got squeezed out onto the first corner, now driving through and up, and it comes down the hill to 3 in third place.
Jagrad Detroyer down to 7th, but Arthur De Donker being eased out of the top 10 down to 13th. That's allowed Omar Ganoum and Kai Hunter up to 9th and 10th there in that pack that we're watching.
Yeah, so there's a lot of action going on, but it looks like the second place, Mohamed Menem has also got away, because I thought Kappen would get on his tail quite quickly, but Mohamed has managed to keep that gap. Kappen is dragging Bigi with him behind him, and then behind Bigi it's Eloy Gonzalez, who a name I don't remember saying or talking about so far this year.
No, Eloy Gonzalez is...
Oh, but he's lost a place there.
Oh.
I think that was a 320. That may have been Gonzalez picking up a place, actually.
These drivers are proving that you can overtake. And there's another one. That's the 327.
That's Oscar Lambert on the 04, yeah.
Oscar Lambert on the Mumbai Falcons cart, moving up the order again and now up to 5th.
Yeah, it's a really good point you've made there. They are making hay on that downhill combination of corners, because they're even giving up time on one part of it to make more on the second part of it. So there's some really intelligent driving coming down that very interesting complex. Unfortunately, I wish it had a name. I know you call it the S's, but officially it's 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
I'm just calling it the S's. There's lots of them. We are still...
More changes here.
Yeah, still more changes coming. The Mumbai Falcons team very well represented in this leading pack here.
I think Lambert's up to 4th now.
just off that leading pack. I noticed Kai Hunter just with a bit of a gap to Max Dexter. Jagrat Detroit just ahead of Dexter in 7th, with Alexander Bishi having dropped to 6th, still hanging on to the rest of the field though.
So they come. This is now a train of karts coming down through that 12 to 17, and up the inside. Didn't make it work though. Tried to make it work. The white and red and black kart. That is dropped a position. I think at the end of all that. Who's that? Who was that?
I think that was BG.
BG.
BG stays in 6th, but he was under massive pressure from Dexter and Detroit.
So what you're saying is that BG was staying alive in the race.
Nice. Yes, nice one. Yeah. Took us a couple of seconds to work that one out, but yeah, there you go.
Another joke for the kids, by the way.
Yeah, absolutely. Fastest driver on the track, Nick, is our leader, George Nasser, who has disappeared up the road.
He's a bit of a demo run, isn't he?
He absolutely
but I think
is
that
on fire.
Nathan Caplan, the second fastest, didn't have a chance to go with him, did he? Because he got eased out at the start. I mean, he's got himself now into 3rd, and he is getting closer to Mohammed Eminem in 2nd. 2nd and 3rd now is the tightest battle. And
it is a great battle, and that's perhaps allowing Nasser to have that boring race which he desired. Now we begin to string out a little bit as we go into lap 6 here, and we've got Mohammed Menemene, who is chasing off after the leader. Gap out at 1.3 seconds. Fastest lap of the race so far. Eloy Gonzalez in 5th place there at 55.548.
I think there's a couple of places where getting a little bit of free air, so getting like a 2 or 3 kart legs in front of you enables you to produce that position.
And this is what we're perhaps seeing here from Menemene, being able to just focus on catching Nasser ahead of him. It's the XL team that Menemene drives for, the blue and white livery there. Behind them, Mobile Falcons 3rd and 4th with Nathan Caplan and Oscar Lambert. Motorscapes being represented by Eloy Gonzalez, the fastest kart on the track lap time by Max Dexter for Telios. He's in 6th place. As they cross the line then, the gap is extended even more. It's gone out to 5, well, might as well call that 1.6 to be honest, Nick.
It's gone down by a few hundredths between 2nd and 3rd. Menemene ahead of Caplan, but Caplan now really getting on his tail. They've got there's 9 lappers. They're a bit further to run than we've seen with the other non-gearbox machines. And that's now right close. So Caplan now right on the tail of Menemene.
Yeah, and you saw there Menemene getting it all crossed up, coming out of the chicane at the top of the hill. They're going back towards that very fast sweep at turn 9. And this is where Caplan will want to get onto the rear bumper and maybe just a bit of an opportunist move through the S's here. We've seen it. Bit of a defensive line here from Menemene as he keeps to the inside. He's not allowing any gap he's not opening any doors for anybody here, is he?
Yeah, he's not.
Beautiful driving here. Beautiful defensive driving here as he continues in 2nd place there. But look at the pressure he's on.
He lost a lot of momentum there, Menemene, by the way, he's obviously in the white overalls. Caplan chasing him down in the mainly red kart, and then behind him is Lambert.
If you can stand them up behind you coming out the final turn there, they've lost momentum. There it is.
And he's lost 2 places. I think that was a combination of an error and looking over your shoulder too often. Menemene drops down to 4th place, but I just think he lost too much. Oh! That's all got it wrong there.
I think that was Oscar Lambert who ended up over the back of Menemene. That might have been
damaged.
Gonzalez. I didn't quite catch the number.
That was a difficult instant there, but look, right together there is that Caplan and Lambert? Or yes, it is, because there's a big lead for Nasser.
Yeah, Caplan and Lambert for Mumbai Falcons. Menemene.
The kart ME replay shows what happened here as they came through. And, oh, no, it's not. Okay, there we go. So they can show us what happened here as they came through. Yeah, Menemene was slid out, and then up the inside.
It's Gonzalez.
It's 20 of Gonzalez. Gonzalez saw a chance, and he went up the inside, but Menemene was on a line, which kind of meant he had to come back in again, and they came together.
He had to go for it. Gonzalez came out of the chicane with a lot of speed, and he went down the inside. Menemene didn't expect that, and it was kind of a coming together. I'm not sure how the stewards will view that, but we'll wait and see.
So our lead up, last lap.
At the moment, we've had a few changes, though, with Nasser heading off into the distance there evermore. 3.3 seconds the gap from Nathan Caplan, Oscar Lambert, Max Dexter, Alexander Bishi. We'll have a full rundown of certainly the top 10 as we watch this young man head towards his first checkered flag of the day. Took pole position in qualifying. He is the man to beat. racing for his grandfather, he told me in his interview, which you'll see later, and crosses the line to take the heat in Senior Max. It will be Capon who finishes in second, Oscar Lambert third, Max Dexter for Telios finishes in fourth, Alexander Bishi for M&M finishes fifth. Then we've got Jaguar Detroit, Omar Ghanum, Rian Damadasa eighth, Ryan Qureshi in ninth, 10th was Asia Knessa, Arthur de Donker 11th. What happened to Kai Hunter? Kai Hunter for KAA was running in 8th place, 7th place I think, going into that final lap. So incident there on the final lap for Hunter, who ends up in 12th. Jules Domont finishes in 13th with Guido Bidoli in 14th. Enzo Tesluk was 15th. And then the rest of the field there on the timing bar. Jerry Montgomery not making much ground there after that torrid qualifying time there. And so incident aplenty there all the way down this Senior Max field. But I think, Nick, to quantify who is going to be George Nasser, if he gets off into the lead from what will be pole position again in the pre-final for him, then I'm not sure anyone is showing any kind of pace or performance that will even put them in contention.
Nasser looking imperious. It was helped by a combination of other people mucking up, to be honest, but yeah, there's no real way you could bet against Nasser at the moment. There's some good performances behind him, and certainly action-packed. You know, you get a full grid round this track, and there's a lot going on. I think because you have to be a little bit improvisational with your overtaking. We saw some pretty good action. Now I think we've got a bit of a wait before the next race gets underway. Because there's a gap between the end of these heats and the pre-finals. So I think we've got about 10 minutes. So what I thought we'd do, Joe, is shall we show a little bit of a feature?
Yeah, go on.
Now, what I thought we'd do, how about we... Let me have a look. What should we have? Oh, it's very exciting, this. Why don't we have a technical scrutineering feature? I'm talking to you. This is still a conversation. This is the conversation until the feature plays out.
I thought you were just going to press buttons.
No, I was
going to put the coffee on.
Oh, okay. It's a technical feature. It's Gary Wallace, so you get a chance. We've obviously got a full brand new paddock show.
Gary Walker, you mean?
Oh, wait, it was full. Why haven't we done Wallace? We've got a full paddock show. That's something else entirely. We've got a full new paddock show coming up at the break, but this is just a little thing from before, just to fill the gap with the clear things up before the next starts.
Say at the end of a race, these results are provisional, and that the competitors have to get all of their carts put through an inspection, a tech. Well, here we are. Gary Walker here, who's our chief official Rotax technical inspector, and at the moment we're dealing with exhausts that have come off basically the Rotax field. Every exhaust. This is their final practice session, and every exhaust will be inspected by Gary and then sealed by his colleague Graham, which we'll see in a little while. But all of the exhaust dimensions, the measurements, how the exhaust behaves is all regulated, and Gary here has all the tools of the trade. Gary, I just want a quick word with you before we then have a look at what you do with the exhaust. Surely there's not that much performance enhancement in exhaust, for instance. I mean, I'm not even going to begin to start with engines, but exhaust here, why so important?
It's important because we've found lots of modifications through months of checking different things. One exhaust we found from a different country, we've got holes drilled from the opposite side, and we can only find that using a camera on the opposite side. The performance gain would be immense.
Right.
The gases wouldn't be passing through the actual wadding or the baffle, it would be coming straight through. So it's like making the hole bigger at the bottom, which we've measured with the blade.
And in such a tight formula class like Intermax, Minimax, MicroMax, where the engines mean a lot because of their restriction, any marginal gale would turn out to be huge on track.
Yeah, exactly. When you restrict something, it makes it more important to get everything correct. So if that measurement is exact as much as they can, that's what they're all looking for. And then the new wadding, everybody's the straight, same as the way, as they started in the beginning. There is no difference between each driver. They've got the same exhaust, same wadding.
And the thing about this UAE RMC Championship, the Rotax Max Challenge, is the consistency in the policing of You may hear us often say at the end of a race, these results are provisional, and that the competitors have to get all of their carts put through an inspection, a tech. Well, here we are. Gary Walker here, who's our chief official Rotax technical inspector, and at the moment we're dealing with
so we may as well put another seal on, and then that does the rumour away.
Yeah, we don't want you with the UAE RMC. Go and race somewhere else.
Exactly. Yeah. So, you know, wherever you want to race, you won't be coming here unless your engine's built here and sealed and checked with us. Yeah. That's it. Yeah.
Thanks, Gary. I'm going to leave you to inspect that exhaust now. We'll get a look at it. Thank you, mate.
So this is an explanation of what we're measuring in exhaust. I've cut an exhaust open so you can see the measurement here we'd never do with any other equipment. So we made a blade which goes down, which is 28 millimetres. So if you look in here, this is where the blade has to go or not go. So if it goes through, that makes the exhaust illegal. Obviously we can't cut a section out of every one exhaust, so we check them this way.
Yeah, you couldn't cut that little patch out, could you, to have a look?
I mean, might get a bit upset.
So if that slides through there, that means the exhaust's too wide, and there's a performance advantage.
Yes, yes. So we check every exhaust, we check the baffle, we check everything, and they have a new wadding every time. So every race meeting is a re-wadding and a check of the exhaust.
And I also noticed this template here.
So that checks whether the exhaust is 90 degrees. So the exhaust must be at 90 degrees.
So if it's got a shallower angle, again, the exhaust gas can escape quicker.
No, not necessarily. There's a performance gain with it being a flatter line, so they can bend it and twist it. But there's also measurements on here. So there's a maximum and a minimum setting on the thing, so the exhaust can't be shortened in any way. So we check that as well.
By shortening the exhaust, getting the exhaust gas out quick, does that not affect back pressure? I'm beginning to disappear up my bottom here, aren't I?
So the issue is, like on TKM, they used to shorten and lengthen exhaust with the flex. So the same principle occurs. It's two-stroke, so you're adjusting it, so you get either performance lower or higher in the range. So that's why we check all the exhausts.
Right. So when Gary's happy with the exhaust, it's handed back to the team. Here we see some fresh wadding. He mentioned wadding, didn't he? Here it is, the fresh batch of wadding being pressed down to be able to get it in there, into that exhaust pipe, exhaust tube. And from this point, we move back to the scrutineer's desk when we've got that wadding in there. And there's a one to our left here, just coming to the point where he's bolting it up. And here we are, wrapping the internals of the exhaust tightly with that fresh wadding. And of course the wadding acts as a noise dampener as well as a power stifler, and that's why it's important to have the right amount of wadding in there, because by taking the wadding out, the exhaust gas would flow more readily, and it would increase the performance of the motor. So that's a regulation amount of wadding that we're seeing going in there. So we'll just leave this mechanic to finish off this little job, and then when he's ready to have it resealed, we'll head over to the scrutineer's desk and see that. So now we've got that exhaust all ready to be resealed. Graham Snook here, who's part of the technical team, will do that, because it's pointless inspecting these exhausts, taking them apart and then handing them back to the team, who could then go back to the awning and unbolt them and do anything they want with them, take the wadding out. So what Graham is about to do here is put a seal on the exhaust, which basically stops any kind of dismantling of the exhaust for any kind of performance enhancing innovative engineering to go on, because you pretty much can't get around the seal once it's on. Official Rotax seal, official UAE RMC seal to be exact, and Graham here will do that, and there it is, clamped together, impossible to get around.
Can you give your camera in a second?
And that now is ready for race weekend.
Well, hello again. Sorry about you may have noticed a brief break in transmission there. Apologies for that. We will see you again in a second. We're all back and running again. Hopefully you got the gist of that presentation as well. It's quite good though. We're going to have a slight issue with the broadcast. Let's have the issue during the break, so that's all right.
Yeah, but we were all right into Gary's feature.
I know.
Gary Walker telling us all about the MiniMax.
Not Greg
exhausts.
Wallace then.
Not Greg Wallace, no. Similar.
I don't think you can say
Both
that.
with bald heads.
Oh, okay, fair enough. So that was a bit of a weird thing, but anyway, it's happened at a point where the carts weren't going around the race. So that's
You haven't missed anything race-wise.
No, you may have seen parts of that interview twice. Possibly you may have missed a bit in the middle, but I think it was okay.
Yeah, we are just waiting to get going with our pre-finals.
I think I might be able to give you the grid for this one.
Excellent. It's what I was about to say is it's the same order. We've got MicroMax to kick things off, then we go to MiniMax, then Junior Rotax, the DD2 class, our penultimate pre-final, and then rounding off with the Senior Max. So there's our grid. Liam O'Hanlon, who's our championship leader as well, coming into round 2. He's alongside Alexander Freienstein. Tadeusz Prochazka, who was the pole position from time qualifying. He was the fastest driver at time qualifying. He starts on row 2 this time with Samar Chopra alongside. We've got Rudra Papatap Shikawat on the third row of the grid with Amar Tabatsa. Ivan Janicevic is alongside Evans Voronins. Jensen Kelly will start alongside Cameron Harvey on row 5. Vaibhav Ponna will start alongside Enzo Falzerano. Then we've got Adrian Fawa Vignoli with Saf Al Khalifa alongside. Tayab Harun with Saif Al Almina with Sebastian Storer and Kinjai Zhu. We've got Rashid Almina, Felix Souza Jebiug, and Vladimir Verdikovleb.
Yes.
I hope I said that right.
To Verdikovleb. Yeah, I think that's close enough. I don't know. But actually, if you are a friend of Vladimir, just tell us how to phonetically say his surname.
Please tell us phonetically.
Because we're happy. Okay, so the MicroMax Pre-Final, which is now an extra 2 laps. It's now 8 laps.
Yeah, which is a bit, you know what, it's getting really hot out there. I nipped outside to replenish our coffee.
It's not September hot though, is it?
It's certainly not September hot, but it's hot enough if you're European, and certainly hot enough if you're English. What I mean is, driver, we take for granted the human element. These youngsters here about to go out.
It is a very good point. Cause
these are 8 to 11 years old.
We talk about these guys like they're
pro drivers,
pro race drivers, and then you see them in the paddock, and they're like 4'2". They're mucking about their mates playing football, acting like any other 8 to 10-year-old would. You go, oh no, I thought you were a proper racing driver.
Yes, no. They do act like proper racing drivers out on track, and the racecraft just blows me away
like proper
from
kids
these.
in the game.
Yes, absolutely, they are kids, but the way that these kids can race. You know what? The F1 boys and girls need to... it's not girls in F1, is it? The F1 boys need to maybe get a lesson. I think so. I think it's coming. I wouldn't be surprised if Attica Meyer, who we'll see out in our next race.
10 years.
Yes. Here we go then. Liam O'Hanlon, championship leader, winner of the first heat, or the heat indeed, at the UAE RMC round 2 at Al Fassan, is leading the field around there on the number 22.
This is quite a swift start compared to the others.
It is. Here we go then. We've got...
yes. Is that fine?
I'm not sure if we're going to get a start. It looks like a start. We've got a green flag on my timing screen. Green light shines bright, and it's the Alexander Freienstein who's got off into the lead. He's into the left-hander at turn 3, and then up onto the top of that hill, Nick, into the chicane.
Yeah, through the brief chicane. It's not a great start for Liam O'Hanlon, but he's only second place. It's not the end of the world. It's only the pre-final, so there's plenty to do. Third place, I think, is Samir Chopra. He's got up from 4th on the grid, so once again, it's been a good result for the left-hand side of the grid walking down. It seems there's no real pattern. It does seem that the person on pole has to be quite aggressive to prevent... and a beautiful move for the lead there around the inside of 9 and 10 by Hanlon. He took away the point I was making about the start by absolutely superb through the 9th and 10th corners.
He was. You could see his tyres were there for him, and he could just pick his line through that sweep. Here he is through the S's there. 4-car train breaking away from the rest of the field there as they get in towards the final turn and across the line to complete one lap. We'll get a full rundown. O'Hanlon, Alexander Freienstein, Samra Chopra, Amar Tabatsa. But things changing, Nick?
Yeah, the leader was a beautiful run up the inside by Freienstein. Hanlon back into second. He actually had to work pretty hard to prevent himself going to third between Chopra. So the three of them, as we said, racing like pros, despite a combined age of less than 30.
And you know what we saw there? We saw compromise. we saw Feinstein going through down the inside of Liam O'Hanlon. O'Hanlon not crowding him out, not trying to take the corner away.
No, that's a good point.
He compromised himself because he knew he'd lost the corner. If only the people in Formula One would learn how to do that. Here we go again, doing exactly the same.
Super fast. Oh, did they touch there or did he over?
Yeah, I think so.
I wasn't sure whether they touched, whether he just got a little bit of like that sort of moment. I think they may have come together.
O'Hanlon takes the lead again at the very same spot.
What that shows is he has got an excellent front end on that car because he can actually keep the power down and get a tight radius in the corner. Big battle there as suddenly the 77 of Fries under huge pressure from both Chopra and Tabazza behind him.
It was looked like Chopra was trying to get round the outside of the final turn. This is allowing O'Hanlon to break free.
O'Hanlon.
We're on lap 3, and Feinstein now has got his. If he had mirrors, they'd be full of Sama Chopra and Amar Tabazza.
I don't think putting mirrors in the car is a good idea.
No, not at all. It'd fall off.
Something else will fall over the track.
Absolutely fall off. Absolutely. This is great cadet racing, though, from the MicroMax class, as Liam O'Hanlon we see that lead of O'Hanlon just ebbing away as Feinstein gets on with it and once again closes the gap. Very fast section here. That's a complete flat-out acceleration zone through that right-hander.
Being able to overtake up the inside there just shows what a great handling machine.
It's more about grip, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's more about high-speed grip.
But interestingly now, Hanlon's been released a little bit and he's got away again. I'm just wondering whether actually Feinstein's lost a bit of pace. Was Feinstein's kart really designed for those first 3 laps? And the other karts now are coming on strong on these hot temperatures because as close as you can possibly be without actually existing in the same space, it's Samir Chopra right behind him. And then he's just put a tiny little gap on Anwar Tabazza, but second and third now is where it's all at.
And we're heading towards half distance already here as we climb back up the hill. We go to the top of the hill for the top chicane there. It's turns 5 and 6. There's a name for that chicane, the top of the hill chicane, as we then plunge back down through the right-hand hairpin here and plunge down. It's really steep here, much more steep than our cameras can see. And then we slightly go back uphill over that little brow.
I'd just like to say it's chaos behind them.
It is absolute chaos, but it's also, this is the crucial part of any race, is of course the lead battle, and these 4 are absolutely together.
Feinstein looking a bit better over this car. Interesting. I think actually the issue that Feinstein got is he is slow round that big loop because he had gapped away again from Chopra, but they go round the loop of 9, 10 and 11 and suddenly that car's, and don't forget he's been overtaken twice through there. So I just think his car's not performing particularly well on that high lateral load right-hander, and then he puts himself in trouble. But you'll see if he can survive through here to the top of the hill chicane, then I think he'll probably be okay again, be able to gap as they go up and down to the hairpin.
If Chopra there on the black and white cart of M&M cannot challenge the red cart of Feinstein, then we might see these 3 catching the leader again.
The inside Chopra, beautiful move there. Opportunity, but Tabazza going to get him as well. Is it going to be a double loss for Feinstein? I think it is. No, he's coming nicely and just closed off Tabazza. You're not getting past me. I'll let 1. I'm not letting 2.
Yeah, I think he had the line, didn't he? Feinstein's going to need to work very hard to keep Tabazza behind him because I think we can see just how quick these 2 are, or these 3 are. This is allowing O'Hanlon and Feinstein going back down the inside towards the S's now and into the sweeping left, right, and Tabazza's through on Chopra as well. So these 3 just taking it in turns on being second, it looks like.
Yeah, Tabazza. So we've seen some great opportunities manoeuvres from both the cars currently in third and fourth, but none of them's in second. But it is a good lap for Tabazza because he crossed the line last time around in fourth. This time he's in third, and he's the man challenging, the lad, should I say, challenging Feinstein.
Yeah, and Feinstein just needs to keep his composure. This is allowing O'Hanlon to break free, of course. The more these 3 swap positions for second, third, and fourth, the more that Liam O'Hanlon who's optimising every single braking area, every single turn-in point, and maximising his exit speed, is pulling that gap. The gap is out to just 1.1 seconds last time by, and these 3 are still tussling, aren't they?
Oh, yeah.
They go up and over the brow and through that sweeping bank turn there at turn 9. Beautiful piece of track.
Is that going to get? It is going to work, isn't it? No, it's not. I just think he's side by side.
Yeah, but
he's got through. He's got through. So Chopra gets back up to third. Tabazza down to fourth. A little bit of a gap for Feinstein.
It's very tricky, that turn 11 coming off the 2 bank turns. But it's Chopra now back behind Feinstein. Tabazza having to slot in behind. It's not over yet, though, Nick. This is 6 laps completed. We have got 2 more racing laps.
Just to remind you, it's Feinstein, the red car. There's that orange helmet. That's Samir Chopra. And then it's the greeny helmet with the white overalls, and that is Amar Tabatsa as they plunge down to turn 3. Hanlon's got away. He's gaining 2-3 tenths, but mostly because of the scrappage that's going on between these three as they come through the chicane. Now, no one tries a little cheeky lunge up the inside the right before you go downhill, but this is where it's all going to happen. Can anyone outbrake? Thinking about it, nope. Take the single line and then climb back up the hill again. All
right, so while these three just stop squabbling, I'll tell you what's happening behind these four. There's a very lonely Ivan Jankovic with Rapatap Shakawat in 6th place. Cameron Harvey 7th. Vaibhav Ponna is in 8th. Enzo Falzerano 9th. And right, Ivans Voronins rounding off the top 10. But it is, as you say, Nick, very, very busy in the midfield area. But this is very, very busy for second also, as Chopra chops down the inside. But he has the door slammed in his face by Alexander Feinstein as they complete a lap. Again, 7 laps completed, last lap coming.
Well, Feinstein and Chopra and Tabatsa actually managed to stay in the same position that lap, no changes whatsoever. Chopra did try it. I think Feinstein knew what was happening and had his pace control for the second part of the 16-17 complex. So at the top of the track, our leader has pulled away by 1.8 seconds now, and that is Liam O'Hanlon. And I'm just getting the feeling now this may be the way they finish. Chopra desperate to get second, but there's no indication he's going to be able to.
No, Liam O'Hanlon, 100% record so far. If he can get this car to the checkered flag, let's not exit in any sort of way. O'Hanlon is going to be extending that championship lead. Still the trickiest part of the track to come as they go through that tight right-hander. There's O'Hanlon now. He's into the S's for the final time now. Just has to keep his composure. We know how quick this kid is, and he's showing just how quick he can be. He's going to be formidable going forward in this UAE RMC championship, and he will take the pre-final win to put himself on pole position for the all-important final. Looks over his right-hand shoulder. Can't believe the gap is 1.9 seconds to Alexander Feinstein, who did indeed hang on to that second place. Samar Chopra, a very close third with Amar Tabatsa. Great battle from second, third, down to 4th place with these three drivers, duking it out quite literally. It was Ivan Jankovic in 5th, Rud Rapatap Shekawat in 6th, 7th was Cameron Harvey, Vaibhav Ponna was 8th, 9th was Enzo Falzerano, and rounding off the top 10 was Ivans Voronins. There's the rest of the finishers down to 21st place. Nick, great. Once again, we talked about the racecraft before that race started, but I think what we saw there was typical cadet karting, where if you're going to start swapping and squabbling for position, that's going to allow the leader to just break free, and that's what we saw Hanlon do. Yeah, once the first couple of laps of a battle, but after that battle had ebbed, he was given a free pass. I mean, obviously he had to drive well, he had to get all the corners right, had to break all the braking points right, had to make sure he was turning the laps, but he was getting that 0.4, 0.5 per lap because of the conversations between the other drivers, let's say. The conversations. So that is the MicroMax grid for the final sorted. Or is it? Because what we talk about are provisional results. Because we've got to get through technical inspections. We've got to get through whether or not anybody's picked up penalties, etc. I think for certain, though, I'm pretty confident in saying that it's going to be Liam O'Hanlon who will start on the pole position with a win in the final. And then a win in the heat. And then a win in the pre-final.
He'll be on pole,
taking him forward to pole position for the final. Yes, and that's gonna. He's already increased the gap in the championship points table by taking maximum points in the heat and the pre-final. Let's see what happens in the final.
Qualifying?
I'm not sure. I don't think so. I think there might be, very, very small amount of points, like 10 points for pole.
It's better than the poke in the eye.
Yes, there is. 10, 8, 6, 4, 2 is the point score for quali. So it all counts, doesn't it? It all counts going forward.
Every time you're on the track on the Sunday, you're racing for points.
I know we're in the early stages of the UAE RMC, but it all counts going forward, and the more points you can accrue at this stage gives you a more settled approach going into those final 2 or 3 rounds. If you are chasing it down, all right, you could argue that it takes the pressure off a little bit. You've got nothing to lose, you just got to go for everything. But I'd rather be in the lead of a championship going into the final 2 rounds than chasing it down.
I've been in the lead of I've been in the lead of RC championships, never in the lead of a kart championship. Did you actually win any championships?
I won the indoor kart championship at Superkart.
Really?
Yeah.
When was that? Like in the bus garage days? 1922.
It was just before. Well, some of the people were being horse drawn. It was in the transitional period into the phase of the.
It wasn't the bus garage, it was the tram garage.
It was actually 1989. Yeah.
No, I've won a few RC championships in my day.
I
haven't ever got any. I never got anywhere close to winning a.
I never got.
I never won a kart race. I won a kart heat.
I
won a kart heat.
And the odd
never won a final.
I won some finals.
That was in 2.5 years of financial ruination and injury.
I once won 3 heats in a final. It felt.
We were the only entry.
No.
And
remember, that was one start at the back, one start in the middle, one start at the front.
I became the British Open RC champion. How impressive does that sound? British Open champion? Pretty impressive, yeah? So that's what I played for all of RC, for the whole of UK, yeah? There's a story behind that. It rained before the final. Everyone went home apart from me and 2 others. Because the cars hated the rain.
The thing is, as much as I'd like to retrace the result sheets from 1986.
That exist.
And 87 and 88 and 89, they don't exist. So really, Nick, we could say anything.
Oh, I don't believe in that.
Neither do I.
I think tragic failure is funnier.
Absolutely. There was plenty of that. I once led a heat at the Hull Street Race.
I know.
I was absolutely shocked when I looked over my shoulder and saw I was racing with Guy Smith. He was in the same heat. He was second behind me, but he was miles behind. And then my chain came off over a bump, of which there were many.
I have a very long story about my first ever race in the wet in the car. My first ever kart race in the wet by whirly visor, and how I went from Ayrton Senna to UGE Day in about a corner
with a whirly visor.
Whirly visor. I love the whirly visor. Oh dear. Yeah. So we've all experienced it. Obviously, Joe and I many years ago. Alyssa Gray says, "Go Austin." Is Austin in this one?
He is. Austin Gray.
Yeah. Well, that's an obvious bit of supporting then.
5th in the championship. I'll tell you where Austin is on the grid. He is in 3rd place, starting on the 2nd row.
Good.
4th place. Hang on a minute. Attica Meyer is on pole, isn't she?
Yes.
Yes, she is. So Austin Gray starts 3rd.
Right.
DN Singh Pahal is alongside him on the 2nd row. The front row is Attica Meyer, there in the orange and green luminous helmet. Alongside her is Benjamin Kračević. 2nd row of the grid is Austin Gray. DN Singh Pahal is 2nd. Sorry, not 2nd. He's 4th alongside Austin Gray on the 2nd row.
All those positions. He's in all the positions.
3rd row of the grid is Paul Schutzman with Rayan Khan Rashid alongside. Mikhail Mitrikin and LBJ Stubbs are on row 4. Row 5 is Oliver Butchard and William Mazzali. Max Payton and Gleb Obikov share row 6. Row 7 is Adam Fleury and Kerr Ivanov. Zuhair Turkey and Mubarak Mohammed share row 8. And then we've got Mikhail Verdok Lebo.
Yeah.
From Mulbai Falcons.
I think the last bit's Klebo.
Klebo, yes. Yeah. Verdok Klebo. With Rafael Zagati alongside on row 9. Here they come then. Attica Meyer. Birthday girl who turned 11 just the other day will lead the field round. She's got an absolute quality field of karters behind her. Benjamin Kračević for JNKD was absolutely unbeatable last weekend here at Alphasan.
Oh,
and here we go.
She's got a jump there.
Yeah, she did.
The commander, Kračević, drops into 2nd. They're almost lying astern. He just thinks, I can get a slightly faster run away, just drift wide. Looks like, there was a real scraffle with 4th, 5th and 6th. I think it might be a big gain there. I don't know. I'm just thinking that Rehan from 6th may have picked up 4th, but we'll find out. But at the front, it's Mir from Kračević.
Kračević into the lead, into the chicane for the first time, gets it all sideways coming out. So Attica Meyer, this is a copybook. This is exactly the same as what happened in the heat. Dian Singh Pahal looking down the inside of Mir as they go through the hairpin for the first time. They then go up the hill, over the brow, and into this sweeping right-hander. And Kračović has Mir absolutely glued to his rear bumper now as they come through there, and on the brakes, heavy for the right-hand hairpin. Mir looking for a way by. Kračović staying composed, but who's this coming through? Dian Singh Pahal right on the bumper of Attica Mir, and then everybody is on the bumper of Singh Pahal. This is an absolute outstanding race for Intermax.
Singh Pahal looking to get up the inside there, just Mir came across, but Mir going defensive to Singh Pahal has now had this gap, which Benjamin Kračović has got of about 6/10 of a second. Mir now in second, relaxing a bit. Singh Pahal, he's holding off Paul Schutzman, but it's a much better performance for Pahal, who was kind of a little bit fadey in the last race. If he can hold this through, he's moved up to Minimax. He is the MicroMax British champion, but away has gone Kračović. But now bridging that gap is Mir as they come down the hill to the hairpin.
Kračović pulled that time, Nick, at the S's. He is absolutely outstanding. As down the inside has gone Schutzman on Singh Pahal. Dian Singh Pahal has to sit there. He's composed. He's got a lot of experience in battling wheel to wheel, and he showed his composure there by just sitting there. Compromised and went off the track. Forced off the track, you could argue. Schutzman trying to find a way by. Schutzman on the blue, black and white cart of J&KD. Dian Singh Pahal on the red and white and blue cart of Mumbai Falcons there,
so
and Dian Singh Pahal is struggling to keep it back.
Who's the green machine who's catching them right up? The green helmet, the green and white cart comes across. Is that Austin Gray? No, it's like Oliver Butchard.
Oliver Butchard of Synergy.
Butchard now, and up the inside, and Pahal has lost that third place. It's the same again. He's great for 2 or 3 laps. He just microscopically loses a bit of pace, which in this field means you're going to get swamped.
Yeah, Kračović, fastest lap of the race there for lap 2. With everybody going faster still, as you would imagine, on the second row. The Synergy driver there of Butchard, Oliver Butchard on the luminous green livery of Synergy, is looking for a way by now. He's looking for a way by Dian Singh Pahal. These two, no strangers to one another, having raced regularly in the UK, as the rest of the field then lining up behind Dian Singh Pahal, who's doing all he can. He's got the textbook out. There's movement behind him as another one of the J&KD drivers, and I think that was William Mazzali moving ahead of Rian Khan Rashid. We'll confirm that when they come by.
So Pahal crosses the line, but this time he's going to go across in the 4th place because Schutzman got in at the beginning of the last lap. Now he's now, again, he almost lost position exactly the same place to Butchard. Butchard loses momentum. Suddenly he's under pressure from LBJ Stubbs.
It was Austin Gray who went ahead of Rian Khan Rashid there. Austin Gray with his fan club listening in and watching in. He is on the move up through this field. Kračović leading, though, and the fastest lap, Nick, from Attica Mir, who is chasing him down. Half a second the gap between the leaders.
Looking to move there. There was a move in the field there. Unfortunately, they're covering the number. I can't see who it was, but I think it may have been Stubbs, or it may have been Gray picking up a position from each other. But down that lower reaches the top 10, 6th and 7th place. But it's still Kračović from Mir. Schutzman now just trying to break a little bit from Singh Pahal, who is actually holding people back, which is absolutely his want and his duty. It's Bouchard behind him. And then you see the purpley cart, that is the one behind. But Bouchard hops out, trying to get around the inside of Singh Pahal. Doesn't happen. It's the 196. It's LBJ Stubbs in the purple and blue behind the green helmeted Bouchard. And he's going to try to get up the inside, and he's going to do it through turn 1. Sweeps round. And LBJ Stubbs makes up to 5th place.
Yeah, battle of the British teams there with LBJ Stubbs here with Sam Pollock Racing making the journey from the UK, battling with the Synergy team of Oliver Butchard. And the pink cart there, the pink livery is LBJ Stubbs. This is the lead, though.
Yeah, Mir halved the lead last time around.
She absolutely has. She's taken 2/10, and now she's looking racy. We have already clicking by half distance at this point of the lap here, 4.5 laps in, and Attica Mir looking like she wants the win.
Yeah, Kračović has got his work cut out to keep her behind for another half a race, but he is okay down this sweeping section. It's really about, this is where the best chance of an overtake is. You just need to run a line, and it's going to be up to Mir to invent an overtaking opportunity.
I still see that nose fairing on Attica Mir's card, still looking like it's a bit wobbly.
Not as wobbly as it was.
Not as wobbly as it was, but it's still wobbly. And you just look at the way Kračović takes the S's. He's really, he knows Alphasan really, really well, and he knows where the time is. Attica Mir's coming back at him at this part of the lap, though. Top of the hill now towards the chicane, looks over his shoulder. Yes, she's there.
She was very quick out of 3.
She is very quick there.
and she gained visibly just going round the corner of 3 by about a tenth. But now she's got to make a move or she'll lose momentum.
Well, she's going to have to think about this because Karacevic is knowing where she's going to challenge. And this is the bit where Karacevic comes into his own. He's really quick through this section. This is the section that leads into the S's, through here, into the right-hand hairpin, and then into the left-hand hairpin. And now we begin that challenging part of the racetrack towards the start and finish. It's left, right, through the compression there, into the final sections here, into the final turn, and that's where Karacevic makes up that gap he needs just to hold her back across the start-finish line.
No real gain in that lap for Attica Mir. She's very quick coming out of this, was last time, coming out of this turn 3, and again, very quick out of turn 3, halves the gap between the two of them, quicker up the hill, but I don't think she's got that enough speed to make a move. She'd love to dive up the inside now for this right-hander before they go down to the hairpin, but nope, Karacevic was exactly where she wanted to be. A glance over his left-hand shoulder, and Mir is still there.
Benjamin isn't really having to drive defensively. He's in control of this, isn't he? You know, she's going to take an opportunity here. This is where Karacevic is quicker. Mir's got the pace in the first part of the lap. This is where Karacevic comes into his own here as they turn through the left-hand hairpin. And now it's right and left. Now, Mir needs to try and stick to that rear bumper, but look at Karacevic has got a great handling card here through this section. And this is where he gets that cushion he needs out onto the start-finish straight. 7 laps completed, penultimate lap coming up.
Yeah, that was an interesting situation because all the point from when they turned left at 12, after having finished doing the loop at 9 and 10, instantly a kart length was gained, and if you look at this part of the circuit, instantly a kart length is lost.
Yeah.
They have real different pace at different places, but the overall pace, I would think, is pretty similar. My guess is, in clear air, Mir will be a fraction faster, but she hasn't got clear air, so it doesn't matter.
No, and Karacevic knows this very fine well because he's not having to defend. He's not going down the inside of any line. Looks over his shoulder, he knows she's still there. He can hear her. He can hear her engine, Attica Mir's engine. You can hear it rev in your peripheral hearing, if you like, and through there, just look how much speed she's trying to carry. She's trying to break that deficit down through the S's here, and she's closer than she's been pretty much the whole of this race, sticking with Karacevic here. If she can get momentum out onto the start-finish straight, we'll see what sort of waft their engines can bring. And look at that. She knew she needed momentum, and here we go, Nick.
Starting the last lap, but the problem she's got is that her best chance of overtaking is coming up through 3 and up the hill through chicane, which isn't a great overtaking spot. Is she going to gain that kart length again? The answer is yes. Now, as close as she can get up the inside of 7 and then perhaps dive down before the hairpin? That's her best chance, I think, because she's not quick enough, not quicker enough over Karacevic in the rest of the circuit. It could be a dive. Look at now he's got defensive. Now he's defensive.
The problem with MiniMax, of course, is that as they're side by side towards the fastest part of the track here, we're wheel banging, and there's incident there. They're both off track. Can they regain their composure? Who's going to Dian Singh Pahal in third? They have. It's Dian Singh Pahal. Is he going to take the lead? Because Karacevic's tyres are going to be full of sand. Pahal alongside. He's got the lead. Dian Singh Pahal hands it out. Karacevic has got dirty tyres. He's trying to get those tyres screwed back in. But Dian Singh Pahal, after that incident with the 2 leaders, can he hang on to this lead into the final turn?
It's an amazing final lap there. We're going to out the inside. Karacevic's going to take him on the line. But the question will be, I'm pretty sure that Karacevic won't actually get called for that, because I think it was a coming together a racing incident. But what an amazing last lap. And what happened with Mir ending up 5th. It's Benjamin Karacevic winning by 0.1 of a second. Dian Singh Pahal was handed the chance of a victory on the plate. It just went away from him as Karacevic's tyres cleaned up. He got closer and closer and closer and went over. Paul Schutzman is in 3rd. Rian Khan Rashid is in 4th. Attica Mir is in 5th. Albide Sub 6th. Butchard 7th. William Mazzali is in 8th. Max Paxton is 9th. I need to calm down. Austin Gray says, have we got that one again, Ash?
Let's have a look at our kartshop.me. Great to have them on board.
Oh, sorry about that.
Yeah,
we'll have to wait that for it to go away again. That's automatic grids for you. You have to play it again in a second.
Okay,
all right.
The result. There's the result, guys. Benjamin Karacevic. Let's have a look at the. Are we going to do that?
No, it'll come again.
Keep taunting us with.
We're taunting us. Luckily, we've got 4 or 5 minutes. It's fine. We're not batting against someone about to start another heat any moment.
Yeah, Attica Mir will be absolutely beside herself there, finishing 5th. Kartshop.me replay, side-by-side wheel banging, both karts in the air, both across the dusty infield. Annika May can't see a thing because she's in the wake of the dust cloud being created by
What I liked
Benjamin Kračović.
Just show it again. The start of it is all the tyre smoke coming off.
Yes, they are wheel banging.
Bang, tyre, bump.
Wheel banging.
Round they go. Great work by the camera guys. Thank you very much, guys.
Yeah, fabulous work there. And just look at that.
But Kračović deserves a prize for getting back past Dian Singh Bahal when he was behind with filthy tyres.
He was very determined, wasn't he? He was a very determined Benjamin Kračović. JNKD take the win from Mumbai Falcons, Dian Singh Bahal, the British MicroMax champion, inheriting the lead, which became second place out of the final turn. We'll see how that pans out. That has really mixed up the grid.
Wow.
Paul Schutzman in third. Rian Khan Rashid in fourth. Attica Meyer has to settle for fifth, with Sam Pollock Racing's LBJ Stubbs in sixth. Oliver Butchard is in seventh. William Mazzali eighth. Ninth was Max Payton. Austin Gray ends up in 10th, with the rest of the field coming through there for the MiniMax Pre-Final. Wow. Drama, intrigue.
All those things we like.
Controversy.
Michael Burke, evening all, just after 7 p.m. here in Bathurst.
Hello, Michael.
And he says, that was on, which I think was a comment on the last race. We
Yes.
have one more comment, which was Let's Go Austin from the Hyper Hollands. Well, he lost in finish then. He was about fifth, wasn't he?
Austin Gray ended up 10th, I think.
10th,
Yes, he did.
It all went.
Confirmed, 10th.
Things go well and things go wrong and things go better.
Yeah, because he was certainly
Mm.
solid in the top 10. But it all got very much mixed up there, didn't it?
It certainly did.
Attica Meyer has got a job to do. We'll see how the officials see that. I mean, side-by-side action into the fastest section of this racetrack here at Al Fassan here, and you said yourself, Nick, you saw the tyre smoke. That was wheel-to-wheel tyre action, what we saw there.
Good tyre action.
Wheel-to-wheel tyre action, and it wasn't until Kračović's momentum took him a little bit further on that the wheels then climbed over one another, didn't they? Kračović climbing over the wheels of Attica Meyer.
Let's see it again.
Let's have a look. Carshop.me, partner, our replay partner here in the UAE RMC. And that's a very uncomfortable ride there from both of those drivers.
But as you pointed out to us yesterday, before we were walking around the track, it's very soft sand.
Very soft
sand. So
sand.
it's not like normally if you get launched up and land like that, you can really hurt yourself because it's bang on to tarmac again.
Yes.
But that would be a soft landing.
Yeah.
So hopefully the kids haven't hurt themselves at all.
It's this very soft sand under the AstroTurf there gives us a great sort of aesthetic here at the Al Fassan Circuit with the greenery being created. But we saw there, now then, coming up in the paddock show, there's a chat to Kai Hunter, who's a crosshair racing in the senior max class. And I asked Kai about the sandy conditions, which are new to European drivers coming over here to the UAE and racing on the tracks here. They have a new phenomenon to contend with, and that's the dusty and sandy offline. It's effectively a one-line racetrack. The moment you get offline, you're on the dirt. You're on sand.
What's it do to the bearings?
I would imagine it reduces the life of bearings. Well, you'd have to be you'd be flushing your bearings out all the time.
Well, that's it. I mean, obviously, you can use seal bearings, but seal bearings have got slightly more drag than unsealed bearings. That's always a disadvantage.
But what he did tell us was that it takes a good couple of laps to get your tyres back if you've had an off-track excursion. Kračović took just a few corners to get his tyres back. You could see the colour of the tyre surface.
What was it? Pure determination.
It was determination. It absolutely was. Dian Singh Bahal did all he could to keep him back, and it just wasn't quite enough. What a great race that was for MiniMax. That really does bode well. There wasn't even a trophy in that one.
No.
Yeah, I mean, we're forming the grid to go for the trophy and the overall podium.
They just did to entertain us. It was very sweet of them.
And don't forget to stay tuned, because we will be bringing you the podium presentation at the end of the racing this afternoon on Karting Live TV's live stream, and of course the UAE RMC live stream both on YouTube, both our YouTube channels, showing this. And we'll be having a little bit of a presentation for our UAE drivers being represented at the Bahrain RMC World Finals. Benjamin Kračović, who we've just seen out in MiniMax, he will be our MicroMax representative. Representing the UAE in MiniMax will be Ari Kallenberg, along with Oliver Spencer, who is out there. Junior Rotax being represented by Nathan Kappen. Omar Ganoum is representing the UAE in Senior Max, and then it's Max Dexter, who's actually here in the Senior Max class. Max is going to be racing in the DD2 category at the Bahrain World Finals. And then we've got Tony Hogg, who's the representative of the DD2 Masters class. Moritz Knopes, who is in the DD2 Masters race here this weekend, he will be in the E20. That's the electrically propelled E2 category at the Bahrain World Finals. Coming, is it a couple of weeks? 3 weekends away, isn't it?
I don't know.
Yes, it's the first weekend of December.
Is it? I thought it was the last weekend of November.
Oh, we'll have to have that confirmed. Yes.
Hang on.
Yes. Have we got a lovely video too?
Have we got enough time for that?
Not sure. Doubtful.
No. We'll show it in a second.
So we are preparing ourselves for our next pre-final, which is Junior Max. That's the grid.
Well, we're both right and wrong. It's November the 29th to December the 6th.
Ah, it's a week, isn't it? Yes, so the actual finals will take place on that first weekend.
Yeah. But I obviously saw the November.
Yes, so the 29th, yeah. It's a full week of heats and preliminaries,
so it's 2 weeks away?
Yes. Well, yeah, everybody will be out there in 2 weeks' time. But the actual finals will take place on that first weekend of December. We've got a great lineup for you for Junior Max. Mitanj Giant on the pole position with Connor Clancy alongside. We've got Aaron Mason, who will line up alongside Leo Einer. Harrison Stevens on row 3 with Sabalai Kojai. And then Oliver Spencer, as I mentioned. Oliver will be representing the UAE. Hang on, let me just confirm that again. Yes, Oliver Spencer will be dropping back down to Mini-Max for the Bahrain World Finals. He's here in Junior Max, moving up the age category, of course. This Junior Max, 12 to 15 years, you can move into seniors in the year of your 16th birthday. Move into your year of your 15th birthday, I think. It's a Senior Max is for 14 years plus. 21 horsepower is what we're seeing in these slightly restricted 125cc 2-stroke water-cooled Rotax engines. Unrestricted for Senior Max, of course. So slight restriction just to reduce the power for the junior age groups.
So there's a little bit of clear-up going on after that run across the ground, because there's just marshals and officials are running back from the top of the track. And we haven't quite opened the circuit. This race was due off at 20, so you can see from that picture we're 21:13 here. But so just a little bit of a delay. But I think you're going to get underway quite soon. The officials are now away from that point. So, just looking at, as we look at the. So yeah, it looks to me like the officials have. There's a lot of official. I don't know whether actually what they're trying to do is collect some reports from the marshals who were near that incident between Mir and Karacevic and other incidents as well. Because there's an awful lot of examining of clipboards at the moment going on. I mean, as you know, we love a good clipboard here at Karting Live TV, but there's a lot of clipboard examination going on. I mean, if you look at that big sort of flying sort of edifice there behind the top of the start line gantry, that is a massive multi-sport stadium. Football, cricket, tennis, a lot. There's a sports area here at Al Forsan, the International Sports Village. So you can really play any sort of team sport on there. They've got a big cricket championship, I think, starting there in a couple of weeks' time. But we'll wait to see what the reason for this slight delay is. I think there's a lot of examining of clipboards, Joe. So I don't know whether they're getting reports in of what happened various marshals.
There's certainly a lot of paperwork that I could see, and that was just the lead 4.
A weighty tome has been written from the.
It's very quiet behind us in the steward's office, isn't it? It's not.
We haven't called them up yet. That's why.
I haven't heard any raised voices.
No, that's the waiting room. Remember.
That is
the waiting room behind us. It's the waiting room. You're waiting to be told off.
The raised voices are in the little office. Yeah.
And the complaints, and the it's not fairs, and the look at my GoPro.
I didn't see the flag.
Look at my GoPro. You can see what's happening. Look what he's done.
Look at the live stream.
Yeah.
Well, don't involve us.
We've been involved enough times. It's fine. So we have a delay. It's only a minor one. But the good news is there's quite a lot of flexibility in the program, so they'll just catch you up the next one.
Yes, so we've got Junior Max followed by DD2s, and Senior Max will conclude our pre-final coverage. We then go for a 50-minute lunch break where we will get to entertain you with our paddock show, our paddock walk that took place yesterday, chatting to a few of the drivers and a few of the teams. And there's some good information in there, so stay tuned. After we've concluded the finals, we will be staying on air for the trophy presentation, our podium trophy presentation.
There's a bit of a gap between the end of the finals and the podium.
I was just about to say that. Sorry, there's a bit of a gap, what?
After the last final, before the podium ceremony, but we are going to fill it with information.
I was about to say that. I was giving you 5. Are you continuing, or am I?
I'm upset now.
Okay.
You're going to go at me.
Yeah, have we got the NAS?
In fairness, realistically, if we didn't do this, the traditional Cartoon Live TV viewers wouldn't recognise us.
Exactly. We've got to bicker.
Because those of you on the UAE don't realise that Joe and I do most of the commentary in the UK. It's we obviously when Henry's available, we have Henry in with Joe. But this is just us back to what we do all summer, isn't it? Really. Be it Access, be it the NKC, and the green flag's waved somewhere. Oh no, it was waved and taken away again. It was waved erroneously green flag there. Joe's not talking to me anymore.
No, sorry. Yes.
What are you doing?
I've just got some information from Cashies.
Oh really?
Yeah, Mr. King.
Has he found his phone?
Mr. King has found his phone.
That's a very long story.
Did I tell you about the renaming of the final turn of Warden Law?
Yeah. Pickpocket.
We're going to call it pickpocket. You can get your pockets picked.
Okay, so it looks like we're up and rolling, and we are rolling away. So, Joe, you wanted to do this a minute ago.
Yes, here's the grid then. Well, let's have a proper rundown as the field lead away then. Mitansh Jain and Connor Clancy are the drivers that lead off on the front row. Aaron Mason and Leo Anya are on the second row. Harrison Stevens and Savelli Kojai. Oliver Spencer and Jay Hidding on row 4. Brando Londono and Ray Harbour are next up. Row 6 is Derek Rivera and Via Chopra. Axel Nuckham and Floris Schenkenberg are on row 7. Row 8 is Pierre Abu Diwan and Johansa Seniakai. Erin Ortak and Angelina Simmons, the Iron Dames driver, are on row 9. Row 10 is Samuel Turner and Themai Mapangada. Giuseppe Montanari with Aaron Sete. Murad Baravmov and Aaron Qureshi are on row 12 and rounding off 13 rows of karts. Jack Doe, who of course had that issue with his removal of his front nose cone, didn't he? He had his nose section removed. Faris Haroon is the final qualifier. That's 26 karts, 13 rows of drivers already coming towards us towards the final turn in nice ordered fashion as well, Nick, with a beautifully slowed down pace from our front row Mumbai Falcons running the order here.
Yeah, they've got themselves going as slow as possible. It's mainly because the 255 of Mitesh J wants to spear off the corner before Clancy can put his foot down because he's got a slightly wider loop into it, and this is quite a clean start. Coming across to claim that first corner is John. Looks like Clancy's dropped down to third, so I'm pretty sure Mason's picked up second place, and he has in the blue and white cart. So it's going to be Jane from Mason from Clancy, the top 3, as they go through the chicane for the first time.
Up to the top of the hill now, through the left, right of the chicane at the top of the hill, and then immediately on the brakes. Oh, and the cart slewing to a sideways slide from the number 264 of Aaron Mason, who slices through and into second place. They're already heading towards the sweeping turn of turn 9. Into the bank turn here, absolutely flat chat through here. Tyres just becoming up to pressure now as they then heavy on the brakes for the right-hand hairpin, and then They will enter into the...
Oof.
Oh, and a cart going
Where's he
off a
gone?
massive tangent off up there.
Wow.
Not quite
He's
sure who
got it.
that was
He's-
or whether
he's
he needed a ticket to get back in.
Yeah,
He went off so far.
He's gone off for the holidays. He's not even coming back. Okay, the top three now. It's a nice break again for Mitash Giant. Clancy looks to take up the inside, coming down the main straight of Aaron Mason. So it looks like Clancy could now claim second place, but they're right side by side into one. And Clancy there, discretion, better part of valour.
Yeah.
Eases back and lets Mason take the corner. He could have fought it out, but I think it would end in tears for both of them. And then in fourth place, it's Leo Anya and then it's Harrison Stevens. But the main news is, with almost a second lead, it's Mitash Jain.
This is exactly what happened in the first heat, isn't it? Mitash Jain was able to just pull a gap because everyone behind him was squabbling. Now the tyre's beginning to get towards that optimum pressure, optimum grip. The cart's becoming more balanced the way the drivers have honed their setup across the practice sessions. This is where they want them to be. Their starting pressure will always start lower than they end up because you've got to gauge just how much heat is going to be put through, how much energy is going to be put through these tyres as they make their way through the S's now back towards us in the paddock through the compression there. And there's Conor Clancy down the inside. Sort of an opportunist move that.
Yeah.
And that's put Clancy very solidly in a second.
Turn 17. I think that absolutely Mason was not expecting this at all. Through 16 now and then up the outside and then come back across 17. So Clancy just found the extra momentum and the extra bite for the Kart Shop ME replay. And they're now up at the top of the hill, but now he's now got to try and catch up the 1.172 seconds that Mitash Jain has made whilst they've been fighting behind him.
Yeah, Conor Clancy using the curb and the exit of the chicane there, and it certainly slowed him down, but he needed the car to be going a little bit sideways to scrub up a bit of speed for the hairpin. Now everybody chases off after Mitash Jain, as Jain for Mumbai Falcons. Got a Mumbai Falcons 1-2 now with Conor Clancy slotting in that second place. Aaron Mason for George Gibbons Motorsport, though, not letting them get too far away. These two beginning to pull a little bit of a gap there as we head on down to the final part of the S's. It will be Conor Clancy behind Mitash Jain for first and second. Aaron Mason, Leo Anya. Harrison Stevens ahead of Anya. That was a move that we missed there. Savali Kojai in 6th, 7th is Jaden Hidding, Veer Chopra 8th, and up to 9th has gone Axel Nuckom ahead of Oliver Spencer.
Yeah, Chopra having a difficult meeting so far. The man I think who's in second in the championship at the moment. He was 12th in Heat 1. He has climbed up from his 12th place in the qualifying. I think he had a difficult issue, so he's now at 8th. So he's one of the driver who's having to kind of gain a few places each race and try and get near the front by the end. But I'll tell you something, what isn't happening, Mitash is not losing and not being gained on by Clancy at the moment. Clancy actually lost another 10th, so Giants really got the pace.
We'll gauge that, Nick. It's 1.3 seconds across the line. We're on lap 4 of 10 here in the Junior Max Pre-Final, and we'll just see, now that Conor Clancy has broken free of this driver here, or these drivers, Harrison Stevens for M&M, now chasing down the blue and white cart for GGM's of Aaron Mason, 1.2. So Conor Clancy is
700. That's what it was.
Is it? Right, okay. So 56.891, 56.798. Conor Clancy with the fastest lap of the race. He is the quickest car out there in second place.
But unfortunately, he needs to be a lot quicker, even though, I mean, he's got to make 1 point. He needs to make.
Well, not even at half distance.
He still needs to gain 0.3. Oh,
He's
okay, that's fake. Well, there we go. He's going to catch him. Let's see if he does. Bit spread out. The pack is all behind. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But the first 8 or 9, in fact, down to 9 within 4 seconds. A gap to Oliver Spencer, who's 2.5 seconds off that, and he's on no man's land actually, in front of Samuel Turner. So it's a kind of a more relaxed race so far than the previous one.
Yeah, relaxed in relative terms.
In relative terms, yeah.
There's
26 guys, really, guys and girls, really going for it here.
It's a very, very busy lap here at Al Fassan, and it's a very physical track as well. These tight hairpin turns really do tax not just it's the concentration level as well. You miss your braking point by a metre and you are sliding wide and losing 2 or 3 places, as we're seeing here. This is the M&M cart of Harrison Stevens here, just heading this pack, and down the inside has gone the GGM cart of Saveli Kojai. He's going to hang on to the hairpin as well and make another move there. But they're all packing up together, aren't they, Nick? And there's a track limit to shoot straight away.
That was Chopra who got shoved out the outside there. And I'm not quite sure whether Chopra's where he was scored still in 8th, I think. 7th. I think he's gone back down to 8th again.
That's Kojai down the inside of the 222 numbered cart of Anya.
Chopper having a right old struggle at the moment.
Yeah.
We know the pace of Veer, but he's just not being able to put it down and show at the moment in this very busy track and very busy field of karts.
The cartshop.me replay capturing that very well indeed to see that move again, and it was all about momentum out of the chicane. Here we go then. We're on to lap number 7 here. Time beginning to tick by, and any kind of opportunity to get by and improve your places are beginning to ebb away from you. There are 3 more laps to go after this one. That's lap 8, 9 and 10. Oh, and down the inside has gone the M&M cart of Axel Knockom. He's gone down the inside and coming back.
Chopper coming back, isn't he? Because Chopper's really he's not having a great weekend at the moment. I think he's lost another place. But it's an interesting situation here. The 3 of them sweep by at the lower reaches of the top 10. But Mitesh Jain, again, Clancy was faster, but only a 1/10 of a second again. And you need to gain more than a 1/10 of a second, Connor, if you're going to catch up within the remaining 2.5 laps.
I'm going to be proved wrong here, I think, Nick.
I don't know.
No. I think with 1.1 seconds the gap here as we watch this battle, absolutely brilliant.
And
that's the 219 cart of Via Chopra, who gets back inside Axel Knockom. Again, sorry, it was the Leo Anya who got back inside. They're still squabbling. Whose race is this going to be, side by side into turn 3?
The blue cart, is that? Who's that?
That's the 222 of Leo Anya.
Yeah, he may well be in trouble as far as his bumper is concerned, because it was all ridden up the back of the previous the car in front. And as he lifted up, you could see the side of it come up. So these plastic-wise, he might have an issue. And he's absolutely swamped down the bottom of the hill by every cart in the history of the world.
Yeah, the 242 cart of, who is that? That's Oliver Spencer there from Mumbai Falcons. He defended by moving out to the right, but then he lost the gap because there's 2 carts went down his inside. So this is
the cart that just spent the entirety of the 9-10 outside on the stripy bits. Clancy did gain 2/10 last time, so you might be okay. As they come round, there are 2 more laps to go when they get to the end of this one. And a nice hop up the inside by the 272. That's I misread that. Was it 222?
Abu Dhabi.
Yeah, okay.
It is the M&M cart ahead of the Mumbai Falcons entry of Oliver Spencer there. Carts going left, right and centre quite literally here.
10th more for Connor in that lap. He's got I don't know whether he can get to the point where he can get close enough to do an awful lot. He seems quite close now, actually. So
yeah, this is great karting. This is pure racing, isn't it?
Absolutely. There are scrapping here for the lower reaches of the top 10, because it means that when they'll start for the long final, they'll have a better chance of getting forward to the podium. But we are now only a lap and a half from the end. Just keeping an eye on the top 2. They're not far apart, but I think they're too far apart to be... I don't know, actually.
They've kind of settled in a little bit,
well,
haven't
I don't know. I think it's a bit closer. I think it was at 0.8 last time. They're about to cross the line to start their last lap, the leaders. So we'll get a timer again, and Clancy has 3.5 seconds.
Yeah, but we're on the final lap now. Mitansh Jain, who is, as we continue this midfield gap, we maybe perhaps jump ahead. We've lost Angelina Simmons, who was running in 6th place there, and came into the pits on the last time by.
Here they go again, Mitash Jain. He's held the lead from the first corner. Clancy dropped to 3rd, 4th through to 2nd past Aaron Mason. And has begun a slow climb to the back of Mitash Jain's kart, which is going to end, I'm afraid, I think, in a lack of success just because he's not got enough laps or because Jain's too quick. But the 2 Mumbai Falcons machines, as Jain perhaps just is already winding down a little bit, knows what he has to do, just run this downhill S section correct just one more time. He's got a left, he's got a right, and he's got a pre-final win. And Mitash Jain takes the pre-final from Connor Clancy, and they are a long, long way away from the 3rd place man who crosses the line now. And that is indeed going to be Aaron Mason. In 4th place, Harrison Stevens. It's Salih Kogai in 5th. It's Veer Chopra, who had a better second half of the race, who got up to 6th. Axel Knockom in 7th, Oliver Spencer is 8th, Jack Doe is 9th, and Leo Anya is 10th. And the rest of the kart drivers you can all read on the side.
That was pretty much a kind of a copy of the Heat, wasn't it? With Mitansh Jain breaking free because of all hell breaking loose behind him, hanging on to that lead, and Connor Clancy just coming back towards him. I mean, the gap at the end of that race was just under half a second. So Connor Clancy was, I mean, arguable how many laps Connor Clancy would have needed to maybe, I mean, the old adage, isn't it? It's one thing catching the driver in front, it's a completely different thing
passing
them. And Mitansh Jain putting in his personal best fastest lap time very much on the last lap there, 56.575. So he did have a little bit in the toolkit. So Mitansh Jain goes on to the provisional pole position for the final. The Junior Max final scheduled for just after 3 o'clock here this afternoon. Local time is just coming up to 20 to 1. And we are getting ready now, Nick, for the DD2s.
Yeah, any second now we'll see the 11 DD2s take off. There's about 3-4 minutes before the race actually gets underway. It's due off at 12:44. I don't know whether they're going to try it, but they should be able to keep this on track, I would think.
So the DD2's scheduled to go out at 12:44, so we're about 6 minutes away from that, Nick.
I was looking up, we haven't really got anything that kind of fits DD2. You haven't done enough interviews. We have done one, but it's a really long one between 2 people, which I'll play out later.
And how many is that? How many minutes is that?
6.5, 7.
There you go.
It's too long.
So DD2's getting ready there. And this is the gearbox class of Rotax Max karting.
It is. It's boxy. So, yeah, I mean, it's a 2-speed gearbox. It's very interesting, as you say. Is it left paddle for down and 1 and right paddle for 2?
Left-hander is first gear and right paddle is second gear.
And is it a centrifugal gear, is it? How is it? How is the gears selected? Oh, we've got a rescue cart there for 221.
Yeah, the old trailer, recovery trailer. And there is Dian Singh Pahal. Sunning himself there, yeah, really rubbing. So we get a chat with Dian, who is fresh off his clinching of the British MSUK British MicroMax Championship and coming second in the UKC. He was. We get an interview with Dan, and he tells us why he's here in the UAE racing in this championship, and he's basically here for the weather. And he really did rub it into everyone at home.
Realistically, why else would you be here?
Yeah, and that's what he said. He kind of looked at me as if it was a stupid question, which I suppose it was.
Well, in fairness. Wouldn't be the first time, Joe.
Not at all. That child has made me look stupid.
Yes, well, that happens most days. Thing is, it stops being your own child and starts being someone else's child.
Yes, it has been. So pole position is Mark Bassier going forward. He is the kart at the front of that right-hand line of karts. Adam Malik will be the kart that lines up beside him. It's Mumbai Falcons on pole. M&M alongside. Tony Hogg there is the kart that is run as an independent with Hamza Ashisho alongside. Elijah Yulton for Mumbai Falcons on row 3 with Moritz Knopjes, Sami Al-Assad, Kyle Blockley, Greg Watt. Another independent, but running under the Honolulu Racing banner again. Greg Watt is another one of our interviewees in the paddock show, and he tells us all about Honolulu Racing. And constant big smile on his face just from driving these DD2 karts at any track we find him in the UAE RMC.
Seems fair enough.
Absolutely. Tyler Harris will start on row 5 in 10th place, would you believe? Now, Tyler was the kart that started on the front row of the grid alongside Adam Malik, and he was having to, got pulled in for a rear bumper that somehow worked loose. So he's on a recovery drive. So we'll keep an eye on that one, Ash, our producer today, Ashley on time. His first trip to the UAE for the UAE RMC, and he's found it harder than it looks.
Yeah, it's hard. He couldn't handle it. Yeah, he brought disease with him.
No sleep on the plane on the way over.
Yeah.
Struggled to sleep the first night through sheer excitement. And has been suffering ever since. I'm not sure, this international motorsport lark is harder than it looks, isn't it, Ash? Hey? Nick and I make it look really easy, don't we? Flashing from one time zone to the next.
Oh, it's just that's all over, really, isn't it?
Yeah, poor Ash. So he's cutting the pictures for us today. He's deciding what you guys see. And that is our senior Rotax class in the
waiting area.
In the pre-collecting area.
Yes, the pre-collecting lounge.
Kind of the green room. Just beginning to line up there. They'll be, when the DD2s clear off for their pre-final, these carts will be let into the collecting area and form up in grid formation. So we've got...
So I'm expecting this should be an interesting race.
This will be.
Because Tyler's is going to come to the field, or attempt to at least.
He absolutely is. Tyler Harris has got a big ask for the DD2 pre-final. And that's why I brought Ash in, actually, and I didn't finish me sentence. Too much ripping you apart, wasn't I?
But that's the point of it.
Yes, exactly. So Tyler Harris, who's starting way back on card 484, is going to be coming through the field, Ash. I would think. But I reckon he'll slide through the field within 3 or 4 turns. That's where he
not the whole field.
He's
in the lead in 4 turns?
No, he's not going to be in the lead. He's got a big ask to get in the lead. Mark Bassier and Adam Malik.
Right,
He's got to get past Tony Hogg and Hamza Rashid.
Exactly, yes.
And then, you've got the likes of Elijah Yulton and Moritz Quinones, who's, Moritz is, he's going to be our E20 representative at the Bahrain World Finals, representing the UAE. There aren't any slouches, but Tyler Harris is a very, very quick young man on these DD2 carts. So as you were saying, Nick, 2 gears, 2 ratio gearbox, left-hand paddle for first, right-hand paddle for second.
Never ask you how it works.
Isn't any clutch pedals. It's far too complex and far too complicated.
Wires.
We are going to do a technical feature on the actual workings of the gearbox.
Yours, Danny.
And Danny Bond is going to do that for us.
Exactly about to say.
Yeah. Yes, he is going to do that.
And we're rolling. So that means I can give you... Have you done the grid, or do you want the grid?
Well, I've done the grid, but give us a look. The people out there in TV land will be wanting to see that.
Internet land. It doesn't go BBC One, BBC Two, ITV, Karting Live TV. It should do.
Why isn't it got left and right? Why isn't it got left and right? Mark Bassier, Adam Malik.
Because it only goes left and right when there's 14 or more.
Anthony Hogg, Hamza Shisho, row 3, Elijah Yulton and Maritz Noptes. Sami Al-Assad and Kyle Blockley share row 4. Row 5 is Greg Watt and Tyler Harris, with Nicolo Cacciatore, I should say, is the 11th cart on the grid. And everybody has come out and are on track. So we are online for a rolling start, of course, being led round by the Swiss driver, Mark Bassier, driving for the Mumbai Falcons team.
Slow down. You move too fast.
Good use of the yellow flag there, just coming out of the compression there at turn 15, is that? Yes, it is, so, 15. Yeah. Then they go through this very tight left and right to finish the lap. So the number 455, that's the Mumbai Falcons livery there, the orange, blue and white cart. The red, white and blue, the black, white and red cart is the M&M team. And here we go, Tony Hogg, absolutely glued to the rear bumper as we're side-by-side action, almost 3 wide through turn 1. Keep an eye out for Tyler Harris, who'll be wanting to move up the order. But it's Mumbai Falcons that lead from M&M, and that means Bassier and Malik are the leaders.
Yeah, there's a cart that's not got off very well at all there. It's just crawling round, not sure who it is. So one of our carts is going to be a effective... I think it's cleared up. Just having some issues to get off the line. So there's a big scrap at the front as the carts pull away, and it's the 455 Mark Bassier who leads. I think it's Malik in second, and a brief gap to third, fourth, and fifth. The big question is going to be, where will Tyler Harris be at the end of the first lap?
Yeah, it's a Mumbai Falcons driver in third, I can tell you. I think that's Elijah Yulton, the driver in third. He's got an M&M driver in the form of Hamza Rashisho, absolutely glued to his rear bumper and about to be challenged as they complete their first lap. Then across the line, it's Bassier who leads, Adam Malik in second. Moritz Quinones has got up to third in great style. Hamza Rashisho is fourth. Tony Hogg down to fifth. Tyler Harris up to sixth in the space of 1 lap. But Elijah Yulton was further down the field than I expected him. We've lost, it seems, Sami Al-Assad and Kyle Blockley.
Certainly one of them was struggling early
Kyle
on.
Blockley's just come through.
Right,
so it's Sami Al-Assad. who we've lost at the top of the hill out to turn 2.
No, so it's Carl who didn't start properly. He had an engine issue, it seemed, but now it's rolling reasonably. So it looks like Samir didn't even start. But they have broken away. Top 2, and then the second 2, which is Gnopes and Hashisho. Obviously behind them, Tony Hogg and Tyler Harris. 2 of the big names in DD2 racing in the UAE.
So that Mumbai Falcons driver that I knew was in 3rd place was Moritz Knopes, who has had a cracking first lap here. He's in the DD2 Masters, so that's our Masters leader there in 3rd place overall. And if anything, he looks like he's about to...
Harris made 1 place in that
lap,
Jay. He got past Hogg. But these are the top 2 scrapping it out, Malek and Bazier. So Malek has got into the lead. And it's Bazier in the red in 2nd, chasing him down the 4.55.
Now then, can Bazier come back at him? It's M&M that leads. Mumbai Falcons 2nd, Mumbai Falcons 3rd. It's a breakaway from the first 2. There they are through the very fast sweep of the right-hander at turn 9 into the hairpin at turn 11. And now we're into the S's part of the lap. And Bazier trying to come back at the M&M driver, Adam Malek, who we know how quick Adam is. He's put the pole position time in the time qualifying, and now he leads. He's where he wants to be. It's where he wanted to be since we chatted to him in that post-qualifying chat we had. And he is leading up and over the hill into the left-hander, and then climbing again through the right-hand hairpin towards the chicane now. That looks settled, Nick, if you ask me. I think we need to drop back to 3rd and 4th because Moritz Knopes and Tyler Harris are now coming together. That's Knopes in 3rd. His Mumbai Falcons teammate, Tyler Harris, is the driver that started way down on the 5th row of the grid in 10th place. But he's the driver who came in championship leader. And there's a move, is it? And Tyler Harris is through. And I think that was accommodated by Moritz Knopes, if you like. The carchop.me replay will show that. Knopes just making room, it looked like. Or was that more of an opportunist move as Knopes nearly lost out to Ashisho, who tried to follow. He tried to follow Tyler Harris through. And now Ashisho coming under pressure from Tony Hogg, who's right on the bumper. As we go back up the hill to the top of the hill towards the chicane. Knopes now in 4th place there, just coming out of the chicane there. Ashisho, Tony Hogg, Elijah Yulton, that's the 4, and that is the battle for 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th there.
Yeah, it's all going on at the moment as Harris has to make up a bridger gap of 1.4 seconds to get to these 2 at the front of the field. He kind of put money on with 11 laps to go, and they're just completing the end of lap 5 now. He's got a chance, but these 2 slugging each other down, I'm sure. And looking at the outside there, Bazier not happy to have lost the lead, fighting hard with Malek. So the distance was 1.4 seconds. Distance now between the 2 of them is 1.1 seconds. So Harris is on his way. How much of that is Harris's pace, and how much is the top 2 slowing each other down?
Just noticed as well, Nick, they're coming out of the turn 2. Their front wheels are coming off the ground. That's how steep the peak of that climb to turn 2 is. Now, Adam Malek, let's have a look at the carchop.me replay, as we see them come through the chicane, getting a little bit overuse of the curb there, isn't it?
Yeah, and then you watch the landing and try and control what's going on.
Didn't seem to affect the performance, though, I thought.
Just keep putting the throttle down as hard as you can.
He was certainly flat out.
I'm not sure that Harris has gained much this lap, because what actually seems to have happened is that Malek has finally broken Bazier. Managed to get a few lengths.
The gap was a second, Nick, at the line between Bazier in 2nd place, the orange cart there, Mumbai Falcons, and the orange cart just coming into the picture there. Tyler Harris, still a 2nd, hasn't gained or lost anything. So that's interesting. Tyler Harris has perhaps progressed as far as he is. We've clicked by half distance, by the way.
Yeah, so we're on the 7th lap of 11. As they're not shy about hitting the old curbs in the DD2s, coming out the top of the hill chicane, down the hill, of course, now. And it's really what Harris can do in this kart, the 484. Sort of Mansell-esque helmet, isn't it, in many ways? I'm sure that's his actual copy, but has a look about it of Mansell.
Now, he looks like he's gaining. I know that the timing beam told us that he didn't gain any ground whatsoever on that previous lap, but he looks like He has closed that gap to his teammate Mark Bassier. Bassier still hanging onto the rear bumper of Adam Malek. And if anything, Bassier looking very racing indeed. This is Tyler Harris chasing down. That's got to be narrower than a second. Here they come across the line. It is barely under a second.
But what happened was actually Bassier gained on Malek and Harris gained on Malek. So the gap from first to third went down to 1.5 seconds from 1.25 seconds.
Yeah, but the gap between second and third is
Stays
just
the same,
1.9. Yeah, about the same.
It's a kind of an ebb and flow between the top three. As Malek again clobbers the chicane, trying to gain as much momentum as possible before he comes down the hill. Not having to go defensive yet. Relatively happy he's got Bassier in his pocket for the time being. Lap 8 of 11. Tyler Harris just desperately trying to catch up behind. It's Marek Nopis and Hamza Hashio make up the rest of the top 5. Anthony Hogg, not very used to being down in 6th place, but that's where he is at the moment. And they come round the corner again.
Malek seems to be, I say, composed in that lead. He's looking as composed as you can. I'm pretty sure he's under a lot of pressure. He can't make a mistake. Mark Bassier is right there with him as we are just going to clear a back marker there. That's Kyle Blockley keeping out of the way. And Malek is really, really quick through turns 1 and 2.
Yeah.
Climbing up the hill now towards the chicane again, Nick. And Malek looks like he's composed, doesn't he? But these guys are flat out. And what is that?
Was that kart or was that chicane?
I'm not sure whether that was a part. Let's have a look at the kartshop.me replay.
Kart or a bit of chicane?
Whose kart was it from? And
it's some plastic from the back of the 455.
Yeah, from the back of Bassier.
Something's kind of Bassier's car. I don't know what it is. An under tray, perhaps?
Was that a chain guard?
Oh, it might have been.
Was that a chain guard?
He'll have to stop.
Because if you get a mechanical.
No, hang on, they haven't got chains.
No, they haven't got chains. No, they're absolutely not. Well spotted.
But it could be something. There is plastic around the gearbox casing.
That might be just some bits of plastic cover. That's not really going to affect the performance of the car. And as we say that, he seemed to lose performance at the final turn. We're on the penultimate lap.
0.8 now, Harris, from first to third. So he's gained 4/10 on the first place. But more importantly, he's only less than half a second behind second.
Yeah, he's only 4/10. That's under half a second, isn't it? Tyler Harris coming back towards his teammate Mark Bassier.
Nothing else fell off that time, though, so that's good news.
Yes.
But Harris now, I think he's going to want an extra lap than there's going to be. He might pick up second. He's got a lap and a half to do it if he can. So Harris is the third place in the orange car, and he's got the whiter helmet. But the 3 carts, so the leading is Malek in the white cart, and then you've got 2 very similar livery machines, the second and third.
They're at the far end of the circuit at this point here, but this is where you make up the time. Through the S's here. You've got to be smooth, you've got to carry momentum towards the final 2 corners now. Adam Malek leads out of the final turn across the line. He's going to see the last lap board as he heads towards turn 1. Bassier and Harris follow him in. And if anything, it's Harris now getting ever closer to that rear bumper of Mark Bassier as they climb the hill back towards the chicane once again. This is for the final time, though, Nick.
Yeah, and it's interesting, really. I wouldn't have put money on this being the situation where we hold the lead the whole time. Malek's found a bit of extra speed after getting past Bassier on the second lap. There's an outside chance that Harris can do something.
Here we go then, up the hill towards the sweeping turn of the right-hander. That bank turn in towards the braking area for the hairpin at turn 11. Now we get towards, all right, it's very difficult to pass here, but you can gain and lose time so easily. They look like they're spaced out quite evenly.
Yeah, there's not going to be a move here. They're going to cross the line.
Well, certainly Malek's got it. Bassier in second place will hang on to that second as well, keeping his Mumbai Falcons. Well, it's a Mumbai Falcons second, third and fourth there as Moritz Knopes hangs on to fourth there. Oh, he doesn't. But his Mumbai Falcons teammate Elijah Yulton gets fourth. Where is Knopes? Has Knopes gone through?
I don't know.
Adam Malek has took the win. Bassier second. Tyler Harris third.
There's a big yellow flag at the top.
Elijah Yulton has taken fourth. And they are the only drivers. We are still
finished. Well,
I'm still
everyone's
waiting
coming down the hill really slowly.
I'm still waiting for Moritz Knopes, Anthony Hogg, Tony Hogg, that is, Hamza Ashisho, and they've gone into the pits.
Well, that's really weird.
And they've finished. There's Knopes across the line. Sorry.
They weren't that far behind.
Across the line. 33 seconds behind fourth place.
Something weird happened.
So I can't tell what has happened there to stop that. But Malek takes the win. That's for certain. Mark Bassier solid in second. Tyler Harris third. having come from 10th on the grid to 3rd. That's going to give us a great final.
Did the people outside the top 4 get the check of flag too early?
I don't think so. They were.
So what held them up for 30 seconds?
I don't know. I don't know whether there was an incident or something. But this lines us up nicely. The DD2 final is going to be a cracker. Of course, Adam Malek, we know how fast he is here at Al Forsan. Mark Bassier, absolutely fastest lap for him. His fastest lap came on the final lap there, 55.903 for him right there at the end. Tyler Harris started 10th. It's going to be a big ask for both Adam Malek and Mark Bassier to keep them behind, isn't it? And Elijah Yulton in 4th is not going to be that far away. And then we've got the Masters battle as well to contend with.
I can hear from the... we get kind of bleed over what's going on. There's a tiny bit of consternation in the control room about what happened at the end of that race. But it sounds like there may have been
consternation like we had.
Yes, there may have been a sort of double yellow warning flag slow down, which they got the second half of the pits. But
well,
I don't think it changed the order, did it?
Yes, it did. Moritz Knopjes, he finished in 5th.
Right.
He went into that last lap in 4th.
Oh dear.
Elijah Yulton only finished 6 seconds behind Tyler Harris in 3rd, and Knopjes and Yulton were together. So I'm not sure what exactly happened there. We've got the last pre-final of the weekend coming up next, and that is for our Senior Rotax Max class. The question that everyone is asking, and I know we are asking it, Nick, who can beat George Nasser?
Well,
he came into this second round of the championship, leading the championship after a win and a second place at the first round at Al Ain. He's been very dominant. Fastest lap time in type qualifying, put him on pole for the heat, and then he told us in his post-qualifying interview he wanted a boring race for the heat, and he kind of got that because of all the squabbling that went on for second down. He then had what he wanted. He got exactly what he wanted. He got a very comfortable win.
He'd sat on Santa's knee and asked for something, and it all turned up.
Santa delivered.
He did.
Yeah, absolutely.
So obviously Santa doesn't work for every then. It's a bit of a UK gag. Now, interestingly, the wind's changed direction again. So the wind is now blowing tails away onto the front straight when it had been the other way. So it's gone around 100. It's not exactly very windy, but it has swirled around 180 degrees. It's obviously important I give constant wind updates.
It's very nice of you.
I pointed out last night you were quite windy as well. There's a rescue cart going backwards. So I'm interested, when we actually get to the grid for the final for the DD2, it's going to be quite interesting to see what happens regarding the...
Yes, what happened on that last one. Yes.
I know.
Yes. So, getting ready then for our Senior Max final, pre-final I should say. George Nasser on the front row with Nathan Kaplan alongside. It's M&M versus Mumbai Falcons. That seems to be the order of the day. Jaguar Detroit for Axel GP. He's wanting to spoil that party with Oscar Lambert from Mumbai Falcons alongside. XL's representative is Mohammed Menemene. He's alongside Motorscape's Eloy Gonzalez. Alexander Biji for M&M alongside Axel GP's Arthur De Donker on row 4. Row 5 is Omar Ganu with Max Dexter alongside. Max, of course, will be representing the UAE in the DD2 class in the World Grand Finals, the RMC Grand Finals in Bahrain in 3 weekends' time. They are going to be out in Bahrain in 2 weeks, but there's a lot of running. There is a lot of track running. A week of practice, qualifying, heats, and then going into our finals.
Interviews.
Yes, absolutely.
Was it Jen?
Great TV
Jen?
Jen, yeah.
Lady.
Yes.
Jen, yeah, with Henry.
Yes. Is Henry doing the World Finals? Is he?
Yes.
Yeah, of course he is. Yeah, what am I talking about?
He's coming back from Vegas, doing the World Finals, and going to Macau. And if he survives, he's going to come and do us.
Yes, and that's something Ash couldn't cope with. United States for 2 weeks,
No.
and then across the other side of the world to the Middle East.
He's not listening.
He's not listening. That would absolutely destroy Ash.
Yeah.
He's not. We're going to not get Ash to do
If
that.
you have your phone in your hand, could I ask you to do me a favour and go to Instagram and follow the Karting Live TV Instagram page? New this weekend. And we will post some stuff. Promise we'll post some stuff in between the races, little clips and stuff. And it is Karting Live TV, all lowercase. And please be a follower. How many followers have we got now? Are we up to 10 yet?
I
Grand launch of the week.
don't know. Attica Mayer
Got 12,000.
is very, very quick with her Instagram coverage.
I believe she may have someone doing it for her.
I think so. She's got a camera turn 1, that's for sure.
That's nice.
Oh, that's last week. That's last weekend. They're all on the same colour
I
cards.
think maybe we could just borrow the camera. I think you haven't answered my question. You just looked at other things.
I did. I got dragged in by the world of what's it called?
The world of what's it called?
Yes, the world of.
Oh, it's time for the world of what's it called?
Instagram.
Thank you. I can't. I don't. Well, we haven't posted recently, so I can't find out what we got. Oh, we go. Karting Live TV. Okay, here we go. Yeah. So what we got. 27 followers.
Keep going, everybody. Tell all your friends.
That's from nothing only a day ago. It's not like one of those social media reality stars who go on and get 500,000 in 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh, Ash then trying to drop his very expensive iPhone.
Well, he was about to go on Instagram and follow us.
No, he's
Please
already
do that. Have we got any chat coming in, by the way?
No, he's already followed us. Any chat we get,
you're on it.
Oh yeah.
Okay. All right. We are getting very, very
hang
close.
on. Ash has also liked all the pictures. He doesn't just followed us. He's liked all the pictures.
Because that's important. We are getting very close to the pre-final of Senior Max. It's scheduled for 6 minutes past.
About a minute and a half.
We're
time.
about a minute and a half away from that. This will be the last pre-final of the weekend, of the day. We will get, after this, 11-lap race. Should be about 14 minutes in duration. We will then head off to our lunch break of about 50 minutes, which is scheduled. And within that lunch break, you'll get a chance to watch our paddock show from round 2 of the UAE RMC. Get a chat to a mix of people across the paddock. And then after our lunch break, we start off with the MicroMax final, 12 laps, with 15 kilometres of running for the MicroMax youngsters, Mini Max, Junior Max, DD2 and Senior Max. That is the order of the day.
And we're off. I think there's a big kind of buzzer then. It's kind of, we're off now.
Yes, we've had the
pre-warning.
Ladies and gentlemen, start your engines, I think, is what the order of the day is down there in the collecting area. George Nasser for the M&M team has been unbeatable so far this weekend at Al Fassan as the green flag flies.
Just so far.
He has absolutely been unbeatable. Now, if he gets a breakaway at the start of this race, and that's what he'll be planning on, then he's going to do exactly what he did in the heats and do just that. So we've got a green flag. We're waiting for the go-ahead from timing and scoring to release the karts onto the track. George will lead the field out. Beautiful day here at Al Fassan. We're just on the outskirts of downtown Abu Dhabi at the Al Fassan Resort, the sports resort, with all sorts of activities. You name it, it's here. From wakeboarding, being pulled round on a cable car.
Cable car?
It's kind of like a cable.
It's a cable drag.
It's not a cable drag.
If it was a cable car,
of
there'd
course,
be
a car.
85 people getting on it. But back to you'll have a trams in, aren't we?
So you're being dragged around on a cable.
See, now, if Johnny Palmer said cable car, you could understand that, because that's what he's into.
He really is.
You give him a funicular, give him a tram. He's a happy man. So everyone's sitting, getting ready. Everyone's very excited about the chance to get rolling.
36 starters as well, Nick.
There are a lot of people.
Yeah, lots of Senior Max entries. This is great news for the UAE RMC. And, of course, we will be bringing you all of the rounds all the way through until April, all live on the Karting Live TV YouTube channel and all live on the UAE RMC channel on YouTube. Doesn't matter what you choose, as long as you follow us and you follow the racing, as George Nasser leads the field out. Let's have a look at the grid then. So it's George Nasser and Nathan Kaplan who start on the front row of the grid. Jagrat Detroyer and Oscar Lambert are on row 2. Mohamed Menemene and Eloy Gonzalez on row 3. Row 4 is Alessandro Bigi and Arthur Dodonka. Row 5, Omar Ghannoum and Max Dexter. Brian Damadasa and Alicia Knaisa on row 6. Row 7 is Enzo Tesluk and Shivant Kartik. Kai Hunter starts on row 8 alongside Guido Bedoli. Jeremy Montgomery Swan and Kian Crownbull start on row 9. Row 10 is Jules Domont and Faisal Nashko. Ryan Qureshi and Manaf Al-Balushi start on row 11. Row 12 is Adish Mehta and Oscar Backhouse, with late Momina and Lewis Hartman on row 13. Row 14 is Abdullah Al-Kata and Antonius Haddad, with Andrew Obaid and Philip Dinu. 16 is Andrea Remy and Neyman Karaja. Alexis Alzaya and Ali Al-Khalifa on row 17, and rounding off the 18 rows of carts are Oscar Bray and Jordan Schultz. We are already towards the final turn, and once again, Nick, we're seeing a very, very slow start.
Well, not even walking pace, we're limping pace.
We are, but we'll see George Nasser control this until he points the cart straight.
And he wants to go bang before Nathan Kaplan can do it on the outside. Last time around this worked out well, because Kaplan didn't end up in the top, about 5th place after the first corner. And across comes Nasser, but Kaplan this time gets into 2nd place. We might see some competition. The fastest to have got away in this Senior Max Pre-Final.
Yeah, front row of the grid are in the lead of this race with George Nasser and Nathan Kaplan. Nathan Kaplan making a point of getting around the outside of that 2nd row of carts, as the rest of the field, absolute lots of argy-bargy going on from 3rd place down over. We'll get a grip of who is where as the field come out of the hairpin at turn 8 and up the hill towards the sweep of turn 9 here. Absolute flat chat in these Rotax Max Senior carts, and then heavy braking into this hairpin to bring us into what is the most technical part of any kart track I've seen, Nick.
Yeah, I mean, certainly there's an awful lot going on down this downhill switchbacks, but middle of the field there, that's where some of the action is. But if we actually look at the front, it's Nasser from Kaplan, then Dexter, then Bigi. And let's see if that's still the order as they come across the first line. Didn't seem to be a lot of shuffling about, if I'm honest with you, at the start. It was actually Jagrat Detroit who picked up in 4th place.
Yeah, Alexander Bigi losing out the most there. He's dropped down to 8th. Ahead of him in 4th place, Jagrat Detroit, Oscar Lambert, Eli Gonzalez, Rayan Damadasa ahead of him. Kai Hunter up to 9th, I see. Arthur Dodonka in 10th there. He stays in 10th. Just outside the top 10 is Alicia Knesa.
So we've got looking at 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and down on the top 3 equidistant apart, though. It has to be said, I think Nasser is beginning to move away from Kaplan. It's not a big surprise, but can Dexter in response actually get close to Nathan himself? Then you get the 4, 5, 6, which is Detroit, Lambert and Gonzalez. Gonzalez unlucky in the last heat to have her coming together, but they are now coming down the hill again. And it's looking to see whether, I think, on the inside, a beautiful move there by the 320.
That's Gonzalez. Yeah, Gonzalez inside of Oscar Lambert there as they complete the lap. Gonzalez in 4th. Jagrat Detroyer moving ahead. The cartshop.me replay will show this out of the compression net, and the cart just seemed to get a little bit of a slide on for Oscar Lambert. And he just didn't quite.
It was Jagrat, wasn't it?
It was Detroyer, wasn't it?
Yeah. He just seemed to. Yeah, you're right. He just seemed to lose a little bit of kind of almost awareness and momentum. And again, it's looking like he's lost another place now. Do you think Detroyer's gone down another place? Yeah. So it may well be Lambert's got past him. Nasser didn't really pull away that last lap. He's still about 0.3 ahead. And then you've got Kaplan, Dexter, and Gonzalez.
I just noticed there the green helmet of Kai Hunter up to 8th, and he's moving through the field here. These are the top 3. That's Nasser, Kaplan and Dexter.
So it's now Kaplan and Dexter, and more of an incident about to happen.
Yeah,
then
a bit of a gap to Gonzalez and Oscar Lambert. Rayan Damadasa through in 6th, Jagrat Detroyer, and then Kai Hunter is leading. Arthur Dodonka, Alicia Knesa, Alessandro Pigi, and Omar
there. Is he going to go over and under? Is he going to hold on to it? I think that is the case where Dexter there has got past Nathan Kaplan, which is obviously not on the script that Kaplan had, but through he gets. And Nasser pulling away from the first, but can now Max Dexter take the race to Kaplan?
Yes, Telios chasing down M&M in the form of Max Dexter, chasing down our leader, George Nasser, who's doing what he does and that's disappearing off into the lead. Nathan Caplan will want to come back. The distinctive Telios livery there, the black and white livery cart with the gold lettering, looks really well. That gold lettering on the black. And here we go then. In second place, we'll show in second place for the first time. What's happening behind these two? Gonzalez, Lambert, Damadasa, De Donka up ahead of Kai Hunter and Alicia Canassa. Alexander Bici rounds off the top 10.
Hunter stayed in 8th there, so obviously somebody went past him and he went past somebody else as well. So they're shuffling around that kind of pack in the middle. Sweeping now that right-hander. And it's interesting, Dexter got through Caplan. It seemed relatively easy, but he's not in any way pulling away from him. But there is now a second's gap from first to second as Nasser, who I would expect has absolutely no racecraft at all because he never has to overtake anybody.
Yes, he may find it a bit of a struggle if he has anyone ahead of him. He's getting on with it. He said he wanted a boring race. Well, George, you're having a boring race from the sense of our televisual experience, but I'm pretty sure it's not as easy as you're making it look.
No.
You are having to you're having to hit your apexes and you're having to hit your braking points, and it's not an easy matter here, but he's really at ease, isn't he, Nasser, at the front of the field. These two looking like they're very comfortable in second and third, Nick, whereas behind them, things beginning to, well, that's actually a midfield scrap
it's
there.
Things are settling in. It's all a little bit stretched out at the moment.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the closest battle on the track. Now, whether it's an active battle, whether Nasser actually wants to try and force the issue with half the race completed now. That's
half a lap, of course. That's what Nick was meaning there.
And so half the race has been done, 5.5 laps down. 5.5 to go in the 11-lap pre-final. The main final is a bit longer. It's 15 laps, a lot longer actually.
Yeah, 4 laps longer. Yeah, that's again, and as well as that, your tyres are going to be at the end of their sort of life cycle, aren't they? The way you've pressured them. So the orange cart there, Mumbai Falcons. We talked about that team a lot here, representing India, in fact, if anything. And we had a great chat with their team principal, didn't we, at the second round at LAN in the paddock show there.
You may get to see that later.
You may get to see that later, yes. Now, Max Dexter there, he is going to be off to Bahrain in a couple of weeks, and he is going to be the UAE representative in the DD2 class. So Max Dexter here in the senior Rotax class will have the added complication of 2 gears when he goes to Bahrain, representing the UAE. We'll see. We wish him well. He's looking very comfortable here. So the gap to George at the front is a second. The Telios cart seems to be pulling a gap to Nathan Caplan.
I was looking at the flow of carts behind them, and there isn't really anything going on at the moment. This is very, very rare for a UAE RMC race, even rarer for a UAE RMC race at Al Forsan. They've got a little bit of procession on the pre-final. Doesn't mean it won't be an action-packed main final. Nasser's not pulling away, but into the distance. He's only 1.3 seconds ahead now, and most of that was gained when Dexter got past Caplan. That took about 0.8 out of that lead. But
just look how dominant George Nasser is, 55.607. I mean, that's a great team effort because the M&M team have clearly given George a cart that he's very, very comfortable in, and he's absolutely on it there. He is the class of the field here. This battle for second is stagnated. Let's see if we can have a look down the field, perhaps, to see if we can pick up any potential. I've noticed Kai Hunter has dropped back to 9th now. He hasn't been able to keep Alessandro Bici behind him. Omar Ganoum has come up behind him. It's pretty spaced out all the way down the order. Ganoum, of course, will be our senior Rotax representative for the UAE, that is, at the World Finals.
Sort of found some carts together there, about 11th to 3rd position. There we are, there's 3 of them, there we are. Down they go the hill into 3 now, the white cart going around 3. They move up the hill again.
Yeah, up towards the top of the hill chicane.
I'm not sure who this is, by the way.
Yeah, we'll get a grip of that one when we see.
01. Who's 301?
301 is
Omar Ganoum.
So Omar Ganoum now then gives us a nice little segue into Omar being our representative at the World Finals in Bahrain.
Is that Kai
for
behind
this
him?
Class? Omar Ganoum has got Kai Hunter behind him, and Kai Hunter, he made progress in the early laps, but that cart has dropped away from him. And there's another place, potentially 2 places for Kai Hunter losing out here, and the pace of that car dropping off in the middle of this race, no question about that.
Yeah, it's a difficult thing when it's not set back at the second and third battle. Dexter and Kappen, they've actually lost a few more tenths on Nasser.
Hunter dropping to 12th there.
Yeah, it's not working for Kai at the moment. He's obviously used to...
He's got a quick car under him in the early stages, but as we get to the mid towards the end, we're on the penultimate lap, by the way, that car just goes away from underneath him. They'll have to find whatever is in the kit bag to
shuffle it about a bit.
Yeah, they'll
hope for
get
the best.
To see. We're getting towards the last lap board for George Nasser. This is the battle for second. Telios, the black and white kart there, has got Max Dexter, who we'll see at the RMC Grand Finals. And then we've got Nathan Kappen chasing him down. Kappen not being able to catch him, and that's Gonzalez and Lambert, who are behind Motorscape and Mumbai Falcons. Gonzalez for Motorscape, Lambert for Mumbai Falcons.
Yep, they're up onto the last lap now, and it's nearly a 2-second lead for George Nasser, who's made this whole day so far his own, much as he did round one. The 2 legs there, but there is Nasser. He gets his bit on camera for the last lap every single time.
Yes, an absolute textbook drive pretty much all day, from time qualifying through the heat and now the pre-final. He's got his boring race, which is what he wanted. He's got the S's to negotiate before he can sort of settle in. He's got a very, very well-balanced kart there. Whichever way that kart is set up, George Nasser can eke out the absolute optimum from it. As the checkered flag flies then, and seeing the Rotax pre-final goes to M&M, the MN Motorsport team, I will get that right, of George Nasser. Max Dexter for Mumbai Falcon second, Nathan Kappen for Motorscape in third. And what happened there to the... I missed Max Dexter, didn't I, for Telios? He was second, Nathan Kappen third. Eli Gonzalez was fourth, Oscar Lambert fifth, Ryan Damadasa sixth, Arthur De Donker seventh, Alessandro Bigi eighth, ninth was Omar Ganoum. Jagrat De Troyer rounds off the top 10. The rest of the finishers, Ryan Qureshi, Kai Hunt ended up 12th there. Jules De Mont, who we're about to see in the paddock show. But for now, as the cars head in,
21st place was Adish Mehta, and all cousins and grandparents watching and cheering on from India for number 310, Adish Mehta.
And he came, where did you tell us?
21st he
finished
was.
21st. Had a really great race in the midfield area there.
It's all very tight.
Right, that's our pre-finals sorted. We've got the grids being sorted out for our finals, which are coming up. The first final will be MicroMax, and that's scheduled for 20 minutes past 2 p.m. For now, though, we'll go for our lunch break. We'll leave you with our paddock show. I hope you enjoy it. We'll see you after lunch.
Well, hello and welcome to the second round of the UAE RMC and the fabulous new venue for us of the Al Forsan track in Abu Dhabi. Right in the centre near the Yas Marina circuit and, of course, the airport. Well, it's new, it's hot, it's wonderful, but I have sent Joe Bradley out to find out important information about the track. And tell me, Joe, what have you found out?
I found out that it's perhaps the driver's most favourite track ever in the history of ever. I've yet to hear any kind of negativity about the layout. It's a completely... You know what? The thing about the UAE RMC is all the tracks we've visited so far, all right, there's only 2, but the tracks we're going to visit, Dubai, Yas, which is using the Formula 1 circuit, Al Forsan, completely different in character to Al Ain, where we were for the Invitational and the first 2 point-scoring rounds. This track here at Al Forsan is so challenging. It goes up, it goes down, there's some huge drops, there's some really massive compressions that are really going to shake the driver's kidneys around, and there's some really, really fast sections. Also, Nick, and these are the bits I like, it's not the fast bits that make the difference. Drivers can make the difference in the slow turns. We've got a plethora of hairpins. This track is beautiful. It's going to create we're going to have some beautiful pictures for you on the live stream, and the racing, I think, I've already been told by more than one, maybe more than 5. Really difficult to overtake here. So we could have a lot of incident and drama. There's bound to be the odd soap opera that develops.
Racing, incident, drama. Well, as I say, Joe was told all these things, but who was he told them by? You'll find out immediately after I stop talking.
So when we first visited Al Fassan, kind of wrecking it for the UAE RMC, wow, what a track. But the Al Fassan International Kart Track isn't all what Al Fassan Resort is about. And Amil Nair here. Amil, you're the general manager, and I suppose international karting is just a small part of what your job entails.
100%. So we are a multi-entertainment facility here in Abu Dhabi, based in Khalifa City. We got anything starting from horses to horsepowers, you know. So we got a world-class equestrian, show jumping. We got some paintball activities. We got one and only wake park. This is the only, you can see right out there, you know, it's one and only cable park in the region, actually. Yeah, and we got this wonderful FIA certified 1.2 kilometer track, plus multiple recreational activities, paddle courts, football fields, etc. Yeah, so my main role is to look after the extreme side and the recreation side. Yeah,
it's a one-stop shop for activities. I think I need to take a 2-week holiday just to try everything. Let me talk to you though about bringing the round 2 of the 25-26 UAE RMC. I mean, having a kart championship of this level must be quite a thing for the circuit.
Absolutely. So, I mean, the general karting community here has grown rapidly. Yeah, this weekend we got almost 110 to 120 drivers, different age group. You know, growing the community in all directions, and this is one of the biggest grid of any championships yet, and we are glad to be partnered with UAE RMC and Al Ain Raceway. They are a great partner to have, and you know, we as a partner we are trying to grow the sport here in Abu Dhabi, and I guess that's our main objective, and also. From our board, from our you know, MD, CEO, everyone, and we got a great support backing us to bring and enhance motorsports in Abu Dhabi.
So once the event gets underway, Amal, is that when you can kind of sit back and just let everything transpire?
Yeah, just I guess just one weekend off, then we are back with another championship. So yeah.
This guy's got a great job, hasn't he? I mean, look at this place. A big part of the UAE RMC is, of course, the DD2 class, the gearbox class. As if there isn't as much, you know, anything to do out there on track. Greg West here from Honolulu Racing. I'll come to that in a moment, Greg. They're a busy thing, these things. You've, you know, added in the complexity of having to change gear at the track here at Al Fassan. I mean, all right, it's challenging enough, but you've been around this a long time, I think, and you obviously like the challenge.
Yeah, it certainly adds that extra spark to it. Gives us something to do rather than just steer and press the accelerator. So it keeps us busy. And some of the intricacies with the track, being able to know when to change and when not to change, and the brake points and things like that makes a bit more interesting than the standard Rotax karts, Max karts.
It's an added challenge, I know. And all right, so the gears, there's 2 gears. Left paddle is first gear, right gear, second gear. It's to keep this engine buzzing away. That's the key, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. You want to keep them revs up as long as possible, and keep it going as fast as possible all the time.
And all right, I need you to be transparent here, Greg. How often does it go wrong out there, and how often do you find yourself in the wrong gear?
Not too often, luckily. Right. Although today in practice, I've had a few instances on one of the turns. It's been popping out of first gear.
All right.
So it's a bit of an issue I need to keep an eye on.
That's not down to you being in the wrong gear. That's a gearbox issue, isn't
it? Yeah. So I just need to work on that, make sure it doesn't happen during the racing. But other than that, it's going quite well. Yeah.
Al Fassan looks a fantastic track from where I'm sitting. I mean, in one of these, especially round the back there, that positive camber corner. Yeah, what's that like?
Big sweeping turn, the right turn. It's fast, and you can feel the G-forces. You're over 2.5 G-forces going around that corner. So you're really hanging on to it.
Is it a critical part of the track that to get right?
Yeah, because you need to carry that speed up to that corner. So you need to be able to keep the foot planted as much as possible through there it's a big part of the track. So.
Yeah, and I do like the mix of tracks we have here in the UAE RMC. There's a massive mix from the flat desert track of Al Ain, and now we're here the undulations.
Yeah, and then we're on to other tracks like Yas on the F1 track. So completely different in all aspects. So it's a great variety for the racing, for the whole championship. So
it is, and I can see you get a lot of enjoyment out of it. Now, right, Honolulu racing. We mentioned this a lot in our comms.
Yep.
What's Honolulu racing about? Are you all the way from Hawaii for a start?
No. This is Fabio Credi's team. He's Italian from over there, and he did a lot of racing over here in the Honolulu racing card and livery.
Right.
And I happened to buy one of his old carts and kept the livery going, and he's been happy enough to keep me going as part of the team.
Well, I mean, it's a great identity because you really do. The colours make you really stand out, don't you?
Yeah, definitely. And hopefully early next year there'll be another driver also in the Honolulu racing outfits.
Yeah, we like more DD2 drivers. 555, what's the significance there then? Is that a number you've carried for a while?
Yeah, I've had it the whole time I've been racing, and it's a bit of a laugh because 5 in Thai is ha, so 555 is ha ha ha. So for a bit of a laugh, it's an expensive, fun hobby. So yeah.
You can tell by Greg's smile, a driver that's here for the complete enjoyment of driving these karts, not taking himself too seriously. I think I'm going to put you under that category, Greg. Have a great weekend, mate. Great to talk to you.
Thank you.
I'm going to say it, but you know what? All of the classes are fiercely competitive. But perhaps you could argue that perhaps the most competitive is the senior Rotax class. George Nasser, excellent first 2 rounds at Al Ain. I mean, can you continue that form coming into Al Forsan?
We'll see, but it is looking like a promising weekend so far.
It's looking like a promising weekend? Yeah?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what makes you say that?
We've got strong.
Performance game with it being a flatter line, so they can bend it and twist it, but there's also measurement error in the range, so that's why we check all the exhausts.
Right. So when Gary's happy with the...
So that's why we check all the exhausts.
Right. So when Gary's happy with the exhaust, it's handed back to the team. Here we see some fresh wadding. He mentioned wadding, didn't he? Here it is, the fresh batch of wadding being pressed down to be able to get it in there.
Well, it's new, it's hot, it's wonderful, but
it's quite hard.
I hadn't met you until Al Ain. Excellent first 2 rounds at Al Ain. I mean, can you continue that form coming into Al Forsan?
We'll see, but it is looking like a promising weekend so far.
It's looking like a promising weekend? Yeah?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what makes you say that?
We've got strong pace, and honestly, I've won here before as well in a previous Rotax round, so looks good.
Right, so all the elements are in place. Tell us about the track, George, because it's a completely different track. It's an up and down track here at Al Forsan. Is that a different driving challenge?
Yeah, you do have a bit of a different driving style. It's definitely a lot more physical than Al Ain.
Right.
But I enjoy it. I like the facilities around here.
It looks like there's a massive comrade, lots of hairpins, but there's also lots of really fast sections. Where's the key to a good lap here?
Of course, being smooth, hitting your apexes, and being committed, carrying the speed. You know, just being fast, the normal elements, really.
Yeah, you make it sound easy. All right, we're already talking championship here, right? All right, we've only had 2 point scoring rounds, but we're already talking championship because that's what it's all about. It's all about that ticket to the World Finals. Is that something that George Nasser is already thinking about, or is that something you put away?
It's still a very long distance away. I just want to see that big trophy at the end of the season, and then if I get the ticket, it'd also be great.
Yeah. Now then, I hadn't met you until Alain, and what I found significant was your gold chains. You race with these chains. Now then, I think there's a family significance or something. I think Henry was telling us. What's the story behind the chains, George?
They're just gifts from my grandfather. He's a big Catholic, and he just loves getting me these presents, and I love him for that. I always get told I'm Mr. T.
Right. So you're racing for your granddad as well?
Of course, for everyone.
Is he still around?
He will be coming around in December to meet with us.
Okay, brilliant. I'd like to meet him.
He speaks English in an adequate manner, but if you really are keen, I can arrange something.
Right, we are. We're going to meet George's grandfather, who's going to be supporting him. He's obviously going to be watching the live stream, yeah?
Of course, always.
We'll give him a shout out. Jules Dumont is, all right, he's a native of the UAE, but Jules, I notice you're carrying the French flag. You feel the weight of the French nation behind you and supporting you out there?
Yeah, it's the only French senior. It's basically representing the France for senior. So, yeah, it's nice to be carrying the French flag.
Yeah, I mean, France has got a huge heritage. It's where, for instance, motorsport was invented, wasn't it? Tell us about your season so far. You've had 2 point scoring rounds already. How's your season going? I think you're in the middle of the table somewhere.
It could have gone better. Round 1.1 and 2 was not the best. Made a couple of mistakes. But yeah, we learned from it, and we'll come back stronger this round.
So you say, Jules, you've learned from it. What did you identify as being the problem?
Just racing. Just need to keep my calm, and
So not getting involved in that's easier said than done, isn't it? Not getting involved in incidents. I mean, it's very, very demanding. And do you think Al Forsan is the sort of track that's going to have less incidents, or is it going to be the same?
It's quite hard to overtake here, so I think drivers will be a bit more aggressive. So we'll just have to play with everyone and stay calm.
Yeah. Patience, I think, yes?
Yeah.
I noticed when I came in, you were going over some driver data with your is that guy a race coach or an engineer?
Coach, preparing the kart and engine, so yeah.
Right. So you talk about kart setup with, what is your engineer's name, by the way?
Jonathan.
Right. That is a very useful tool, I would imagine.
Yeah, he's been helping a lot. We've had some pretty good pace. He's been helping a lot. Everyone in the team has been helping a lot. Andrea, Luigi, Jonathan, everyone. We just pace is not too bad, so we just got to get the racing right tomorrow.
How much more difficult do you think your job would be racing if it wasn't for that part of the process?
Well, all the time we give feedback to the coaches, to the engineers. So they watch us, and the setup is made from them. So it's a nice tool to help, and
Does that add pressure to you as a driver to get things right?
No, it's part of the sport, right?
Yeah.
So yeah.
Okay, Jules, great to talk to you as ever, and have a great Al Forsan. A familiar face to, well, everybody in the UK karting scene. Kai Hunter here, former British champion, both in seniors and juniors. Kai is here to compete in the UAE RMC. So, simple question, my friend. What's brought you out here? And don't just say because it's hot and sunny.
I think that the challenge, it's a lot different to the UK. It's a lot better weather, especially
for the winter, yes.
Of course. So it's a good time to test for myself, but also it's a good time to get some racing in over the winter, where we don't necessarily get that in the UK. All the championships have stopped now, so but this is absolutely rife at the minute, so it's perfect.
Being under race conditions is better practice than just going round and round in a test session, is kind of what you're saying, especially the 4 degrees track temperature as well.
Yeah, exactly. You don't really learn a lot from going around a cold PF in the winter time, so it's good to come out here, do a bit of testing, but obviously the track conditions are a bit weird out here with all the sand, which is a different curveball in itself. So yeah, it's good. I mean, the grip's good. More preparation for Europe, not the UK scene. So yeah, it's just good to get yourself out there and not freeze to death.
What is, have you had any kind of surprise, or has it been like a learning curve for you to come out here with regard to the level of competition that you've been met with?
I mean, there's competition everywhere you go, but it's just the difference between competitive.
Okay, Jules, great to talk to you as ever, and have a great Alpha San. A familiar face to, well, everybody. Champion, both in seniors and juniors. Kai is here to compete in the UAE RMC. So, simple question, my friend. What's brought you out here? And don't just say because it's hot and sunny.
I think the challenge. I think it's a lot different to the UK. It's a lot better weather, especially
for the winter. Yes,
of course. So it's a good time to test for myself, but also it's a good time to get some racing in over the winter, where we don't necessarily get that in the UK. All the championships have stopped now, so but this is absolutely rife at the minute. So it's perfect.
Being under race conditions is better practice than just going around and round in a test session. Is kind of what you say, especially the 4 degrees track temperature as well.
Yeah, exactly. You don't really learn a lot from going around a cold PF in the winter time. So it's good to come out here, do a bit of testing. But obviously the track conditions are a bit weird out here with all the sand, which is a different curveball in itself. So yeah, it's good. I mean, the grip's good. More preparation for Europe, not the UK scene. So yeah, it's just good to get yourself out there and not freeze to death.
What is, have you had any kind of surprise, or has it been like a learning curve for you to come out here with regard to the level of competition that you've been met with?
I mean, there's competition everywhere you go, but it's just the difference between competitive in their own special category. I think people get good at the conditions out here, which is really hard to adapt to. Obviously, it's sandy, so trying to get to their level on how they race out here is obviously very hard.
Yeah, I mean, for instance, you came out here to Al Ain for the Invitational. You had to miss rounds 1 and 2, or 1.1, 1.2, because of UK commitments. I've never seen you put as many wheels off into the dirt as I saw you at that weekend in Al Ain. Now, is that because of that, as you mentioned there, you know, we're not used to racing on sand. We're great in the wet, aren't we, from England? But the sand's a completely different thing.
Yeah, it's just a complete different curveball. I feel like the whole element of sand. We get grass. If you're off the track, you get grass, but if you're off here, you get sand, which is it's not great. But yeah, it's something that you have to adapt to. Yeah, it's not very forgiving over here. If you go off, you are off.
Yes.
So, but in the UK, you can have a bit of drifting on the grass and then you're back on. But over here, you're definitely not coming back on.
I'm asking this question, Kai, for my benefit going forward and being the commentary team here. When you put a wheel off onto the sand, is your tyre ruined for a few corners?
Oh yeah, for at least 2 or 3 laps.
Really, as long as that?
Yeah, wow. It doesn't come back very, very fast either, because obviously the tyres are still sticky out here. They just collect absolutely everything you put them through. So yeah, getting the sand off and getting back to some racing speed is after 2 or 3 laps.
Different circuit here, Alpha San. Is it a Kai Hunter type of track?
Yeah, you can hit every curb in sight, which I love. So yeah, skipping the corners and stuff like that. It's a mega track, nice and tight and twisty, which is a bit more UK-esque, which is good for us. So yeah, we'll see what we can do.
I think we're going to talk a lot about track limits tomorrow during the racing. Tell us a little bit about, track limits. This is the sort of track that actually rewards exceeding track limits, because it's the corners just pull you in. It's a completely different track when you have to confine yourself, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, you have to slow down a lot more, and you have to obviously think about, when you don't think about track limits, you just get the throttle in and then just go as wide as you want. But now you actually have to think about, which is different in itself. But I mean, if that's the rules, you have to stick by them. That just is what it is.
Now then, just to finish on, you and I have got a collective thank you to make here, because it was down to one man, the entire reason why you and I are stood here in the UAE. Kai and I want to thank Matt Hunter. If it wasn't for Matt Hunter, Cotton Live wouldn't exist. Kai Hunter quite literally wouldn't exist, and he certainly wouldn't be a British champion. So Kai, we'd like to say collectively, thank you, Matt Hunter.
I don't think you should forget my mum as well, Deborah.
I was about to say,
Because
where the real work is
Yes,
done, though.
exactly.
Yes, where the real work is done, and behind the scenes, keeping everything afloat, including keeping you fed, is Deb Hunter. And we want to say a big thank you to Mam as well, Deb Hunter. She's the boss.
Yeah, she is, yeah.
She is really right. I remember many times interviewing these two young ladies' father in sports car racing and endurance racing. Khaled El Khabaisi went and did had a lot of success at Le Mans and in sports car racing in general. And Hamda and Amza, his daughters here, I remember you guys in karts, and also I remember you in Formula 4 in your case. You've been around the motorsport scene here in the UAE for quite a number of years. Can you tell me firstly, how have you seen it grow at all, if anything?
For sure, I could see there's a lot more local talents competing compared to a few years ago. So it has grown. We see a lot of people competing, coming from Europe to compete in the Middle East as well. So the level is becoming pretty high and it's pretty prestigious. So it's really good to see that.
Yeah. And you, I remember interviewing in a Formula 4. You looked a lot taller in your Formula 4 car. I've got to bend down. But yes, I mean, you've experienced from karting through into single-seater racing here.
Yeah, it's been a long journey, I would say. And yeah, this is where it all started, you know,
Yes.
the grassroots of racing. And it's nice to be back here in karting and to see all the kids. It's also a big number, which makes me really happy to see a lot of like how big the grids are compared to when I was racing in the past. So it's nice to see it, and I hope these kids could also progress to Formula racing one day and maybe even Formula 1.
Yes, and your sister, of course. Last time we saw you, I saw you on Netflix in the F1 Academy TV series. Firstly, how did you find the F1 Academy? Was it a good series to be part of?
Yeah, I would say a lot of track time. You go to various tracks as well. I've had the privilege to go on street tracks, which I never had the opportunity to. I had the opportunity to work with Red Bull as well, to work with F1 teams, the media side of it, the exposure side of it. I think it brings us a lot of values that once we leave F1 Academy, we could sort of carry it with us and try to find sponsors for the next series.
Yeah. Now, we get asked in the media a lot of, you know, why have we got no girls and women in Formula 1? You've been really close. You've been in the F1 paddock. You probably have a much more educated answer than I could perhaps say. What's your opinion on that?
I think my opinion on that is like the lack of opportunity for women. I mean, if you see in every race grid, there's maybe 1% of women competing and the rest is all boys. So the percentage for an F1 driver to come out is very little. So I think if there are more female drivers competing, then we might be able to see a female F1 driver being selected. So I would just say it's the lack of opportunity for women.
Yes. Now you're here with CRG. Are you guys helping with the driver data and the coaching from your experience?
Yeah, we're helping with all aspects, I would say, like especially also we have onboard videos, and we could also look through that with the kids, and we could see how their lines are, how much of the track they could take, a bit more of where they can break later. So all these concepts that we've been taught from other coaches, we're now like
Yes.
output kind of giving it to them. So it's nice to see, and it's nice to see them listen and also apply it on track. It's it's satisfying when they improve as well.
Because you're still competing, aren't you? And do you get a lot of satisfaction of seeing your driver doing well?
I really do, and now I understand how my coaches feel because
You mean the frustration?
Frustrating. Yeah, sometimes it's frustrating because you know their potential, and like when they don't do it, you get really frustrated.
Yes.
So now I know when my coaches were angry at me, I was like, oh, I understand now. So
Do you forgive them then?
I do for sure.
Yeah, she forgives you.
I forgive you.
Yes. Is your dad going to be around at all?
I don't know. I don't think this weekend. I'm not sure. I don't think he'll be here tomorrow,
All
but
right.
yeah.
Well, tell him Joe Bradley sends his good wishes, and it's been an absolute delight to see you guys at a racetrack again, and the Khabaisi ladies. We have British karting royalty in the paddock here at Al Forsan. Dian Singh Pahal, British champion, Vera Tools British champion, to give you your full title, and of course vice champion in the UKC. Well done, congratulations. But here you are, Al Forsan, and in a championship like the UAE RMC, what has brought Dian Singh Pahal out here to Al Forsan?
Well, the years it's had its up and downs. It's been great. So we went through the UKC and we went through the British. After that, we've been on a high, and Mumbai Falcons reached out to us. They said they've been talking to us for a while, wanting us to come over and race with them. So at the end of the British and end of the UKC, we've come over to have a look at the UAE because it's a great track, great drivers, great people. They're all very nice. So we've come over here to race and attempt to win.
I like that answer, Dian, because normally people just say because it's hot and sunny, but you've actually come over here to compete. What have you found already in the practice sessions? How tough is the field here?
The field is strong. They're very good. It's not as competitive. They're quite nice, but they're extremely good drivers. Yeah. The track it's been quite nice. As weather, it's a bit too hot for me, but in the night it's fine. The practice sessions, we've been fast, we've been slow, we've been middle. Yeah. We like to egg on I lost for words. It's been quite good, yeah. Yeah.
I mean, you've got teammates in Mumbai Falcons with you?
Yeah, we've got quite a few teammates. They're very nice, optimistic. It's quite nice. It's great.
Yeah. I've got an interesting question for myself, actually, and I'm sure our viewers will enjoy this question. Everything that you've learned racing in the UK, is there any major massive difference with coming out here and racing in, as you mentioned, the different temperatures, the different track conditions?
Racecraft is a different type of racecraft. People drive differently, there's different type of corners, then the grip levels and everything's different to overtake, and it's just racecraft's the main thing, probably.
Wow, that's an interesting question. So, is this a one-off for Dian Singh Pahal, or are you going to be out here for the whole season?
Let's see. If they want us to drive more, we will. Yeah. And we will see you soon.
Well,
maybe.
You know we want you to race, don't you?
Yeah, everyone's quite nice. They've been. It's like that. Everyone's a lot nicer than the UK. Yeah, the UK is like. But here, everyone's smiling, they're laughing. It's a better environment.
Interesting. So it's a more pleasant. It's not as intense. Maybe not as. What word did you use there? You said it's not as. People aren't as
like. They're a little less arrogant, but they're nice in the UK too. But like it's different type of. It's not as tense and as like. Well,
I think I know what you mean. People are enjoying their racing in the sunshine, aren't they?
People in the UK, it's like win or lose. You have to win. You not come here to have fun or anything. You come here to win. With here, it's a lot less tense. Yes. It's more loose, and we can have fun while we're driving.
Yes, and it's a great way to stay race fit over the winter for Dian Singh Pahal going into 2026, isn't it?
I think it's a lot better than the cold, winter, rainy, hail in the UK. So it's good coming into the winter, and then it's something else to do when the British are on.
Yes. He's really rubbing it in about the weather, because it is beautiful here, isn't it? We're in shorts and T-shirt in November, aren't we?
It's beautiful. We've had a look at the lake.
Yes.
It's amazing. When we look at lakes in the UK, it's dark blue everywhere. It's horrible. But here we have light green, teal. It's nice.
You're not helping people at home back in England, are you? It's 4 degrees and raining, I've heard.
Well, it's 34 degrees here and it's sunny.
Yes. We are absolutely delighted to have the current, just crowned Vera Tools British champion and vice champion from the UKC. Dian, it's great to have you here, and I hope you are in for the rest of the season.
It's amazing being here. It's been delightful to be on the show.
Yeah, brilliant.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Al Forsan, round 2 of the UAE RMC. We are about to get underway with our first final of the weekend. It's MicroMax out there. They're already in the collecting area. All the drivers are in their karts. And this one, well, we've seen some drivers in pretty much all of our classes be very, very dominant, and it's still all very much wide open. The dominant driver in the MicroMax class, though, has very much been Liam O'Hanlon, who will start on that pole position. He's just ahead at the front of the right-hand queue. My name is still Joe Bradley, and alongside me is still Nick Dim. I haven't put you off at all, have I?
Is it still your name?
Still
you haven't changed your name during lunch,
no,
then?
I haven't.
You've got a nice little cap on, though. You've got a Rotax racing cap on.
Sun's in my eyes.
It's going to be, it's
going
to come in front of us.
It's not just any Rotax racing cap.
It's an RMC. Where did you get that one, then? Oh, man's got cap. Actually, I'm going to need a cap as well, aren't I?
You are.
I haven't got one. I was blinded by the lights, they say.
The sun is in our eyes, looking out over the track
here.
Here
We go.
As we release the MicroMax field, Liam O'Hanlon leads the field around him. Samar Chopra will line up alongside him. On the second row of the grid, we have Amar Tabatsa with Ivan Jancevic alongside. Rud Rapatap Shekhawat from Mumbai Falcons on row 3 with Alexander Freinstein. We've seen how quickly Alexander can be this weekend. Let's see if he can pull something out the bag. Cameron Harvey shares row 4 with Vaya Ponnet. Enzo Falzerano shares row 5 with Ivan Zvorinens. Tadeusz Prochaska, he started on the pole position after going fastest in time qualifying this morning. He starts on row 6 with Sebastian Storer alongside. Saif Al-Mina and Adrian Fara-Vignoli start on row 7. Row 8 is Saif Al-Khalifa and Kinyai Zhu. Jensen Kelly and Rashid Al-Mina start on row 9. Row 10 is Felix Zuzas-Yebyug with Vladimir Turgvlub on row 10. Tayeb Haroun rounds off the 11 rows of karts, and they're already making their way around towards the final turn. Liam O'Hanlon then, whose job it is to bring these the whole of the MicroMax field in orderly fashion towards the green, the red lights going out, I should say, and we are indeed, red lights are out, and we are racing with Liam O'Hanlon leading very, very swiftly into the lead, over the brow at turn 2 and down towards the hairpin train. He's already got 2 or 3 karts lengths.
Yeah, and there's a big gap between the first 4 and then 5th place. There's been a little bit of a kerfuffle around the first corner here, but they've been to string out a bit more evenly. And they're going to turn around to 7 for the first time and come plunging down the hill. It is going to be O'Hanlon leading quite comprehensively.
Well, that gap has disappeared pretty much the moment you said that, Nick, as Amar Tabatsa gets onto the rear bumper of O'Hanlon. Just slotting in behind is the Axel GP entry of Jancevic, and Jancevic squeezes into second. Into second place has gone the red and black Axel GP, as we see O'Hanlon just beginning to pull out. As soon as the kart's behind him, we've got 4 karts breaking away at the front of the field, and we are completing lap number 1 and down the inside and into the lead. We've got a change of lead. O'Hanlon stays composed. Remember, these are slightly longer. We've got 12 laps for MicroMax, as that is Freinstein. So Alexander Freinstein is the driver that's got into the lead at turn 1, and in the sort of fashion we saw in the heat earlier this morning, Freinstein showing pace in these early stages.
Yeah, he's looked good all day, to be honest. I mean, Hanlon's just about had the jump on him, but this is a much longer race. As Hanlon now really around the outside goes Freinstein off the 9, 10, 11 complex. So Hanlon jumped there around the outside, with Tabatsa and Chopra behind. So these top 4, it's not an O'Hanlon benefit this time, Joe.
Yeah, 4 karts, about to become 6 kart train in this cadet MicroMax final. The Rotax cadets being represented very readily by this quality field. 21 karts. We've already lost Tayeb Haroun, who didn't come round on the pace lap. But Freinstein, Alexander Freinstein it is, for Motorscape, leading as a second place, yes.
Yeah, about to lose second place. He said, I'm not having... Oh, then the first work together, bit of movement there. Hanlon, no, let's work together. I need to be quite close to him. But the 29er, Samir Chopra, again, looking a little bit more racy in this final than he has during the course of the qualifiers. But they've all saved this up. These little kids have saved it all up for the big bash at the end. Amar Tabatsa in fourth, then trying to catch up is the 44, Rurapatap Shikara. He's running in sixth last time round. I think he may be fifth by now.
I think what's happening here, Nick, is we are seeing a lead change. That's what's happening as Liam O'Hanlon dives down the inside of Feinstein. And a change for third, is it?
Yeah, I think it absolutely leapt out there. The blue and white with the greeny helmets of O'Hanlon now leads the 77 of Alexander Feinstein with the red helmet and the red cart. And behind him is Amar Tabatsa. So it was Chopra who was the big loser of that last little kerfuffle. He's down to fourth.
Yeah, it was Tabatsa in the blue and white XL liveried cart. And Feinstein finds himself still in second place, still hasn't dropped away from O'Hanlon. We saw O'Hanlon take the lead, and then if the drivers work together, they will stay where they are. They will stay. It'll be the high-speed game of chess that we speak of in this quality cadet-style racing where we see these huge trains of carts, because there's very little speed differential between their optimum speed on the straights and the corner speed, the likes of which we've just seen through 9 and 10.
So turning left, Hanlon looks a little bit further away. He's managed to get himself a whole cart's length of distance. They come down the downhill S's towards turn 16 and 17 and start the lap. And in fact, Hanlon has in this lap just begun to put a bit of pressure on us. Up the inside went to Batzer, but that didn't do him any good at all.
No.
And Feinstein kept the place, and the gap is going to move out to about 4 or 5 tenths.
Tabatsa was very lucky. He didn't lose out to Chopra there. He had to slot in behind Feinstein. Still playing the waiting game on the... We're a third of the way through this final for MicroMax. On lap 5 right now, and it looks like Tabatsa has got pace to perhaps get past Feinstein, but that's another ask, isn't it? It's one thing catching, it's another thing overtaking. Down towards the hairpin they go.
Yeah, it's a long race for the kids compared to what they're used to. It's 12 laps. They are currently turning lap 5, so we're not halfway yet, and they go around this really incredible piece of track. I mean, I know you're sitting around eulogising about the downhill S's, but I just think this fantastic carousel, wide and fast, with those runoffs, reminiscent of not a particularly great track in Paul Ricard, but still reminiscent of that. And it's all at an angle. It just looks like a lot of fun. But I think only if you've got something that's quite powerful. I think in a higher car it'd be quite depressing.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. It was described like the Zandvoort banking. It's very similar to that, isn't it? So 5 laps completed then. O'Hanlon, Feinstein, Tabatsa, Chopra, Shekawat, Ponna, Voronins, Folzerano, Jankovic in 9th, and then just coming into the top 10 there, or just dropping to the 10th, I should say, is Cameron Harvey. Rest of the race still to play for where we are. We will have completed half distance at the end of this lap, Nick.
Yep, so still a lot of work to do. And interesting, Hanlon's not really moved away. He's always managed to get himself a little bit of a cushion, but this time he's being kept honest by Feinstein, Tabatsa and Chopra, who've kind of not really pushed too hard in the last lap, though. Once again, Tabatsa getting onto the tail of Feinstein, which may see him try and make a move down this downhill plunge of 13 to 17 effectively, if you have corner names, or if you're Joe Bradley, the downhill S's.
The downhill S's, I love that. And that is a massive compression there through that right-hander. They're into the penultimate turn here. This is the last turn, the right-hander. And it's George Gibbons Motorsports, Liam O'Hanlon, who leads across the line. There's absolutely nothing in it as Feinstein has to sit there on the rear bumper of Liam O'Hanlon, who just positioned the cart nicely towards the centre of the track. They're out and now up the hill towards the top of the hill chicane. Almost a change of third place there as Tabatsa came under more pressure from Chopra, but still these 4 remain at the front.
Yeah, Tabatsa just dropping off the back of Feinstein. Up the inside goes Chopra to take third place. So change for third place. Chopra now. Samar Chopra moves into third. Interesting, Hanlon, I don't know if he's got eyes in the back of his head. He's now waving on Feinstein. So, right, Chopra's through to third. Us two need to get away and go.
Yeah, did you see Chopra, though? Once he got into third, he's then indicating to Amar Tabatsa.
Obviously.
Let's catch them. Now they're on the podium.
Let's work together.
Let's work together and catch them.
We'll work together because it's down. It benefits me.
Yeah, brilliant.
Well, Hanlon actually has pulled away a little bit there. It's weird. They get 1 or 2 cart legs. You go, that's it. They pulled away, and then they just pulled back in very quickly after that.
Yeah, Yeah, here we go then. 8 laps completed. That is 2/3
laps
distance. Sorry, 6 laps completed?
Yes.
7 laps completed.
No, they were on lap 7.
They were on lap
7
8.
laps completed.
You got that wrong.
I get lost in this one.
They were on lap 8, 7 laps completed.
I can spell them.
This will be.
I can copy names from a piece of paper though.
This will be 2/3 distance. And we made a point of making sure we got that right.
And you got it wrong.
Yeah, and we got it. Here we go then, O'Hanlon. This is where O'Hanlon, is he going to make his break here? Towards the 2/3 distance here, O'Hanlon has got the biggest breathing space that we've seen all of this race. He's pulled out a bit of a gap to Alexander Freinstein, who was likewise pulled out a bit of a gap to Chopra. That's going to disappear in the blink of an eye, though, as they head towards the S's now, heading back towards the paddock here. They go left, they go right, they go left, into the compression here at the right-hander. And then the final 2 turns, first left, and then the final turn here. You've got to get this right. This is going to dictate your pace down the main straight. So O'Hanlon just looking to his left to see the George Gibbons Motorsport personnel there giving him the hand signals what's needed. It's pretty straightforward here.
Go as fast as you can, really,
Go as fast as you can, mate, because Freinstein is right there.
Yeah, Freinstein not being dropped at all. Gap was 0.3. Actually, he had a bit of bad couple of corners there, because that's not 0.3 of a second anymore. He's had a couple of poor corners, Freinstein. That's put him right into the clutches of Chopra. And obviously that also means that Chopra's been backed up a little bit into Amar Tabatsa as well. Now, whether this means that really perhaps Shekawan can catch up in that 5th, he seems quite isolated in 5th place in that 44 kart you can see going up the hill. Top 4 go round again. Battle is 2nd and 3rd, because O'Hanlon's got himself a little bit of a gap. But suddenly it disappears.
they're ebbing. It's like a concertina, isn't it? I think pretty much we can certainly say with an element of confidence that O'Hanlon is in control at the front of this pace. I've said it now, but Liam O'Hanlon came into this round 2 here at Al Fassan at the head of the championship table, and he's consolidated that since time qualifying through the heat, through the pre-final. O'Hanlon been very, very in command of this MicroMax field. However, the competition is there, and they're buzzing around his shoulders, just waiting for that mistake. Amar Tabatsa in 4th place there, by the way. A 61.983 is the fastest lap of this race, and the first time we've seen anyone into the 61-second bracket. Everybody else just outside that, 62. So 61.9 for Tabatsa, and Tabatsa isn't done, you feel. He's got that 3rd and final podium step just ahead of him. That's the leaders, though. And just look at Alexander Freinstein, Nick. He's right there once again on that rear bumper of O'Hanlon.
Yeah, they're working really hard here. As they, Chopra and Tabatsa seems to be the actual battle at the moment in 3rd and 4th. There's a little bit of gappage as they come down the hill towards the end of the lap. And just where Tabatsa can get back past Chopra, I don't know. But it's the 77 now with 2 laps to go as they cross the line. But O'Hanlon, he's kind of made 0.3 of a second look comfortable.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you why we think that. It's because that's the biggest gap I think we've seen. He's had Alexander Freinstein absolutely glued to his bumper pretty much the whole of this race. He's now got a commanding lead, as commanding as we can say relatively. They're at the top of the hill, the chicane.
Dawn Sanford is saying, come on, let's have a hat trick.
Yeah, indeed. Liam O'Hanlon, he won the 2nd final at Al Ain. He was 3rd in the first of the finals.
It's like Feinstein's got a 2nd or 3rd or 4th win, doesn't he?
He
Suddenly,
really has.
I don't know whether he's got the hurry up because there's a lap and a half to go, and perhaps he thinks my best place, like, we've got 2 chances to overtake, I can do it downhill now. But he didn't do that left-hander particularly well, or in comparison particularly well, should I say, to Liam. So it's Liam from Alexander. Liam in the green with the blue flashes in the front of his car. It's the red and the black with the red helmet of Alexander Freinstein. And behind them, we've got 2 bit pot players who become the stars if they can get this last lap right in Samir Chopra and Amar Tabatsa.
Right, final lap then. What have they got in their toolkit to take on Liam O'Hanlon? He's led this race pretty much from the start. He led it from the pole position. He's never been headed. Alexander Freinstein was on his rear bumper there towards the end of the penultimate lap here. He's got a lot to do to get back on terms with that rear bumper of O'Hanlon through the right-hand hairpin, plunging downhill. O'Hanlon doesn't need to defend. He's got pace through the corners here. And now we're getting towards the final stages. We've got the sweeps of turns 9 and 10.
Freinstein going to try something here. He has got very, very close to him again. Going, O'Hanlon's actually gone defensive on the inside there, but he's going to compromise his exit speed, that's for sure. But it may not be enough, because now all he has to do is try and run a block run down the hill through the sweeps, through the S's down to turn 17, and a potential victory.
Here we go then, the final 2 turns coming up. O'Hanlon looking over his shoulder. Yes, Feinstein's there. Also Chopper and Tabatsa is there. The checkered flag waves, and Liam O'Hanlon takes round 2 at Alpha San in absolutely fine style from Alexander Feinstein. Samar Chopper in 3rd. Amar Tabatsa was 4th. Rudra Papatap was in 4th with 2nd place. What do we do? What? Of course not. That's the finish. I'm going to leave the rundown to Nick while I run down and get a word with
the
Liam
winner.
O'Hanlon.
Yeah, go on then. Yes, yeah.
You do the rundown.
Yeah, I'll do the rundown. Oh dear, it's all the way to go, everybody. Okay, so this is the result. It's Liam O'Hanlon who has taken the win. Alexander Freistein is 2nd. Samir Chopra, he comes in 3rd position. In 4th, it's Amar Tabatsa. And then it's Ruud Rapatap Sekawat in 5th. Vabav Ponna in 6th, Enzo Falzano in 7th, Ivan Jankovic in 8th, Ivan Vorez in 9th, Cameron Harvey in 10th, Tadeusz Prochka in 11th. That's the guy, because remember Tadeusz started the day so well, putting it on pole so many hours ago now. 12th is Sebastian Storer, 13th is Adrian Wignol, and then in 14th it's Saif Al Maina, 15th Qian Yu, and then 16th is Jensen Kelly, 17th Saf Al Khalifa, 18th is Vladimir Tvedonkeb, 19th was Rashid Almina, 20th is Felix Souza Jebjerg, and then 21st was Thayeb Haroun. So it looks like it's going to be an attempt now for Joe will try and grab a word with at least Liam O'Hanlon, possibly some of the others. We'll see how he does on that front. Gives me a chance to say, don't forget to tell your friends about the live streams if you're watching now. Dawn Sanford very pleased with Liam. She loves him. Oh, that's sweet. So if you're supporting anyone, just tell us on the chat and we will very happily pass that message on. Probably better let the results off so you can see what's going on, really. No, I took that off, I thought. Never mind. So I hope the result will come off the screen at some point. Okay, so we're just waiting now for the next race, which will be the MiniMax. That's off in about 5 minutes. But first, we're obviously waiting for the exciting chat from Joe Bradley. Do not forget that this is the second round proper of the championship. Our next race is in a few weeks' time. It's the 13th and 14th of December. That's back at Al Ain, but that's a two-day single round. It's a two-day single round scorer. Then we go to Dubai on the 17th and 18th of January for 2 sections. But before we go to Dubai, and before we go anywhere else, let's go down to Joe Bradley.
Well, Liam O'Hanlon, congratulations, Liam. You have been really dominant all day long. You made that look easy. I bet it wasn't, though, was it?
No, it wasn't easy. Obviously, they was behind me. I thought they was going to overtake me, but I had to defend a bit on the last lap.
How aware are you that Alexander and everyone else was behind you? Were you fully aware of where they were?
Yeah, I knew where they were, and I knew that they could go in for the overtake.
So why are you so good at Alpha San? I mean, you've been unbeatable, qualifying, the heat, the pre-final, and now the final. That's fantastic.
Yeah, I do like this track.
What's the best bit?
I like the first sector.
Yeah, it's really fast and goes up and down. What's that back section like, round the really fast bank turn? Is that really good?
Yeah, I like that bit. It's really fast.
Right. Who do you want to thank? Because it's a great team effort, isn't it, from GGM?
I want to thank my mum, my dad, my mechanic, George, Henry do it. He's in, I forgot what country he's in, but he's commentating over there.
Henry Baudet. He's in Las Vegas.
Yeah, Las Vegas.
Yeah, Henry. And I think Henry will be watching us because it got rained off. So, hello, Henry.
Yeah, hi, Henry.
And well done to Liam O'Hanlon. I'm going to shake your hand. Are you going to give anybody a chance at the next round?
No.
Championship's looking good. So
I want to thank my whole team, everyone supporting me.
yeah, brilliant. And they've done a great job. Great team effort from GGM and Liam O'Hanlon.
Now, I wonder, is that the first time that a completely different interviewer has been thanked by being interviewed by somebody else? So Henry gets a thank whilst Joe's chatting to him. Brilliant. Henry is indeed in Las Vegas. He has been rained off. They've got unseasonable weather there for the kart chaser finals, I think it is. He'll be back with us for the round I was talking about at Al Ain on the 13th and 14th of December. So for those of you Henry fans, you'll have a chance to thank him in person, because he'll actually be there rather than somewhere else entirely. So next up, we have the MiniMax. That's going to be off in about 3 minutes' time for the MiniMax final. The sun has kind of now moved over, so it's actually shining directly into the commentary booth, though actually directly on into the balcony, so it's swung right round as the sun is wont to do. The wind's sort of swirling around. I realise I haven't given you a wind update for several minutes. So the wind now is swirly. I'm fiddling with your cameras, Reed, because I wanted to get things. I can have to look at the swirly wind look, you see. Ashley's going, well, do it yourself then. Leo Schutzman's a good look. Good luck, Austin Gray, from your big sister Elisa Gray. Good luck, Paul. That's for the next race. Joe is back. So well, he's putting the cap on first. Yeah. I know. Put your headset on. Right, we're just wondering if that's the first time a different interviewer has been thanked by someone while being interviewed.
Yes. Where's Henry? Yes.
Kids, eh?
Where's Henry? We miss Henry. We all miss Henry, don't we?
Oh,
Henry Baudet got rained off in Las Vegas. Who would have thought that?
I know. Oh, dear. That was very funny.
Yeah, Henry's going to be back.
Because you didn't quite hear it was, and I realised what he'd said.
Yes, I know. I thought he was... He didn't quite get... Liam didn't quite get Henry's surname right, so I didn't quite hear.
Funny. It was very funny.
Yeah, brilliant. Yes.
It's one of those things that keep us grounded.
Absolutely. Henry will be back to take it through our post-race interviews at the next round at...
here, Al Ain.
At Al Ain.
Here, as in
yes, as in the UAE.
Yeah,
yes.
Al Ain, yeah.
We're back to Al Ain, aren't we, for the two-day one race event.
I think I can give you a grid for this one.
I've got the grid, mate.
No, I mean on the screen.
Oh, really? That's a bit of a
I think so.
Yeah, let's have a look then. This is going to be as intense as ever, as on the pole position is the British MicroMax champion, Dian Singh Pahal. Now then, what's gone on there? Because we've had Attica Mayer, for instance, is back down on the 7th row. So, as we said, the results are provisional. This is the grid for the final. Dian Singh Pahal from Mumbai Falcons will start alongside GNKD's Paul Schutzman. We've got Axel GP represented by Rayan Khan Rashid with Sam Pollitt Racing over from the UK on the 2nd row in the form of Albie J. Stubbs. Oliver Butchard from Synergy will start alongside William Mazzali for JNKD on row 3. Row 4 is Synergy's Max Payton with JNKD's Austin Gray. Benjamin Kracevic for JNKD. He will start on the 5th row alongside Mikhail Mitrokin with Gleb Obyukov and Mikhail Tervilov Libo from Mumbai Falcons on row 6. Attica Mayer starts down on the 7th row with Adam Fleury alongside. Then we've got NI Racing's Kurt Ivanov from the Italcorse Middle East of Rafael Zagati, the novice driver in his 2nd race weekend in the UAE RMC. Mubarak Mohammed for CRG starts alongside Zuhair Turkey from Mumbai Falcons, rounding off 18
so
cars.
It's pretty obvious that
yes.
Unfortunately there was some post-race penalties
yes.
Involving Attica Mayer and
Benjamin
Krajovic, and they obviously probably they're coming together. Then probably his rejoin, and they both received some penalties which knocked them right down in that pre-final.
Yeah, because there was a little bit of an urgency at the final turn that might have been adjudged. But here we go, though.
The coming together was probably the one, but they're going to get but now they have to come through the field.
And their teammates have taken up the cudgels. Dayan Singh Pahal over here from the UK for Mumbai Falcons, starting on the pole position and heads off. The second place, Paul Schutzman, will end up in third place around the outside. Pahal slides very wide indeed, and it is the number 9. That's Rayan Khan Rashid who inherits the lead with the two front row drivers going very wide indeed. But I think that Schutzman, who's regained second place there, the Karchop.me, will take us back to somewhere where we're not. Let's just get rid of that and continue with our MicroMax final. Here we go then. Back towards us and back up the hill, I should say, to turn 9. That sweeping right-hander as we get towards 10. Oh, and who's that coming back down the inside? And he's been pushed off. Rashid has been pushed off the track, and he ended up really off track, and that'll not be a penalty infraction because he was impeded somewhat. It's Schutzman in the lead for JNKD, Nick, as they come around to complete one lap.
Yeah, so it's Schutzman from Dayan Singh Pahal. Where are our recoverers? Let's find out. And the answer is not massively recovering. Atikamir's got to 8th from 13th, and Benjamin Krajovic has stayed in 9th. So they have claimed a bit, but mostly it was the move with Attica. But she's in 8th now, and looking obviously to move forward in the field. But as we look at the front, it's Schutzman from Pahal, from Butchar, from Payton, and that's your top 4.
Yeah, now this is a 13-lap race, remember.
Unlucky for some.
A little bit longer than these drivers have been used to. So we may see a high-speed game of chess. We may see a little bit of tyre management or even driver management, but it doesn't look like for now as
Pahal looks at it.
Looking down the inside, Dayan Singh Pahal taking to the MicroMax class like a duck to water. He's came out the UK with the MicroMax British Championship, and here he is in MicroMax now. Slightly more power. Similar karts chassis-wise. And he is now after Schutzman.
Schutzman kind of blocked him off quite, aggressively as he came around the inner part of the carousel through 9 and 10. And that's maybe lost a bit of momentum. But as they say, it's early days, really 2 laps completed.
And we've got a synergy 3rd and 4th here. Whether that'll come into play. Oliver Butchard and Max Payton over here with the British Synergy team. And we will see. Their attitude towards teammates will invariably be slightly different, and they're just tripping over Singh Pahal.
Is that just because they have to face him in the awning later?
Well, probably, yes, and a bit of respect as well to your teammate is always a bit of a bonus. Attica Mayer, I can see, still making ground. We'll see if she can claim any more places here, because certainly in qualifying and the first heat, her and Benjamin Krajovic were or should have been at the front of this field, but circumstances prevailed.
Well, yes, they came together and picked up penalties and cut track, I assume is what it was. But interestingly, Schutzman's just giving himself that tiniest amount of breathing space.
Yeah, Paul Schutzman with the GNKD team.
Now, in second, not really under any particular pressure from Oliver Butchard. Butchard's got that bright green helmet in the middle of the frame there. And then behind his Patton. The Drokrin is in 5th, LBJ Stubbs is in 6th. Now, interesting, Krajovic has got past Mir, so there's been a one change of position, and the two of them are scrapping, but unfortunately, I'm sure they'd hoped to be scrapping 1st and 2nd in this final. They're currently scrapping for 8th and 9th.
Yes, absolutely. So that battle continues. However, it is quite in the midfield. Meanwhile, at the front of the field, it's Benjamin Krajovic's teammate, Paul Schutzman. He's taking up the cudgels for the GNKD team at the front of this MicroMax field, and he's pulled out a cushion. As we look across the Alpha Sand track towards the very tight right-hander.
And now he's pulled out some digestives.
Now
he's pulled out some digestives with a cup of tea.
What are you talking about?
He's pulled out a cushion.
He's pulled out a cushion? Well, you made a cushion of time. Not a cushion. Or a soft furnishing.
Yeah, you know.
Here we go then. Let's see what his cushion is, because it was 3/10 last time by. It's gone out to 4.
Yeah, it's hard. It's 500 he got there, but interesting. Pahal now under pressure from Butchard. That was kind of a gap, and now Butchard looking to go up inside of turn 3. Not quite this time. Dragging along with him, Patton. LBJ Stubbs has kind of got to keep a watching brief. He's not really challenging or being challenged. And there's Mitrokin, and again, Attica Mir dropping down to 10th, so she's going backwards. And Austin Gray, there's some support for Austin Gray in this chat. He's moved up to 9th, and Kratchov stays in 8th. All of those drivers, I mean, Attica's still only 3.2 seconds off the lead, as you can just see her sweeping into the screen there.
Fastest kart on the track is actually the 5th place kart in that train there. And that's LBJ Stubbs. He's got like a pink livery. Sam Pollard Racing over from the UK, bringing LBJ Stubbs here. And Albie is making progress. He's in familiar ground. He's got 2 Synergy karts ahead of him. And let's see if he can make ground on these 2 and make a pass. Look at the way he takes that line. I'm looking at the pink and blue kart there, in 5th in line here. The leader hasn't lost them though, has he?
No, I'm just wondering whether Stubbs is going to kind of pop out at the end. There's 6th and 7th going past, which is Mikhail Mitrokin and Rehan Khan Rashid, who actually led for the first 4 corners. He's now currently running in 7th.
Yeah, he got hung out to dry a little bit around the outside of turn 9 and 10, didn't he? He didn't have anywhere to go, so he had to leave the track. Now then, LBJ Stubbs has got company. Mikhail Mitrokin and Rehan Khan Rashid are right there with him, and these
Rashid
two are
picks up a place. So Rashid picks up the place from Mitrokin going around the hairpin. Now, I don't know whether this is because Schutzman's not setting a fast enough pace, or just this is as fast as they can all go.
So that was Mitrokin who got past Rashid again. So these two are they're squabbling. Yeah, they're squabbling. This train of karts, though, now this, Nick, we're only going to complete 6 laps. We're not even at half distance. And this, I'm not...
it's moved there for second place.
There's a move for second place. That's been coming.
And Butchar gets past DN Singh Patel. Can he make it... Bahal, can he make it stick as they come down the main straight? Looks like he can. So DN Singh Bahal drops into third. No, he's in third place in the pre-final as well. And he was gifted the win by the first 2 going off.
Yeah, that's right.
They all count, though.
The thing is, so Oliver Butchard has been, you could argue, or you could debate, let's not argue, has been stifled somewhat by DN Singh Pahal, because he's now edging away from that origin white kart of the Mumbai Falcons driver and edging towards that blue and white shoulders of Paul Schutzman. Now he gets onto the rear bumper. That green helmet of Oliver Butchard looks very menacing.
That was halfway, by the way.
At the half distance, yeah, there it is, 6.5. Here we go, Paul Schutzman.
What I would say is there's a bit of a shark coming towards him in Benjamin Kratchov. He's now up to 7th, a second and a half off the lead. Now he's got some traffic to get through to get to the front, but he's moving forward now. Mir's up to 9th. She's only 2.3 seconds off. So Schutzman, if he's got anything left in the tank, should begin to try and stretch his field out slightly more. He leads by 0.3 and 0.26 of a second. Dehan Singh Pahal back by half a second from the lead. Benjamin Kratchov is now in 5th and just 1.3 seconds off, Joe.
Here we go then, whether or not, and you know what, Nick, it looks like to me, Paul Schutzman leading this race on the blue, white and black kart there, it looks like he's responded to the presence of Oliver Butchard. He did look over his shoulder. He kept this section here last time by. There he goes again, looks over his shoulder. That bright green helmet of Oliver Butchard is still there glued to your bumper, mate. You're going to have to be careful, because if you make the slightest mistake, the Synergy driver is going to have you.
I think the challenge is the man currently in 4th place, which is Benjamin Kratchov. I think he's going to try and come through the field. Bad last lap round for Attica Mir. She also made a little error. She's dropped down to 13th, so it's not going to be a repeat win for her from the second point scoring round in round 1. Alain, just as the days slightly got away from her in the last half. First half looked pretty good, including pole position. But now that's that 4th place kart. That's the man on the move. That's the man who you would kind of, with 4 laps to go, you would tip for a good chance to win this one. But he has to get through the traffic, and the first bit of traffic has to get through his British champion, DN Singh Pahal.
Let's see if he can keep that momentum as he makes his way through this field. This is a podium position. A 3rd step of the podium beckons Benjamin Kratchevich. And just look at the amount of momentum he continues with. He's right now on the bumper of DN Singh Pahal. Pahal is going to have to watch it here.
Yeah, but he needs to get Pahal quickly, because they're beginning the first and second are just putting a slight gap.
There's
look
the
up
move.
The inside. Is he going to stick though? Because they've got to go right next, and the answer's no.
Yeah,
he was ahead there for at least 9 metres.
You've got a lot of racing experience at a very high level in the British Championship in that form of that orange and white kart there at DN Singh Pahal. So Benjamin Kratchevich, he might have sort of psyched out another driver, but a driver with the experience of DN Singh Pahal just sat composed, didn't he? Because he knew he had the line for the next bit.
he's going to have to. It's not an easy pass. He's going to have to think his way past someone who's been racing at tracks all around Britain and the world, and knows what to do. And obviously, he's learning at Forsan every single lap. But Kračović has more pace, that's for sure. But you still have to get past.
Kračović down the inside at the hairpin, textbook.
But it's not enough for him. He's lost momentum.
No, DN Singh Pahal.
He wasn't happy about that either.
No, and I didn't see anything.
No, there
wrong
wasn't
with
anything
that.
wrong. I just think he thinks he should go. They're getting away. They're getting away.
Yeah. I think Kračović feels like he's been stifled here.
Tries it again. Didn't work last time, but a bit more leaning. Bit more leaning, and then it goes through.
Used that tin opener, didn't he? And look at that. The Catch-Up.me replay shows there was a Benjamin Kračović size gap there, and he went down it.
Not all the time.
And then DN Singh Pahal, discretion the better part of valour, fought it out admirably, but he had to let him go. Now then,
no, I think
we're on lap 11 here.
Butchard's glanced over his shoulder, and he's seen that he has Schutzmann's teammate, Benjamin Kračović, behind him. I think he's going to start trying to hurry up himself, because it's monumental how quickly Kračović is catching these two up, and it is a challenge for the lead. They go off, and look where he is already. He just only just got near them about half a lap ago. Oh dear!
Oh, he climbs all over Butchard. Butchard has lost out. Butchard down to fourth.
What happened there?
That is an absolute tragedy. He came out of the hairpin, and Kračović, who had momentum coming out of the hairpin, you know what? I would have said he missed a gear, but they haven't got a gearbox, so I have no idea where he lost that pace.
I think he did. I think he drifted wide, but that's a weird one. In that crash, he kind of went a bit too wide. Now he's got his teammate ahead of him now, and he's also got actually the second base. Pahal's got back in second base after all that kerfuffleage.
And they're on the penultimate lap. There is 2 laps. Kračović has deja vu. Benjamin Kračović has got DN Singh Pahal ahead of him again, and he has to do it again. Now then, DN Singh Pahal, will he learn the lesson and guard that position going into the S's part of this racetrack? We're going to find out soon, Nick, as they head down towards the hairpin.
Yeah, he's not trying the overrun last time. He just drifted to a point, then he came into contact with Butchard because he was trying to go wide and he couldn't. And he's saying, chase him. There's only a lap and a half to go. There's only so much chasing you can do of Paul Schutzmann, who I think may well have got himself into a pretty unassailable lead, unless Kračović did something. Oh, he's having
that was a curb. It was curb. Yeah. They both clattered the curb. Now, that's the part of the track that Benjamin Kračović found a way by DN Singh Pahal. He's struggling to find a way by this time. Now then, out of the final turn, the last lap board beckons. Kračović is saying to DN Singh Pahal, let's work together. Time is running out, though. You've got one more lap to get past him. You're on the third step of the podium. DN Singh Pahal's on the second step. Paul Schutzmann is loving these two battling for second, because he's handing him the win. I'm not saying he's handing him it, because he's earned it. He's had to drive outstandingly well to maintain the lead. It's the JNKD driver down the hill towards the hairpin, and Kračović down the inside. DN Singh Pahal is into the barrier there, and he was squeezed, and that was an almighty tense moment there. Catch-Up.me, let's see what happened here.
That's going to be looked at, that's for sure. He's just driven him off the track. I mean, I don't know. I'm not saying it's deliberate. He hasn't driven off the track deliberately. It's just that he went wide.
He was keeping the momentum,
room for two, and that's it. So it's going to be a win for Schutzmann. I think the final result may differ from as we see them crossing the line now. But Schutzmann has just 2 corners to go, and he's going to take the win. Schutzmann wins the MicroMax final at the Al Forsan round 2 of the UAE RMC. And currently it's Kračović scored second.
And a delighted Paul Schutzmann there for JNKD, wasn't it? He earned that, Nick, because he couldn't make a mistake. There was all sorts of racing going on behind him, but he absolutely earned that. What a great drive from Paul Schutzmann.
Yeah, bad luck for DN Singh Pahal, who scored, I think he scored 16th. Bad luck for Atika, our pole position holder, who ended up 4 laps down. She must have had a bit of damage during the course of the race, but non-stop action there. Can we look at that little last incident again? So basically, it's Pahal's on the outside, and what happens? Once again, the result decides to steal that from us. So the result is Paul Schutzmann, Benjamin Kračović, Mihail Mirotkin, Austin Gray, Oliver Butchard, Rehan Khan Rashid, LBJ Stubbs, Max Panton, Kit Ivanov, William Mazzali, and then we have Adam Fleury, Gleb Obukov, Mikhail Tvedoveno, and that's your main leaders. What is happening again here? So this is what happened at the end. Up the inside of DN Singh Pahal, and Yeah, he just didn't make the corner, and he ran. It wasn't deliberate. He wasn't trying to fence Bahal, but that's what happened in the end. I'm afraid that was, in my mind, which counts for nothing, probably Benjamin's error at that point. Just tried a little bit too hard, and there wasn't quite enough space for that. So we'll have a word with Paul Schutzman very soon. With so Paul, we're talking to I should really continue the excitement of the calendar, which I'd stopped for some reason. Why would you stop the calendar? Because I don't know. Why would you have to stop the calendar? Good luck, Paul, says Leo Schutzman. Well, that worked particularly well. You not need a good luck, Leo. You won. So let's just carry on looking at the calendar, which we tend to do whilst. So the next round, say, is Al Forsan, 13th, 14th December, with the return of Henri Baudet. Then it's Dubai, 17th, 18th of January. Yas Marina, 14th and 15th of February. That's on the Grand Prix circuit. Dubai again for a single round on the 8th of March. Al Forsan here again for a single round on the 27th of March. And then the 11th and 12th of April, Al Ain for the series finale. Now, the thing to remember is also there is some very exciting news to be announced soon about other events moving forward. So that'll be coming out, I don't know, in the near future, let's say. So we are waiting for two things. We're waiting for the marvellous Joe Bradley to give us a conversation with our winner. And then we are waiting for a few minutes for the Junior Max Final. The sun now shining very much into our eye. Oh, you've got a cap. You've got a spare cap. So the only person who hasn't got a cap is me. Oh, actually, I could steal Joe's. There we go. I've got the cap now. We have a team cap. So when Joe comes back, he's going to be very upset. I have stolen his cap. There we go. So we're going to have... So what we'll do now is we will... Oh, no, there's a bit of watching. There's a bit of... And we'll go down to Joe Bradley.
I've got an absolutely delighted young man here, Paul Schutzman. Paul, man, that was a... You know what? All right, it wasn't easy, was it? That was a tough race.
Well, the gap was closed and it was gone, so it was just a complete fight the whole way.
How hard was it to keep that concentration going?
It sounds useful, isn't it?
Actually, fairly easy because I've made the same mistake so many times.
Right.
So I finally got it in my head.
Yeah, well done. You saw, you were aware of what was happening behind you. There was so many changes going on behind you.
Yeah, I know. One time it was the Mumbai Falcons, then it was my teammate Benjamin Krajkovic.
Yeah.
And then Oliver Butcher, too, right behind me. And it was tough. I haven't had a win in a while, actually.
You were telling me 2 years since your last win?
Yeah, a year, actually.
Yeah, brilliant. JNKD, new to the championship this season. Yeah, brilliant. What do you want to say to the team? Because it's a team effort, motorsport, isn't it?
Thank you so much, JNKD. I know in the practice I haven't been good. I want to thank my mom, my dad, and my whole family just for supporting me. Especially my brother, he's been giving me pep talks, and my mechanic before every session. Thank you.
So you're going to celebrate tonight?
Oh yeah, 100%.
Paul Schutz. You what?
I'm not going to school tomorrow.
No school for Paul Schutzman tomorrow, everybody.
Thank you, sir.
Well, obviously we can't condone that, of course. Go to school, kids. Get qualifications. You know, I'm sitting here next to me is a man deeply qualified in, who's operating cameras and pressing buttons, who's deeply qualified in geology, which has obviously really paid off with his degree in geology and his master's degree in air quality. He's sitting next to me, managing cameras and pressing buttons. So, but he got, but he had fun. And he met his future wife. Though, we have to be careful about that one because he hasn't got around to proposing to her yet. Anyway, so there we are with the drivers. There's some good camaraderie going on there. And we're getting ready now for the Junior Max Final, which will be rolling off in about 2 minutes' time. Here, trying to find what earwig was hanging behind me about anything official, but it's just about the 2 minute board about to go out. The The last-minute congratulations and pep talks from the various mechanics. The green flag is waved, saying the track is clear. The wind's slightly, as you can see from that flag, the wind is slightly picked up, as it tends to happen in the evenings of warm countries, as the just airflow starts to move around as it's the convection currents kick on. It's nothing ridiculous, but you can just see the, look at these little flapping kind of shoulders there. I can't believe I had my cap taken off me. I mean, it is my cap because it's a team cap.
It's not your cap. If you forget a cap in a sunny country,
you didn't forget anything. It was here in the boxes.
It wasn't. It was in my bag, mate.
Okay.
Henry gave it to me at Allen.
Oh, it's Henry again, is it?
Yes.
Well, apparently people rather talk to him
yes,
than you.
Liam O'Hanlon and I are starting a fan club. Hey, what a delighted Paul Schutzman there, wasn't he?
I know.
He was
off school, apparently. Don't think his parents have been told.
I went up to the park fermé. He was literally jumping up and down out of the cart. He was absolutely I love it when drivers enjoy winning.
If you can't enjoy winning, what's the point?
You know, some of the podiums we've done where it's like I'm asking people for a kidney to give them a trophy.
I know.
Brilliant.
Leo Schutzman, who's on the chat, goes, trust me, he's going to school. Oh, dear. Let's go Axel Nocom, says Bella Cante. Is Axel Nocom in this one? He is, because I can give you a grid. And good luck, Ellen, says Fatima Ramiz. But Leo has the big news that Paul is going to school tomorrow.
Yeah, when he's calmed down, when he comes down from whatever height he's at the moment.
I think he thinks if he tells you it's official.
Yes. It's on telly, so it must be official. Yeah, great stuff. Here is the grid then for the Junior Rotax Mitanj Giant. It's going to be a tough championship, this one, all year, isn't it? He's on the pole position with his Mumbai Falcons teammate Connor Clancy alongside. Row 2 is Aaron Mason and Harrison Stevens. Saveli Kojai and Axel Nocom are on row 3. Row 4 is Leo Anya and Via Chopra, with Ray Herber and Brando Londono on row 5. Row 6 is Jaden Hidding with Oliver Spencer alongside. Jack Doe and Pierre Abu Diwan on row 7. Row 8 is Aaron Qureshi with Giuseppe Montanari. Then we have Johansa Senenyaka with Tima Mapengada. 10th row is Erin Ortak and Samuel Turner with Derek Rivera and Aaron Setti. Murad Baravmov and Angelina Simmons are on row 12. And then rounding off 13 rows, Flora Schenkenberg and Faris Haroon. Junior Rotax about to get underway, and this one 14 laps now, just an increment of 1 lap for the juniors over the Mini-Max and Micromax. So about 17 minutes of racing ahead of us. And the grid being brought around by the two Mumbai Falcon drivers, Mitanj Jain and Connor Clancy. Who's it going to be? Connor Clancy, he might have 294 beside him on the timing bar, but he's running the up plate because that's what he deserves to do. He's got a bit of a jump as Jain.
He's really worked that one out. Now Clancy just needs to kind of stick himself into second place and not get bundled out, as happened on two of the previous races. He's done that, so he's in second place as the car. 264 is hopping in the air. Aaron Mason to go up there. It's a marvellous shot there. With the lights as it now, you can see that underneath the car.
Yes.
It's hopping over. Top two are away. Look at the top two away. Jane and Clancy are just different gravy at the moment.
Now then, these two need to really be teammates and work together. Behind them is Aaron Mason. He's on the blue and white GGM cart. And the rest of the field, just I think everyone's third, looking like
so
everybody's
Harrison
just trailing
fourth,
through.
I think.
Yeah, these two, if they can work together, they've got good pace. We know how quick the drivers are. We know how good Mumbai Falcons are in putting a cart underneath these boys. And they just need to be sensible, not squabble. And I think we've got quite a bit of experience there in the form of Mitanj Jain and Connor Clancy. So that's how I expect is what we're about to see, Nick.
Yeah, I would, my feeling is that they will work together for 4 or 5 laps at least and try and get a gap. There's no reason to fight with teammate and just let everyone else in. So the lead was a second, effectively second and third. It was a second that time round, which is a great result for 1 lap.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? Connor Clancy is happy with that. He's happy to sit behind Mitanj Jain. However, Jain, if Connor Clancy feels like Mitanj Jain is holding him up, then Connor Clancy is going to go past him. he's gonna force the issue. At the moment, they're in control. They've got about 1.1 seconds. They've got about a second between second and third place carts there. These are the two leaders. There's the third place cart of Aaron Mason. We've got Harrison Stevens in fourth, Axel Knockham in fifth, Via Chopra in sixth, Oliver Spencer seventh, Leah Aina and Saveli Kojai, Jack Doe 10th. Aaron Qureshi just outside that top 10 and 11th there, but quite a train of carts behind Aaron Mason, isn't it?
Yes, the gap between second and third has stabilised at a second. Giant just pulled a little bit of a gap on Clancy, probably a comfort gap more than anything else. Then back towards his Chopra, and interestingly, his Chopra now has got himself to fourth. He's had a difficult day for Chopra, one of the favourites going into this event, and obviously one of the overall points leaders after the first two scoring rounds. But he has had a kind of work your way through the field day. He's worked himself up to fourth place, and now what he needs to do is try and get into third, then bridge the gap. There he is with the white helmet, going up the hill, trying to chase down Aaron Mason in third place.
Yeah, Chopra, remember, coming into this second round here at Al Fassan, third in the championship behind the two Mumbai Falcon drivers. He's under a lot of pressure, though, isn't he? He's under pressure. Oh, no, that's just dropped off now. Harrison Stevens, there's a bit of a gap here. The black and white. Oh, there it is.
That's a 2:19. That's Chopra into third place. As far as he was concerned, Mason wasn't fast enough.
Penultimate corner as well. Aaron Mason, he was feeling, was holding him up. There's the cartshop.me replay here showing it through the compression. And we've seen this a few times, haven't we, Nick, where they've come out of that compression a little bit askew. I'm not sure that was anything to do with being askew, though.
I get the impression that Chopra was just on the chase and on the move, because he's just... I'm not saying he's rediscovering his pace, but he's not had the chance to be in clear air, to be honest, in the previous heats. Of a poor qualifying or problem of qualifying, starting down in 12th, and he has been fighting through carts the whole time. Now, it is 1.4 seconds last time round between Clancy and Chopra, between second and third. Mitash Jain, a little bit of a gain there on Clancy. He's up to 4/10, but I'm sure that's all within manageable limits for Connor. But can Chopra bridge the gap, or is he just become a no man in the middle, whereas the rest of the field, which is Mason, Nocom, Spencer, Stevens, Aya and Doe, just chase him down?
Yeah, and the championship situation, Connor Clancy, Mitansh Jain and Via Chopra, those three drivers at the front of the championship table, at the top of the championship table I should say, are the three drivers, not necessarily in that order, at the front of this junior Rotax field here. Off they go. They have completed 4 laps. They're on the 5th lap. It's a 14-lap race for this one. And whether or not we're going to see Via Chopra, we've got Oliver Spencer now getting past Aaron Mason. Axel Knockham has gone past Aaron Mason as well. So I think we might even see Oliver Spencer and Axel Knockham regain that ground on Via Chopra. The two Mumbai Falcons drivers, Mitansh Jain and Connor Clancy, have disappeared up the road by about 1.5 seconds now. That's a gap between second and third, so they really are the class of the field.
Yeah, the gap between first and second is stabilising. A little bit of an error there by by Spencer or by Knockham, I think. He just didn't pick up a...
He went sideways coming out the left-hand bit.
Dropped off. There's our leaders right together. So at this point, the lead is up to 1.7. I'm not sure if they've completed 5 laps of 14. I'm not sure when Connor thinks they've got enough of a lead to start scrapping. Chopra's got himself into no man's land, 0.8 of a second ahead of Spencer, who got a little bit of breathing space with Knockham's error coming into the last corner last time round. Top two together, but I'm not sure they're going to make a move. The problem is you kind of watch them because they might.
We're going to have to keep a wary eye on these two because Connor Clancy, we've seen him, he did this at Al Ain, where Connor Clancy sat behind his teammate and then made his move. And I think that was in the first round, wasn't it? It was in the first of our races at Al Ain, where we saw Mitansh Jain having to succumb to Connor Clancy. Connor Clancy, I was about to say Connor Clancy had the fastest lap of the race. However, that's just been taken back by Mitansh. Mitansh Jain now takes the fastest lap with a 56.644. So these two still circulating as the
quarter of a second apart.
Class of the field, yeah.
And they have continued to drop Chopra, who's now 1.8 behind, but Chopra's continued to drop Spencer. So he is going to have a very lonely race via Chopra unless these two start really slugging each other up.
Off they go then through that very fast banked right-hander at turn 9 through turn 10 and then heavy on the brakes for the hairpin at 11. it's looking like he's about to make his move. Mitansh Jain is not really wanting that to happen, and to be honest, he is driving impeccably well.
We were just
keeping
about
it
to cross,
very, very fast.
Just about across halfway, Joe. That's 7 laps. Jain pulled out 500 a second. Chopra still 1.8 behind. The sort of battle between 4th and 5th, and now there's a gap between 5th and 6th. This one's spread out quite dramatically. I mean, you think, oh, what do you mean it's spread out? The top two are within 3/10, but they're not really looking to do anything about each other at the moment.
No, the race hasn't really begun, has it? We're at we just clicked by the half-distance phase. We are about to complete the 8th lap and go into the second half of this final, Junior Rotax. And you've just got this feeling, Nick, that Conor Clancy, he's just glued to the rear bumper of Mitansh Jain. Oh, and there's the move.
There we go, it's up the inside.
There it is. I got the feeling that it was coming.
Yeah, but was that actually him going past? Or was he let past?
Let's have another look at it. As they came off the right-hand hairpin at turn 11.
Oh, no, an error.
Yes.
Made an error on the curve.
Yeah, just got...
I just wondered, at some point, perhaps, you think, well, he's breathing down my neck. Do I actually let him go ahead? But no, that was unfortunately a little error. And now it is the case where Jain wants to get back past Clancy again.
He was tucking it across to the right, and I think it just the rear end just gave up a little bit. He got a bit of a hop, skip, and a jump there, which stifled his momentum somewhat.
Yeah,
that allowed Conor Clancy
about
through.
Half a second towards Via Chopra, but they've still got a second and a half on him. So the two of them go up the hill towards the fantastic carousel of 9, 10 and 11, and something I'd really like to have a go at a powerful kart. Just 3 laps, then my neck would give up. But it just looks so much fun. They cut back. This is where it went wrong last lap, and it was absolutely just a too much curve, put the kart out of position. Now, it's really whether Jain can stick on the back of Clancy. Then they just swap roles. They just swap the Hunter and the Hunted roles over, and Jain, who obviously has the pace of Clancy this weekend, then has to work out when he can make the move. Clancy gets a couple of kart lengths breathing space, and then
it closes up again.
Don't really. Was Chopra faster than the two of them last time round?
56.733 slightly. Yeah, he wasn't as fast as Conor Clancy. He was quicker than Mitansh Jain.
Right.
So, and there's Jain getting it all over the curbs there at the top of the hill chicane. It's Chopra. The gap was 1.4 seconds to second place. Jain, I want to say looking flustered. I'm being harsh, I think, if I do say that.
I think he's having to push. I think he's having to push at this point.
Yes, he is. He's having to push to keep on top, keep
with Clancy.
Yeah.
I'm not saying he's necessarily out of this, but he's just looking a little bit like this is towards what he can do. Now, you can never, with smooth drivers like Clancy, you can't tell how close they are to the edge either.
Yeah, that's right.
They get smooth, and that's it. So, coming back. So they've got about 4 laps to go.
Yeah,
Chopra's not getting much closer. There's not really an awful lot of battling going down until you get down to a 6th, 7th, or 8th position. So it's quite a spread out situation here.
I'm not sure.
Third, 4th, and 5th are also on their own.
I'm not sure, and this is no disrespect to Mitansh Jain, that he has got the pace to get by Conor Clancy. Conor is, I don't want to say team, he's the number one. He's not. He's the O-plate holder. He's got a lot of experience. He's very, very fast. But then so is Jain. He's as quick as Clancy, but he just needs that little bit extra to get by him. And I'm not sure that is kind of on the cards. However, he's going to make me look silly by all accounts, please. As he follows his teammate round, that gap to Via Chopra in third has indeed gone out to about 0.8 of a second.
1.8, 1.6.
Sorry, 0.08 of a second. It's gone out extra. So Chopra's not been able to pull them in.
Yeah, Jain's now sitting right on the tail of Clancy. I don't know where the move's going to come, because the previous move came because of a mistake. Now is he just sitting there hoping to heck there's going to be an error by Clancy? But Clancy himself, who remember took pole. Now the 2 previous groups, the pole winners have had rotten times. As we watch back.
Into the S's sequence now. Clancy looking in control. His teammate following him round through the compression there. Into the final 2 corners here.
2 laps to go.
2 laps remaining then. And this is where Clancy has pulled out and edged out that gap, showing just consolidating the control. We've got the gap to Via Chopra remaining at about 1.6 seconds. Axel Knockham in 4th, Oliver Spencer 5th, Harrison Stevens with Jack Doe, Jaden Hidding, Angelina Simmons. Angelina Simmons in 9th place has come up the order from, she's all the way back on the 12th row.
So here we come. I think the front two have stabilised for a lap or so. This is the kind of the only bit of scrappage going on, which I think is for 6, 7, 8, 9, and include Angelina.
Well, 290, Angelina is the cart on the back of that train. So Angelina Simmons has come from...
someone's gone right off the track there in that that row of carts, and they come down the hill, and this is they're on their penultimate lap as well.
Came from 24th.
Which number are we looking at?
To 9th, to 290.
Oh, yes.
So that's the red, white and black cart there.
Third cart there on the
sleeves.
screen. Yeah, with pink
She's
sleeves.
the Iron Dames driver.
So she is looking good for a top 10, well, top 8 now, as they go around the corner for the final time.
Yeah.
We'll obviously going to keep an eye and make sure we get Connor over the line, but they had got a bit kind of stable there, and it's looking really like Giant can hang on, but he can't get past.
Yeah, we've seen that. We saw that Alain, and Mitanj will be annoyed with it. He just, what can he do? What can he do to get on terms with that driver, his teammate Connor Clancy? There's no doubt they'll pore over the data together. They'll see where Connor Clancy is slightly making the ground on him, and hopefully there'll be a share of data. I would have thought so at Mumbai Falcons. But here we come then. Connor Clancy came into this second round at Alphasan at the head of the championship table. He will leave Alphasan consolidating that lead and takes the checkered flag in the junior Rotax class. Mitanj Jain in second. I'll leave Nick to take us through the rundown. You can even borrow my cap to do it.
All right, very nice, thank you. Via Chopra comes in third. Axel Nocom, good performance back. He was slowly getting closer and closer and closer to Chopra. Not quite enough laps to get any further than that. It's Oliver Spencer who comes in 5th. Jack Doe is 6th. Angelina Simmons has really come through the field up to 7th, as Joe said, from a 12th row start. So good final after obviously a difficult day. Aaron Mason is 8th. He was showing towards the front to begin with. Jaden Hidding, he also had a difficult start of the day with a non-start in the qualifying, so he's had to fight through the field the entirety of the period. Harrison Stevens in 10th. Leo Aya is in 11th. Johansa Senayakak is in 12th. Arden Koreshi, 13th. Giuseppe Montanari is in 14th. Derek Riviera is in 15th. Pierre Abu Divan is in 16th. Florian Scheinbacher is in 17th. It's Brando Londono in 18th. Ray Haber in 19th. Samuel Turner in 20th. Ellen Otak in 21st. And then it's Thimajan Mohapanga in 22nd. Aaron Sethi. And then we've got people who didn't make the trip, including Savani Kugai and many others. So that was the Junior Rotax final. Fun for all the family. And we're obviously waiting out for a chat with what I expect is going to be quite a chuffed Connor Clancy, to be honest. So 2 more races to go. And then we have, of course, a little bit of break before the presentation of the Rotax World Final qualifiers from the UAE and then the podium ceremony itself. Next up will be the DD2s. Decent field this time for DD2s. We've been gaining DD2 drivers all through the season. They don't set off for another 6-7 minutes before we get to see the DD2s running. See they're getting ready and in and ready and into the cart. Sun coming down quite considerably now at Alpha. So the reason I can say that is because I can't see anything when I'm actually looking out the window because the sun's in my eyes. Bella Canete was very pleased with Axel's performance as P4, and it was a good run through the field, and he managed to get himself much closer to Via Chopra at the end. Chopra, I think, we were pleased with 3rd place in that one because he had a difficult day, and it's really a measure of a driver about how they recover from a difficult day. He's recovered with a podium position Obviously not what he wanted coming into the day, but recovering the podium position is something to be pleased with. So as the sun begins to set, it won't get anywhere near setting during the course of the race. It's just coming down a little bit. Obviously, everywhere has low sun. We're getting close to the shortest day of the year, a few weeks time. And the wind is swirling around, but it's nothing. But about this time at the second race, the Sunday race at Al Ain last time, the sandstorm kicked in. That's live from the day up. That's even no end. Just goes to prove that carts on sand haven't got a lot of grip as well as carts on rain. So hopefully any minute now we will see Joe's cherubic face leap into view. But obviously at the moment he's still trying to get hold of Connor for a chat. Of course what happens is you have to go through scrutineering, the carts get weighed. And it looks like we're about to be able to go down to Joe Bradley. Joe Bradley with Connor Clancy.
Connor, you, I think, played a little bit of a waiting game in those early stages, following your teammate round. Still looks like a hard job, though.
Yeah, it was really tough. Yeah, I've got to give it to Matanch. He was rapid. Like, I caught him and then he went faster. And I was like, oh my God, you're really making me work for it, Matanch. Yeah, he was on fire. So, yeah, it was a really good day for the team.
No team orders then. That was a pure race that we just watched, yeah?
I'm not sure. I was just honestly get my head down.
Yeah. Good for the championship. You came into this round at Al Forsan at the head of the championship. You've consolidated that. Are you thinking about that at all?
Not really. I'm just trying to go race by race.
So Mumbai Falcons, brilliant team effort. Who do you want to thank in the team for this?
Obviously everyone in Mumbai Falcons, my mechanic Gilly, everyone in England and Ireland, my mum and dad, the dogs, just everyone.
Yeah, brilliant. Well done, Connor. Congratulations. Another dominant win for Connor Clancy.
Now, something I do like about Connor is both times he's been on camera today, he's thanked his dogs, which is good. I think they provide a lot of support, even when they're feeling a bit rough. And I think you'd be barking up the wrong tree to deny the fact that it's a very supportive element with your canines. So the DD2 is off in about 5 minutes for their final. And that will be a rollicking 15-lapper. There'll be questions about who can pull through. A very, very good pre-final. I think there's 3 or 4 options here who could win this one. There we go. So the actual grid will be Adam Malak on pole, then Tyler Harris next to him. And Tyler obviously had some problems in the first of the heat rather than the pre-final, but he has managed to get himself onto second. Mark Bazier is starting at the back, so Mark Bazier must have fallen foul somewhere of the scrutineers or the marshals, because he should have been up in the top 3 definitely, but he's actually starting at the back in 11th. So it's all to do for Mark Bazier. And it's going to be a Malik versus Harries at the start. Elijah Yelton starts in 3rd. 4th place is Maltis Canopis. Tony Hogg, 5th for his 11th comeback from retirement. Nicola Kakachuri is starting in 6th. Hamza Hashisho in 7th. Greg Watt in 8th. Carl Blockley in 9th. Samir Assad in 10th. As I said before, right at the back, it is Mark Bazier. So a little bit of intrigue as to what's happened there. But as we said, when we talk about the heats and the pre-finals, we just call them as they cross the line. And obviously after they've crossed the line, things can change very dramatically. So the DD2s, if you're watching from the UK and don't really know what they are, because they aren't really raced much in mainland Europe these days, and certainly not in the UK, It's a 2-speed version of the Senior Max. It's got a very different gear selection system on the kart. Constant connection, but it's left hand is 1 and right hand is 2. So you just have 2 speeds. Gives you more acceleration and more top speed, which is something we all want. We all want more acceleration, more top speed. There's the balcony, just the left of where you can see those. Just the right way you see the people where we are. We're on the right there, and that building that begins to curve upwards. But we're on the right-hand side of that. Looking out with the sun in our eye. I'd like to give the cap back to Mr. Joseph Bradley, so now I can't see anything. He doesn't care. Just annoyed I've done the grid.
I'm just prepared, that's all. What a fantastic drive from Angelina Simmons.
Yeah, straight through.
From 24th to 7th. That was the drive that I was kind of monitoring as she made her way up the field, and then I know we just caught a glimpse
It's very,
of that.
very difficult. When you've got two drivers at the front who are, we could have cut away at any point and then we would have missed the overtake, and then we didn't know there was going to be another one.
But the thing is, you just heard Conor Clancy there saying that was a pure race. That was a pure motor. No team orders. There was no waiting. Mitansh Jain made that hard for him.
The point I've already made on this PA is one of the things I've decided I like most about Conor Clancy is he thanks his dogs every time.
He does, yes.
Yes,
Conor's dogs.
He's my sort of bloke. Anyone who thanks their dogs, I like to thank my mum. And my dogs, obviously. He's probably forgotten his siblings entirely just for the dogs.
I'm sure the dogs have gone above someone in the order.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Well, in fairness, if I was going to thank people now, they go above what my dogs would be. Vinny go above a lot of dogs.
So Vinny would be the first. Yes.
No,
and then where would Flo be?
Well, I think Rachel would be the first.
Not necessarily.
Well, I think so.
For political reasons.
Then you, obviously.
Yes,
as my karting wife.
Yes. Exactly. So you've done the grid, yeah?
Yeah, it's only 11. There's big news on the grid, though.
Is it?
Yes. Look who's last.
Ooh, Mark Bassier. So what happened there? Do we know? Do we know?
Fallen foul, obviously.
Yes, fallen foul of something.
Probably, I expect he got a DSQ from the pre-final. But I don't know.
What happened in the pre-final again?
Nothing, maybe technical DSQ.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, we don't get any information regarding technical infringements. They don't appear until Monday or Tuesday. I'll pick up on those things.
But we can just tell you where he should have been, and the answer should have been second or third, and he's not. He's 11th.
The battle between M&M and Mumbai Falcons is I hope, developing into the DD2 story of the championship. We're going to race in the UAE RMC all the way to April. And this tussle between Adam Malik, who, remember, fastest in time qualifying, put the kart on pole position. Tyler Harris dominated the first 2 point scoring rounds at round 1 at Al Ain. And Adam Malik, we asked the question when we first came here, and Adam Malik answered it. It was like, who's going to compete with Tyler Harris? Well, that man there, Adam Malik, who sits there with his M&M overalls, the Mumbai Falcon overalls of the driver alongside. We've got the Mumbai Falcons teammate in the form of Elijah Yulton, and then Moritz Knopjes, the Mumbai Falcons other teammate with the bright orange helmet from the Netherlands, the national colours of the Netherlands, which Moritz is representing Holland and the Netherlands.
Absolutely. Mr. Buttons,
which is the translation of the Dutch Knopjes.
So he's like Jensen Buttons.
He's Moritz Buttons.
Well, he's the only racing Buttons now because Jensen's retired.
He has, yes. Here we go then. We'll see the drivers not needing necessarily to weave around. There's plenty of track temperature here this afternoon at Al Forsan. It's been a beautiful, steady 30 degrees. It's beginning to cool off a little bit. The sun just beginning to sort of head towards the horizon.
It's heading towards my eyes, mostly.
We are a good 2 hours away from sundown, though, so plenty of time.
29 degrees officially.
29 degrees, is it?
There's a man there saying slow down, and they are slowing down. As they come down the way, going through 16, and they're going at an absolute snail's pace as they turn round to 17. So Adam Malik in the black, white and red cart, trying to keep back the fast starting Tyler Harris. He's done that. I think Harris might get the inside. Nope.
No.
Absolutely worked fine. So Harris then runs into second place. So it's Malik from Harris. They go up and over the hill. Third place. Not sure whether that's
not Canoptes.
Yeah,
Yes.
Canoptes, yeah.
You can tell by the bright orange helmet. He gets it all wrong, though. Heading towards the chicane. He's gathered it up, though. He's still under pressure from his teammate, Elijah Yulton. He's kept him at bay, though. What a great battle for second and third. The leaders have disappeared. The two Mumbai Falcons of Yulton and Knopes battling and tussling for that third and fourth place.
Fifth
Meanwhile,
place is Tony Hogg. There right on the tail of these two. Top two fighting as well. So there's battle against that and battle against that. No, well, inside the lead. Is it going to change? No.
Oh,
but they're going to come down there. He's got the inside line. He's got the outside line. They have squeezed it around. It has changed. And Harris takes the lead from Malik in a very aggressive, but I think fair move over about 4 different corners.
well, I would say determined rather than the cartshop.me replay will show that the too wide karting around the right-hander there, and that had Tyler Harris with the ideal line into the left-hand bit. Then through the compression, just look at the way that we just missed it there, the compression throwing his neck out. Really is a harsh compression there. It really does rattle your kidneys. Now then, Tyler Harris, we haven't seen him really being as dominant as he was at Alain, but are we about to see that sort of form continue into this one?
Yeah, Bazier, by the way, has made his way up to 7th place. But he lost 3 seconds on that lap trying to get through traffic. And Harris is slightly gapping Malik already. So third and fourth is where the battle is, and that's the battle between Yelton and Hogg. And it's currently just gone to Hogg. I think Hogg's now into third, I believe.
He has.
With the red and green machine. Tony
Yeah.
Hogg currently not retired. Maybe we'll be retired again on Monday.
And he's just gotten ahead of the other masters in the field in the form of Moritz Knopes, who's got a card between them. Elijah Yulton now in fourth.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the same frame, not particularly challenging each other. Bassier's now in sixth, but he's a second and a half off the back of this bunch.
Behind Bassier in sixth, you've got Hamza Ashisho, Nicola Cacciatore, Kyle Blockley, Greg Watt, and Sami Al-Assad running off the 11-cart field. But that is the scrap now for third place. Tony Hogg, I think indeed, Nick, Tony Hogg may even be catching Adam Malik here, which is quite a thing.
I think Tony's decided to wake up and put the full effort on for this one.
Tony
for a podium at the round at least, and then of course he's off to the World Finals in a couple of weeks.
We first met Tony Hogg at the UAE RMC Invitational, didn't we, in early September. He didn't come out for the first 2 point scoring rounds at Alain. He's made a return here to get himself race fit for the RMC World Finals in Bahrain in a couple of weeks. He's the DD2 Masters representative of the UAE, and a very, very quick and experienced driver. He has started karting late, too busy creating his business to be able to afford to go karting. I would think. Yeah, sounds very familiar.
I could actually afford to go karting now.
Yes, you're just not fit enough.
I'm just way too old.
Tony will tell you how to get fit.
He's still several years younger than me, and he's solid, that guy. And that would take way too long.
It'll probably take about 30 years to get that.
I'm just going to crawl under a Land Rover with you on Tuesday. It's fine.
Yeah, no one knows the real age of Tony Hogg, that guy, that driver there. We'll get to meet him on the podium.
What we should do is cut one of his legs off and count the rings.
He's not going to tell you. He'll tell you he's 45.
No, it's good enough then.
Yeah, it's good.
There he is anyway, plunging down to turn 3. And then of course it's the right-hander if we come up to the top of the hill chicane. And then they have another right-hander as they go down towards the hairpin, which is absolutely the most traditional hairpin you're ever going to see. A downhill hairpin, quite narrow, 180 degree.
And it continues downhill through the 180 degree.
Yeah. So
brilliant.
And it crawls back, and then we have this fantastic banked area, absolutely superb, all through 9, 10, and they turn around through 11. And then of course it's a left-hander into 12, and they begin the downward cascade, which is the S's. And this is the battle now. And the battle is 4th and 5th, which is Yelton and Knopes. Bazier is getting closer. Is that Bazier actually? That's Bazier, isn't it? It is Bazier now. So that's the 5.74 of Knopes. I think he's been overtaken by Bazier on that lap. Yes, it's Bazia now in fifth. So Bazia now in the middle of the shot. He is on the move, finally. He's made up for the fact he started at the back, and he's now chasing down fourth place Elijah Yauton. And my guess is he'll get to the back of him quite quickly, and then what will happen is anyone's guess. Same team, aren't they? Same
yes, but there's no team orders, Nick.
Well,
so he will be wanting to make progress there. The 4.55 just on to the rear bumper now of Elijah Yulton. Mumbai Falcons in 4th, 5th and 6th places. Tony Hogg leading this trio. He's an independent. He's here by himself preparing his own kart in the same way as Greg Watt, even though Greg Watt calls himself Honolulu Racing. Oh, and look at that, sliding the kart through that compression. There's the move.
Beautiful move there by Bazia. He just really, I think he probably worked out that Yulton was a bit more interested in what was going on with Tony and his sliding, and was sort of distracted by the other driver and up the inside. Thank you very much, says Bazia.
Just carrying momentum out of that compression, isn't it? It's just like getting it right. And just sort of, by the time you get down the inside, the driver on the outside taking the optimum line effectively can't do anything about it. Now then, question is, with 7, so we're on 7 laps completed, so we're still not at half distance, Nick. It's going to be halfway around the next lap. So Bazia, I think, is about to overtake
He's about
Hogg.
to pick third,
Yes.
at some point, but then he's got to try and bridge 2 seconds. I'm not sure that he's got, and he's going to do it now.
Yes.
I'm not sure how much Tony even fought that one. Tony slops in behind. Now, the only problem is, Tony, I don't want to Tony's best, but this means you're not on the podium anymore. We're down to 4th.
He's not on the overall podium.
The Masters podium. Good point.
The Masters podium.
And length and exhaust with the flex.
The sheet through into 6th place. Kyle Blockley is in 7th. Greg Watt, that's Kyle Blockley behind Samir Al-Hassad, dropping behind Al-Assad on that lap there. Kyle Blockley now in 8th, 9th. Greg Watts, and we Canopjes out of this race on lap 5 laps completed, so he went out on lap 6. Nicola Cacciatore went out on lap 3, so I'm not quite sure what the problem was for the Mumbai Falcons driver, but Greg Watt, is now up into 9th place. Here they come then, 9 laps completed, gap out of 1.7. It's getting very strung out now, isn't it? So Adam Malek, 1.4 seconds that gap to Mark Bassier. So Mark Bassier fully intent on catching Adam Malek and making it a Mumbai Falcons 1-2, no question. That's the driver there. The 4.55 is catching. We are onto that infield section of turn 8, the downhill hairpin. This is the fastest section of the track here, or the fastest curve on the track. I think into turn 1 is where we see the optimum speed. Now we're getting towards the S's. This is where we see Bassier come into his own and really eke out time to Malek. And when you consider Bassier started at the very back of the grid in 11th place and then has moved up the order onto almost the rear bumper. He's took 4/10. So there's a second now between Bassier and Malek. Now Malek started on the pole. Bassier has had massive pace and has had to overtake a lot of karts to get to where he is now. We're on lap 11, so 4 laps to go after this one. And Bassier is closing on Malek. Everyone in the Mumbai Falcons awning on the balcony watching this take place. The 2 Mumbai Falcons drivers in DD2, 1st and 3rd at the moment. It's the M&M driver, Adam Malek, that is splitting them. And the question is, Nick, can Bassier, who was taking chunks out of Malek, he's going to catch him, no question. 4 laps remaining. Can he overtake him?
I would think if he catches it, he can overtake him. It was a second effectively across the line last time. Give or take a few thousandths of a second. Across they go now. And the gap has come down to 0.5. So he's taken half a second a lap, but he isn't actually really gaining on our leader, Tyler Harris. So if he does manage, with 11 laps completed, they've got 4 laps to go, including this one. If he does get past, I think that may be the end of his move forward, but still not bad, 11th a second. You can't poo-poo that, can you?
No, that is an outstanding drive here, and he's already on the podium. So we'll get to meet him on the podium. Don't forget that the podium presentation ceremonies will be screened live. We'll go for a little break before we head to the podium. We've got a couple of information videos to play out, information programs to play out before we head down to the
just not really information, entertaining. Let's
infomercials.
Say. Infomercials.
Not even infomercials.
The information I need to give Adam Malik, and that is that Mark Bazier is right on your tail, and the gap, which was half a second, is now going to be 1,500 effectively.
3 laps as well, Nick. 3 laps. Look at the way that front wheel came off the ground.
Now the sun's in the right place. You can see the carts. They fly over the top of that hill, and the front comes off, and the rear probably just goes incredibly light, spinning through the chicane, which is at the top of the hill, and they're going to come down now. And it really is a case of where Bazier wants to try and make his move.
Now, that's not an unfamiliar sight, a kart like that, a Rotax engine kart, slewing sideways into the braking area. However, these karts have got front brakes, so they should be braking in a straight line. And it looked like Adam Malik was absolutely wringing its neck. He can hear Mark Bazier in his peripheral. He knows he's behind him. He knows how close he is.
I think he's got Murray Walker in his head, going, catching is one thing, passing is another.
Bazier looking for that gap, looking for that opening as they come across the line. 14 laps completed, is it? No, 13 laps completed. They're on to lap 14, 2 more laps remaining. Can Adam Malik drive defensively and keep Mark Bazier behind him? And Bazier makes the move.
What a great move that was.
Move to the right-hand hairpin. I haven't seen
there?
that all day. Can we see that again, maybe? The cartshop.me replay, he'll see him come out of the hairpin of the left and then
that must be a DD2 only move, surely.
That must be a gear change.
You've got
and
enough
brake.
bang, enough.
And you've got the front brakes as well to make you brake closer to the corner.
Great, really, really. I mean, that's overtaken the day, to be honest, as far as I'm concerned. But we haven't got an award for that, so it's fine. We don't have the DHL.
If we had an award, that would be it.
You have a choice as well. That's my choice.
Yeah. No, I'd have to concur. Yeah, I'd have to concur.
We can't agree. It ruins our shtick.
Yeah, I know. We are heading towards the last lap board then, as Tyler Harris has already seen it.
He's on his last lap.
Mark Bazier
3
makes
second lead.
Run by Walter Fulton's 1-2.
So our leader, who's at the top of the hill. Let's see, have a quick shifty at the man, Tyler Harris, who's had a difficult day when, of course, he got called for a bumper. His rear bumper came off, so he ended up getting non-finish effectively in the heat, and then had to qualify from drive through the field in the pre-final, and he started very quick. He basically was taking no prisoners in the final. He was in the lead by the end of the first lap. But Harris has carried on the point-scoring push that he started at the two legs at Al-Fassan.
Well,
Al Ain.
100% record in the finals of all the point-scoring rounds. The first 2 at round 1 at Al Ain, and now the second round final at Al-Fassan. Makes it 3 in a row as he crosses the line and takes the checkered flag and acknowledges that in style. What a drive to second place from Mark Bazier, though, Nick. As the rest of the field come through then, I'll let Nick take you through the order as they finish, and we'll head down and have a word with Tyler Harris.
Yep, it's time to have a look at the overall result for that one. So it is Tyler Harris who has taken the win there from Mark Bazier. It's Adam Malik who picks up 3rd. Tony Hogg picks up 4th, and I think the win in the Masters as well. Elijah Yauton from Hamza Hashisho, from Sami Al-Assad, Carl Blockley, Greg Watt, Martis Knopes, Nicolo Kakachiri. They are the 11 finishers, though unfortunately Nicola and Maritis both had problems, so 9 people came home there in the DD2s. Apologies for those of you on YouTube. We had a very brief break in transmission due to a slight technical issue, but I think it was only about a lap which you missed, so I apologise for that. But we are back up and running, and it was just a very small little glitch. Happens occasionally in the wonderful world of live streaming. So a few minutes now before our final race, but first of all we have to hear from Tyler, of course. Last race due off in about 10 minutes, so we will be just going to have we'll have the interview first. Just to remind you, next round is in 4 weeks' time at Al Ain, doubleheader on the 13th and 14th of December. and we'll be there to cover it all live. So tell your friends and even tell people you don't like very much. So with the last race of the day about to get underway, the wind's definitely picked up. I've had an exciting day commentating on the wind, and the wind has definitely picked up. It's not going to, I don't think it's enough to affect too much as far as racing. We see the rescue of one of the carts going on. That'll be the 424 of Nicolo Cacciatore. On he hops. It looks like we have a chance to talk to Joe Bradley. Joe, with our winner.
Tyler Harris, that's had maybe a typical motorsport day. It hasn't been all your way, not like Alain. You've had a fight for this one.
Yeah, it's not been easy. P2 quali was good, and then Heats took the lead, and then the bumper fell off over the curbs because it's a rough track. So, yeah, I came out well in the pre-final, and it was a good starting place for the final.
There's nothing you can do with that. You've got to use the curb at that top chicane, haven't you? And if you don't, you're going to lose time. And the bumper just sort of worked itself loose?
Yeah, I mean, the bolt snaps. In DD2, we use both curbs, I think same as senior. So it's just really rough. It's just one of those things.
100% record when you talk about the finals, 3 in a row now. Are you even thinking about the championship, Tyler?
A little bit.
Right.
Because I don't have as much time to practice out here. So I just turn up for the races. But it's going well so far. So we'll just try to keep up the momentum.
Great track this, isn't it? Tell us about what it's like to drive a DD2 around Al Forsan.
I can't say I'm a fan.
Really? Why is that?
It's so bumpy.
Is it?
I thought it was bad enough in senior. In DD2, the gear shifts make it a bit worse.
Right.
But yeah, it's not my favourite, I'd say that.
Okay. We're going off back to Alain. We know how quick you are there. You must be looking forward to that one then.
Yeah, nice track there.
Yeah.
Very.
Celebrating tonight?
No.
When you're on a plane back home?
Tonight.
Really?
We celebrated last night.
Right.
Instead. Right,
okay. That's congratulations, Tyler. On a plane tonight back to the UK, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, mate. Great stuff. 2 a.m. Oh, I'm glad we're not.
Yeah, we're not on a flight tonight. 2 o'clock, come out, race, get on a flight. But I think our officials are on a 2 a.m. flight. There's quite a lot of 2 a.m. flights. I think there's 3 or 4 you can choose from to fly back to the UK. And you land about 6 o'clock in the morning, so you can actually go and... I have done that in the past, landed and gone straight to work. Luckily, I'm my own boss now, but I keep giving... I'm mentally, I'm on a verbal warning for myself. For mispronunciation of names today. So a few minutes to go before the final race of the day. So, as the drivers all wait to mount their steeds for the Senior Max Final, we wait to enjoy the last 15 laps of racing here at Al Forsan. Thank you to all the people at Al Forsan who've looked after us over the course of the last 2 or 3 days. It's been great meeting with you and great working. All thanks to Majid, Guy and Lalaine from Alain, who also help us put this all together. I'm rejoined by Mr. Joseph Bradley. Just lay on, puts his cap on first.
So, Tyler Harris was just telling me there he's on a plane tonight back to England.
Yeah, I know.
He's got exams tomorrow.
Oh, right.
So you're revising on the plane. He says, no, I'm one of those lucky people who just seem to remember it. Fingers crossed, eh?
Oh, yeah. Did you say he'd celebrated last night?
Yes. Well, I'm not sure what he celebrated.
A potential victory, I suppose. A couple of minutes to go for the final race. So sum up the day. How have you enjoyed your day here?
What, in the UAE?
No, this event.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You know what? We can see the championship just taking form, can't we? We now can see the characters involved, the personalities involved. We can see the who the dominant drivers are, who the quick drivers are. You know, we've got Connor Clancy in juniors. I was very, very impressed by Angelina, by the way.
Yeah,
that was a great drive by her. We'll keep an eye on her going forward in the series. We know Tyler Harris is going to be up there. Mark Bassier, Adam Malek in DD2s. Tony Hogg, the legend.
The ledge.
The gentleman, the young man who's out next is absolutely just been a joy to watch. I'm talking about George Nasser, who, let me just get the championship table up, because he didn't have it massively his way at Al Ain. He took the win in the first final on day one. On day two, he had a second place.
Oh, poor thing.
The win was taken by Jeremy Montgomery Swan, who has had an absolute nightmare of a day here at Al Forsan. And as Tyler Harris has just said to me, I've had a typical motorsport day. You know, the bumper fell off, etc., etc. And he's fought it well and come good. The grid for our senior Rotax Max final, no surprise, George Nasser on the pole position, and it's Eloy Gonzalez for Motorscape alongside. Second row of the grid is Oscar Lambert and Rian Darmadasa. We've got Arthur de Donker and Alexander Bishi on row 3. Row 4 is Max Dexter and Nathan Kappen, with Omar Ganoum and Jagrat de Troyer on row 5. Row 6 is Rain Qureshi and Jules Damont. Guido Bidoli and Manaf Al-Balushi are on row 7, with row 8, Mohamed Menemene and Jeremy Montgomery Swan. Naman Qureja and Kai Hunter share row 9. Row 10 is Adash Mehta and Lewis Hartman. Faisal Nashko and Andrew Obaid are on row 11. Row 12 is Kian Kreinbull and Philip Dinu. Alicia Knesa and Abdullah Al-Carter share row 13. Row 14 is Alexis Elzaya and Shivan Kartik. Ali Al-Khalifa and Oscar Bakow share row 15. Row 16 is Andrea Remy and Jordan Schultz, with Oscar Bray and Enzo Tesluk on row 17, and then rounding off the 36 kart field. Incredible grid. Antonius Haddad and Leth Nomina. That's your 36 kart grid, Nick.
That's a grid and a half, that is.
That is fantastic, fantastic turnout for the senior Rotax class. The largest grid that we have in the UAE RMC, and you never know, it might even grow a little bit more, as will our other grids. George Nasser leads the field out for their pace lap. It's the, dare I say, it's the last race of the weekend, Nick.
You dare say it because it's true.
Can we come back tomorrow and do it all again?
No, we're flying home tomorrow.
All right, okay.
We can come back again in a month's time and do it all again.
Yes, yes.
But not here.
Nasser there, just using all the curbs on his warm-up lap there. Just
oh, blimey, he's putting some heat in the tires, isn't he?
Vigorously driving the M&M entry, getting some energy into those tyres. He really wants that car to be working for him in the early stages. I think he understands that if he can make a break in those first couple of laps and build a cushion, if everyone behind him starts scrapping, is what he's counting on. He's counting on everybody else fighting for position and letting him disappear.
Yeah, he's certainly giving a textbook example of really trying to put some heat into the tyres, that's for sure.
Get the slow down board as ever. This is where they all gather themselves up. The grid will form up. This is where George Nasser will slow everything down to, that's not even walking pace. We could, if you walked at a general pace,
that's
you'd...
it can cause them...
it can cause a concertina here.
Effort.
He's really slowed it down here.
Full house cheering from New Delhi, India for number 310. That's Adash Mehta.
Excellent stuff.
He's currently on the, we'll be on the 19th, I think, around that sort of way. It's a formation lap. So can Nazar make the perfect start? He's got a good inside run. It does seem he's got a chance to get away. When he stays in the tram lines and then he'll switch across. Now, oh, they're coming straight away and he's going to lose the lead.
He has lost the lead for the first time today, would you believe? But he is in second, Nick.
Yeah, so it was a really kind of aggressive start from both the front rowers as such.
Yeah, he chops across to the left, doesn't he? And Gonzalez is there, but Gonzalez comes across to the right.
Yeah, that's absolutely definition of racing instant. We don't need to the stewards or anything about that one because that's just one of them going one, the other going the other. But they have a side-by-side contact. They're coming down the bottom of the hill now.
Rian Damadasa was involved in that as well for GGM. He was involved in now he's fourth.
Yeah, it's Oscar Lambert who's in third with a 327 machine. And he's actually on the back of Nasser. So Nasser is in danger of actually being in third.
Wow, I mean, this is the first time.
He is in third.
Oh, he is in third. This is the first time we've seen anyone head off George Nasser. And it's for the all-important final. There's still a long time to go. It's 18 kilometres.
Nasser's not having that. He's gone back ahead already.
Right.
So Nasser's already got back into second again. He said, well, yeah, all right, you ever take me to the top of the S's, I'll take you to the bottom of the S's. I mean, none of this rubbish. But Lambert really a little bit punchy, a little bit racier. There is an element in some of the classes where they do get a little bit punchy in the final, don't they? They almost take it in the younger kids are the same every single one.
It's as if they're keeping their cards.
The older racers have a little bit more. Well, I'll just relax a bit. But I think Nasser's cards come on.
It's as if they keep their cards, their powder dry. It's as if they're hiding something and then they bring it out for the final. Or maybe there's been some sort of setup change that they've worked towards going for the longer final. Now we've got Nasser right on the back end now. Eloy Gonzalez for Motorscape has got a bit of a job on his hands as the M&M driver, George Nasser, who's been absolutely dominant this weekend, is now glued to that rear bumper. Where's his move going to come?
Yeah.
Here it is.
It took him about a lap or a lap and a quarter to get the cart to come on, and then suddenly he just went bang, and he just gone. Just found so much space. Eloy not having it though. Gonzalez is going to try and at least do. Oh, beautiful move by Gonzalez. Is it going to work? No, he just gets eased up. But that was, I don't know actually. It's round the outside. Who's that Buffalo girling around the outside? That's 351 of Nathan Kappen up to second place. So Kappen puts in second place behind
from fourth.
Nasser. All going on there. Who's a side pod off? Was that Nasser's side pod that fell off?
I'm not
or was
sure
that a side
what
pod
that
from
was.
a previous?
Let's have a look and see what that was.
Don't know.
I'm not sure what that is. The carchup.me.
Hang on, was that
replay?
It should show a side pod came off. And it is Nasser's side pod. Wow. So
he's lost a side pod.
Do you get called for a side pod?
I believe
is
you
that
do.
a mechanical?
That's a
mechanical.
mechanical.
Is that the end of his perfect day?
I think so.
I think so. And that is, I'm sure, a result of that coming together on the start line.
It could well be.
It's loosened it or it snapped a bolt, but he's lost a side pod.
We've got to wait a little bit of time for the stewards to just visually check the cart before a decision is made. But George Nasser is now, something fell off the left-hand side of his cart, and I'm thinking it's a side pod because it looked like it was a side pod size. However, I haven't seen the left-hand side of his cart yet, so I don't want to speculate. We might get to see it now.
Get worried someone else's side pod, obviously.
Yeah, he's
Can
off
you give
into
us
the
leader,
lead.
Ash?
We need the leader to have a look at that left-hand side of his
As
cart.
he comes up the hill.
And he heads up the hill now through the sweeping right-hander. Far too fast to see.
No, it's gone. Side pod's gone.
We're going to see it now. We're going to see it now when he slows
We're not
down.
going to see it now because it's not there.
Well, there's something there.
Yeah, it's the metal bar. It's the plastic that's come off and the metal bar's still there.
It is the metal bar, isn't it?
And I've just heard the word side pod on the radio.
Yes, it is. Now I see it.
So you actually watch it as they come underneath us now. We can actually see this. What's happened is the plastic's fallen off the metal. Now, I'm not sure how that affects the safety levels of things. Yeah, I mean, there is one issue with it. If he's close to the weight, he'll be underweight when he comes off. Matt, too much curb there for the guy. I think that may have been, was that Kappen or was that Dexter too much curb there?
I think that Max Dexter there just got squeezed down into the early apex. This is Nasser, though, looking like an old-school cart without the side pod. Whether or not he's even aware of that, he'll have noticed the side pod gone missing from his left-hand side. There's still no call. There's still no sign of a mechanical flag. And this would be an absolute tragedy, I've got to say, because George Nasser has been the cart to beat. He's been the driver to beat.
Because he's got the metal there, so he's got the protection as such. He's got the override protection. My question is, will he make the weight without it?
I'm sure
is it force majeure?
I'm sure there's a regulation about the fact that you have to run a side pod. This battle for second, though, Nick, Eloy Gonzalez, Nathan Kaplan and Max Dexter. Max Dexter ahead of Damadasa and into third place there. That's the motorscape, and there's the technical flag there, Nick.
So NASA has been called for that desperate bad luck. Pretty obvious to me that the pod got damaged in that coming together on the start line when they kept Gonzalez went right, he went left. It was a big bang. I assume what it did was it broke one of the bolts and eventually it just threw off.
Might have broke the plastic.
And then Vanessa is out. So our leader, actually, this is our battle for the lead. Gonzalez versus Dexter, round 9, 10 and 11. We're about a third of the way through the race. There's still plenty of drama from the drivers still allowed to take part. But NASA, well, it's going so well, but that's the way of motor racing, isn't it? Some days it's just at the last minute it goes wrong.
Max Dexter there on the black and white cart for Telios. He will be representing the UAE at the World Finals in Bahrain as the technical flag for George Nasser is acknowledged. First time by the paddock there, first time past the pits. And this battle for the race, Eloy Gonzalez, Max Dexter will see that as well, and whether or not they'll see George Nasser, they will see him peel off next time by, I would think.
Yep.
And then they will realise that this is actually not a battle for second place. This is the lead battle that we're seeing here. And that's Ryan Damadasa for GGM.
Yeah,
and the blue and white cart, not that far away.
He's looking racy, Damadasa. Then there's a bit of a gap behind Damadasa and Lambert. And then Kai Hunter's got 6th place. So Hunter's finally showing a bit of the form we might expect from the former junior and senior British champion. But he's a little bit off the pace generally. And I think he's struggling, a little bit with the lap time. Obviously the racecraft's not an issue. But I think perhaps he's still trying to get these more, what do you call it, more standard issue karts sorted to his liking.
Well, he's just getting it's a slow process. It's not a flick of a switch, I suppose. Black flag now for the 331 kart, and he's coming. George Nasser is into the pits, and this is now on the track, a battle for the lead.
The interesting thing is when they come in the pits, though, they actually trigger the timing beam before if you don't come in the pits. So he's actually scored first, but with the red number next, meaning he's actually retired. So he's out of the race, but he is leading for one more lap. One more lap in the lead. As we are now halfway through the race at 7.5 laps completed, 7.5 to go. And it is being led by Eloy Gonzalez, who started in 2nd place, had that coming together. No fault, no harm, just one of those things with Nasser, but he's really being chased down by Dexter. And Rian Damadasa, as we come down the sweeps to 16 and 17 and over the line, it's getting closer, I think.
There's plenty of time for Damadasa to get on terms, and now Gonzalez shows at the front of the field now on the timing screens. Max Dexter in 2nd for Telios, and here comes GGM's Ryan Damadasa onto the rear bumper of Max Dexter. The thing is, Nick, I've not seen anywhere that Max Dexter has shown really where he can overtake Eloy Gonzalez. Now, whether or not he's just playing that waiting game, waiting for the opportunity to come with maybe 2 laps to go. You know, we talk about the 2-minute warning bell, but it's the 2 lap to go bell, isn't it, in this series, through the sweeps of turn 9.
They've got some lap traffic up ahead of them as well. That's rare to see. So
That's going to be a
problem. We've got a car also parked in the middle of the track there. I'm not sure whether that's inspiring a yellow flag or not. But they come down the hill. And these are the top 3. Despite that cart flashing in front of you, that's a back marker. That's a cart that's a lap down. He's obviously had some quite big problems to have a lap down so quickly. I think he's pulled off the track actually to let these 3 go through, so they are now no longer confused by the back marker.
6 laps to go then, and that's the lead battle here. Down the hill towards the left-hander, up the hill towards turn 4. Well, that's a move.
Well, we thought that was only DD2s.
We thought that was DD2s.
But that was, I'm not 100% certain whether Gonzalez didn't make a slight mistake there. He just seemed to lose momentum so quickly.
Let's have a look at the carchop.ma replay. Again, it was just springing out of that left-hander. Using the inside curb there, he really did squeeze his way through, didn't he?
Great move.
Yeah, Max Dexter into the lead then for Telios. Motorscapes.
Notably now Lambert's on the back of this, so it's a 4-cart train. Damadasa thinking about having a go at Gonzalez himself now as they come down the hill again.
And he's gone through.
No, he hasn't.
Oh, no, he hasn't got the line. No, he's going to have the line here, though. There's going to be tears.
Right off the track, the 4 of them powering down the straight to complete the lap.
There's going to be tears as into 2nd place has gone Oscar Lambert, or is that Rian Damadasa? It's Damadasa into 2nd behind Max Dexter.
I think Gonzalez is in 4th.
Yes, he is.
So he thought.
No, it's Gonzalez in fourth, or is that Gonzalez come
Gonzalez
through?
in fourth. I think
Yes, Gonzalez in fourth.
He thought he was going to get back in the lead again and just end up on the wrong side of a kind of a side-by-side action part of things. But net result is Dexter leads, Damadasa is in second, Lambert's third, Gonzalez is fourth, and then it's a bit of a gap to Alessandro Bigi.
There was a little bit of track limits infringements there. I'm not going to say.
But he was pushed off though.
Well, I'm not going to. Let me finish. I'm not going to see how the stewards will foresee that and whether or not there was any advantage gained. But yes, he ran out of room, didn't he? He was kind of ushered off. And right now we're seeing Max Dexter get on with it as the pressure mounts for that second place. Damadasa is under immense pressure now from Oscar Lambert and Eloy Gonzalez. They're just waiting for a trip up here. He defends into one. He's going to leave the door open, and that's Gonzalez through on Lambert and almost through on Damadasa down into the hairpin. That's the number. Is that the Oscar Lambert card that's just gone through? I think it is. I think that's the Mumbai Falcon. No, it's not. It's Gonzalez back up to second here. It's the GGM cart of Damadasa that remains in third.
Yeah.
Then it's Mumbai Falcons, Oscar Lambert in fourth.
Yeah, but
who's this joining in as well?
Everybody. but the net effect is, of course, that Dexter's got away a bit. He's given himself a good three-quarter second lead. And interesting, it looks like Damadasa is a real cork in the bottle because having got past him now, Gonzalez has already gapped him quite easily. And he's now holding back three other carts, which I assume is Bigi, Lambert, so Bigi and Lambert. I'm not sure, but because they come down the hill again. Damadasa not quite having the ground speed at the moment. He holds third, he holds the podium position, he holds the points he wants. He's not going to let them through.
3 laps to go, Nick.
Dexter's got a 1.1 second lead. Then it's 9/10 Damadasa, and then it's Lambert, Bigi, Omar Gamoon, and Mohamed Menon, who is behind him. And then, desperately crawling all the back of the 3-2-1 of Damadasa, saying, you just haven't got the pace. But Damadasa said, but I have got the position.
Well, it's worth fighting for because that's the third and final step of the podium that's up for grabs there. And there's no doubt about it that Damadasa is benefiting from the carts behind him of Lambert, Beachy and Ganoum, who are squabbling away, trying to take it in turns to have a go at Damadasa. He remains cool. Into the infield section now through the S's, the sweeps, the left and rights. Now
the train gets ever longer, doesn't it?
Yes, Max Dexter already away in the lead by just over a second now, and this is playing into his hands, isn't it?
Coming down across the line now, even on the back of this field now is Kai Hunter in 8th place, so it's 3rd to 8th, all in a complete concertina line. We've got 2 laps to go as they hop over that cresting rise for the penultimate time. Damadasa running a fantastic rearguard action to keep this complete hive. Is buzzing? Oh no, inside it's going to be a move through, and it's been made. The 3-2 Lambert picks up 3rd. Now everyone's all over Damadasa. Can anyone else get a pace? I get the impression that Damadasa must have a slight problem to be lacking this much pace. He hasn't lacked it previously, so something's slightly gone wrong with the cart. But he's fighting hard.
I think it's just pace, really. It's just been, you're having to defend, and you're not optimising your laps, so you're under a lot of pressure to keep them behind you. He has got everybody queuing up, and once they've got past Damadasa, Oscar Lambert has just pulled out. They're still queuing. There's Kai Hunter with the green helmet there. He's waiting to prey on any opportunity that might come his way. We have got 14 laps completed. We are on the final lap of this race, and Max Dexter has got a gap of 6/10 because Gonzalez is catching.
Gonzalez has really closed him down.
That is going to go all the way to the wire, and hopefully there'll not be tears for the number 3-2-1 of Damadasa. Alexander Bishi is queuing up behind Mohamed Menemene, Omar Ganoum and Kai Hunter taking up the cudgels in that challenge there for him. But there's our leader, Max Dexter. Our leader in Senior Max, getting towards the final stages of the weekend for him. And he's in a place where he wants to be. Telios leads the race from Motorscape, but Gonzalez is not finished. He's coming, Nick.
Yeah, Gonzalez, he just needs another lap, I think, really. I mean, obviously, I'm sure Dexter's driving with a comfortable speed for himself. He's got a few more corners to go, or one more corner to go over the line, and Dexter takes the win from Gonzalez. So the thumbs up of the various random hands that go in front of the camera on the larger events. But it is a great run by Dexter. Gonzalez picks up 2nd place. I think Dexter needs to have a very big thank you to the man, whoever makes the bolts which attach George Nasser's side pods, and also to Rian Damadasa, who once he popped through managed to hold back the rest of the field for long enough to let him get away. So Dexter wins it one. It's Eloy Gonzalez who's in 2nd. 3rd place is Third place is Oscar Lambert. Rian Darmadas ended up fourth, which is good performance. I'm not necessarily of the school of Joe saying he was slow. I think it looked like he may have some issues. Alessandro Bigi picks up fifth. Mohamed Mene picks up sixth. Kai Hunter gets through to seventh. Guido Biroli is eighth. Omar Ganoum is ninth. Manaf Al-Balushi is 10th. Joe Montgomery Swan, not really the performance we were expecting. I think it was what he was expecting because he won the last round. He's in 11th. Jules Dumont was 12th. Jagrat Detroja was 13th. Enzo Tesluk was in 14th. Yes?
I don't know.
Aren't you supposed to be going to do an interview?
Yes, I'm heading down now. I just wanted to sort of wrap up with
you can come back and do that. Elisa Canessa was in 15th. Naman Kukureja is in 16th. Arthur Dodonko is in 17th. Faisal Nshoko was in 18th. Oscar Blackhouse was in 19th. Shivan Karthik was in 20th. Antonius Haddad was in 21st. And Alexis Elzier 22nd. Philip Denou 23rd. And then 24th was Andrew O'Bead. So just waiting, of course, now for Joe to capture young Max. It's not gone very well. At some point I'll be able to take this graphic off. So next up will be a chat with Joe with Max Dexter. Then we have a little bit of a break, and then we get to the podium ceremony. There's a cart being rescued over there, which is, I think, one of the 3 6-somethings. But thank you all who's been with us so far today. We've very much enjoyed having your company. There's still quite a lot more to show, including the presentation of the UAE team to take part in the Rotax Grand Final in 2 weeks' time. And we also have the podium ceremony itself. And also we've got some stuff to show you, which you won't have seen on this broadcast. Some interesting items and incidents. It's very sad when you get delivered back on the flatbed. It's kind of like, oh dear. I don't know whether you saw bedknobs and broomsticks. We had the vultures who ran out to try and rescue the injured football players. And they were depressed when they didn't have one come back. Well, these little carts are so chuffed when they got when these ATVs are so chuffed when they got a cart on the back of them, and they can rescue him and bring him back, and show him. Look, we've rescued you. That's marvellous. Thanks to Leo, who said, "Come on, Oscar. My friend is Axel." Thank you to Lee Emma Demont, who was after Jules Demont, of course, I think with the top 10 finish, and Boyd Rotax says, wow. Thank you to anyone who has interacted with us earlier. Much appreciated. Carlton Live TV will be back in a few weeks with the Al Ain round, the next round of the championship. And we now have a chance to hear from our winner with Joseph.
Well, eventful to events ending the round two at Al Forsan. Incredible events, incredible drama. Max Dexter, you came through it. Tell me first, what did you think when you saw that side pod fly off George's cart?
Well, as soon as I saw that, I knew there was an opportunity because there was only one car in front of me at the time. It was one car between me and George at the time. So I was quite excited because, I mean, had George not gone in, I mean, he was so quick. He was untouchable. So I knew there was an opportunity when that happened.
Yeah, but you still had to fight for it, didn't you? Tell us about how that fight sort of manifested.
Yeah,
so
well,
get one of those.
I was behind
have to get one
Gonzalez.
Of
I knew he was quick, so I knew the people behind me wouldn't catch up if I just sticked on his bumper.
Over there.
I knew it was a bit quicker than him, though. And the moment, I knew exactly I was going to overtake him, even when I got on his bumper. So yeah, and then I just went in when the time was right.
You know what, though? From where we were sitting, there was a Max Dexter size gap, and you filled it, just filled it. It was phenomenal.
Yeah. I mean, I've been enjoying that corner a lot today, to be honest. I think I've done about 5 or 6 overtakes there. Yeah, it was really good. And thankfully he didn't turn in. That would have ended the race. But yeah, that was really fun. Yeah.
Great win for Telios as well. It must be fabulous for the team to win this round too.
Yeah, it's nice. I mean, first win of the season for the team, so that's always nice. And I hope I'm sure there's many more to come this year.
Right. Who do you want to thank in the team first off for this? Because it's a team sport, isn't it?
Of course, yeah. I'd like that. Everyone at Telios, my mechanic, Andrea, the people that came from Paralin and Modena Kart. I mean, yeah, and Luigi as well. It was everyone there. Yeah, supporting. It was amazing.
And of course, Max, it would be remiss of me not to take the opportunity to wish you well in Bahrain. You're going to be driving the DD2 in Bahrain in a couple of weeks. You must be looking forward to that. Celebrate tonight for this one, of course, and then think about Bahrain maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very excited for the grand finals in Bahrain in 2 weeks. It's going to be really fun. Yeah.
Tremendous. Congratulations once again, Max. Great entertainment from our point of view. We loved it.
Thank you very much.
Max, Dexter, and Telios. Congratulations to them.
Yep, certainly was a fantastic performance of Max, a great performance from everybody. Bad luck with George Nasser. So next up, we have the podium ceremony. It's going to be about half an hour, but we're going to put some entertaining videos up to cover that gap. And so you'll have things to watch, not stuff you haven't seen so far today, just so you know. So new stuff for this stream. We have a presentation of the Rotax Grand Final qualifiers, and then we have the podium ceremony for this, the second full round of the RMC UAE from Rotax. Just watching the sun comes down. The good news is they're going to have to do it reasonably quickly, otherwise they're going to run out of light. So they can't hang on too long. Not sure which one of those is going to be. Any sort of protest. I don't see many protests going on because we tend to have the protests should be walking behind us. I think they should have a reasonably simple route to answering the results and giving us the full results of the day. And I'm joined by my erstwhile colleague, Mr. J. Bradley Esquire.
For a bit of reflection, Nick.
Reflection and that's one. I don't know if I'm very good at reflecting, I don't know.
You know what? As ever in motorsport, it can throw up anything in front of you, can't it? And I've got to say, commiserations. And even Max Dexter said, George has been so fast this weekend.
Yeah.
It's character building. I'm pretty sure he'll just put that to one side and go forward. I'm not sure of the championship standings. I'm pretty sure he's still going to be at the top of the championship table. But commiserations to George Nasser for that one. But congratulations to Max and Telios. If the first 3 race days of the UAE RMC are anything to go by, that drama is going to continue. The soap opera is going to continue, isn't it?
Yeah, some fantastic racing. I think at Alain we were a bit worried it'd be hard to overtake, but they found ways. They're inventing ways in the finals we hadn't seen before, which is always pretty impressive. So certainly our Forsan, a fantastic circuit. We've certainly enjoyed being here. I've enjoyed having a chance to talk to you in person, which I might get to do again at the next Forsan round, but not again before. But between then and now, you're just you and Henry. I know you're missing him.
Not as much as Liam O'Hanlon.
That's true. No one is missing
actually,
Henry.
You actually wanted to say hello to Henry.
Leo Henry is missing.
Liam O'Hanlon is missing
Henry, and Conor Clancy's missing his dogs, and that's all you need to know.
Yes.
We're Karting Live TV. I'm Nick Damon. By my side is Joe Bradley. We've had Ash Leontine on the production and our fantastic team of cameramen as well. We're going to leave you with some videos, and then after a little bit of time, we will have the podium ceremony. Next up for Karting Live TV is the next round of the UAE RMC Rotax Championship, and that is Alain on the 14th and 15th, is it? Is this making sure we've got the right day?
13th and 14th.
13th and 14th of December. So we'll see you then, but you'll hear from Joe again in a few minutes when he does his podium ceremony and the Rotax presentation. But until then, please enjoy, hopefully, some videos, because they've been a bit naughty so far today, but let's hope this all sort of works. And we're going to start off with a very, very interesting look at kart aerodynamics, which we did a few months ago, but interestingly is not out of date. See you soon.
So are aerodynamics important on karts? Are they even going fast enough to create downforce? We certainly know they create drag. Well, I am not an expert in aerodynamics, but I have a mate who is. In fact, I have a mate who's got a master's degree in aerodynamics. And what did he do with his master's degree? He went to work for Jaguar Land Rover, the most unaerodynamic car in the world. But however, let me introduce Naz Tremorian. Naz, I need to pick your brains, mate, because the variations on the ideas of aerodynamics around these kart fairings are absolutely like through the roof. There's so many different designs. So this is ST Racing's Kart Republic in MicroMax. It's Freddie Blackshaw's. Here we have a completely smooth fairing to start with. So all of that study that you put in, all of that work you do during the week, tell us what exactly is the thinking behind this smooth fairing on this Kart Republic.
So let me just start off. This class of racing, you've got probably one of the smallest drivers in terms of age and height. So it means you don't have to work the air around the kart as hard, because the drivers are fairly short in height because of their age. So for this, it's to minimize drag as much as possible. And as you can see, the steering wheel is relatively square behind the NAS panel on this kart. And by having a single piece NAS panel, which doesn't have ducts, cuts, or vents, it means it's very cheap to manufacture probably, but at the same time, it's very aerodynamics because it doesn't need to work the air as hard. So as you can see towards the end of the NAS panel, you've got some ducts, and it basically, what it's trying to do is push the air outboard as easily as possible to reduce the drag. You want to reduce the drag because the driver is a brick going through air in a straight line, and the best way to do that is to optimize it by pushing the air around the driver.
So this is the one that I understand. It's about cutting through the air as fast as possible. I mean, we talk about aerodynamics being important, certainly we know on racing cars, but are they that important? Are we going fast enough to kind of, you know, are we creating any downforce, for instance, or is it purely, certainly for a MicroMax, about cutting through that air swiftly?
So with this category, it's mainly cutting through the air as cleanly as possible. They're not producing downforce at this sort of speed. You would have to go considerably quicker, but it's trying to clean up that airflow as these guys go down the straight. And that's one of the reasons you see drivers tuck in behind the steering wheel, and it's trying to reduce that brake going through the air, which is the driver.
Yeah, right. This is the simplest one that even little Bradley's head can understand. We're going to move on and have a look at some more technically sort of advanced thinking with regards to fairings and how we're going to duct that air around that driver, which is the most unaerodynamic thing on the kart. So let's have a walk. So this is the TB kart with this is in X-Kart colours. Now this is the NASA panel, which has the air going through this huge duct here and coming out of the slot here. So Naz, what's it doing? What's the air doing this time?
So basically what they're trying to do in terms of design, what they're basically trying to move the airflow around the driver as much as possible to reduce drag. These cars don't produce downforce, but it's just trying to manage the drag. By venting the air through the NASA panel, what they're doing is trying to get the airflow up and over the panel itself and across the top of the driver's head. There's different ways of doing it, and this is one iteration of that. With this, they're ducting through the panel itself to reduce the drag again. And from what you can see, the outboard sides of the panel, they're trying to push it over the driver's shoulders as well. Again, this is a different iteration. The front bumper itself ties in quite nicely to this panel. It's a almost sealed flat floor front end, which reduces the airflow and drag across top of the panel.
So once again, it's all about getting the air around that brick-shaped driver again, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right. Staying with TB karts, this is another variation on a theme. This time, Naz, air going through this duct here at the bottom of the panel, and it's also coming out at the top here, but these vanes, now these are new, I think, for 2025. So again, right, Naz, resident aerodynamicist, what's this one doing?
This is the 25-year iteration. So this time round, they've lifted the front up off the bumper to allow airflow to go underneath. And I think what they're trying to do is maintain flow on top surface and the bottom surface of the NAS panel. I think the reason they've put the cutouts on the top surface is to bleed some of that air which is going into the duct. By doing that, they can control the flow on the top surface of the NASA panel, and again, it helps to push that airflow around the driver. Instead of having a high velocity air going around the driver, they're bleeding some air off to maintain the surface contact with the top surface of the panel.
So why is it important to maintain that air's attachment to this body part then? Is there a reason for that?
So as soon as the airflow comes off the panels, you can't control it at that point. If you maintain the surface contact...
Is that when it's called dirty air?
Yes. So if you can maintain contact with the actual surface, you can control it. As soon as you have any sort of wake where it comes off the panel, at that point you've got no control of it. So it's trying to maintain that surface contact and trying to guide the air around the driver. The other difference you can see on this iteration, the 25 model year, is they've also got cutouts on the bumper ends. So what this is doing, they're channeling the air around the front tyre and guiding it to the side panel. Again, the name of this is just a reduced drag in a straight line. Round corners, the speeds aren't sufficient, I don't think, to affect the speed and the drag. It's down the straight, and that's why you can see the drivers tuck in like motorbike riders to reduce that drag. And it's, if you imagine the driver is a brick through the air and they tuck down, and it's fine when you're a smaller driver, but when you're tall, like some drivers we've seen, 6'6", you're an air brake.
Yeah.
So it's tucked down, hide behind the steering wheel, and let the airflow go around you rather than having a flat front. So the name of the game is to reduce drag and go a bit quicker in the straight line.
So here we have the Carlos Sainz 55 chassis, and again another variation on aerodynamic thinking. This one, Naz, has got a massive, well, duct really going up the whole of the fairing. So what's the thinking on this one?
So my view with this one, it's obviously the most basic because you've just got a channel which feeds air over the driver. But if you look towards the end of that slope, you've got a very aggressive ramp up, which means that's pushing the air up.
So this bit here?
Yeah, that's pushing the air up and over quite aggressively over the driver's head. That angle heavily depends on the driver's height. So if you have a driver which is shorter, you'd want less angle because you're working the air. Right. And the more you work the air, the more drag you produce. So this is quite an aggressive setup. I think it'll work best with a tall driver, but if you've got a shorter driver, I wouldn't say it's the best setup. But it depends on the driver and their height.
Well, this is senior Rotax. I'm not sure who the driver is. Who's the driver, Dan? It's Elliot Dalton-Ayres with Hunter Motorsport this weekend, and Elliot is a tall lad, so that's working well for this particular size of driver.
Exactly, yeah. If you've got a tall driver, I think this is the best setup. Right. If you've got a shorter driver in terms of height, I would say go down a different route. But again, you can see on the sides of the panel, it's sculpted quite well. And again, that's to feed air around the driver's shoulders as best as possible to reduce that low pressure zone behind the driver to reduce the drag.
So again, we're back at ST Racing. This is a Cosmic chassis, but this, Naz, this is completely different, isn't it? I mean, look at the detail that's gone into here. There's a little bit of detail here on the front bumper as well. That's actually, you can't really see that, but that's contoured with little ducting going there. But these veins controlling the air, or are they? You're the expert, mate. What have you got to tell us?
So what they're trying to do, in my opinion, with this setup is they've got to control the air over the driver and around the driver, but the problem you have is how do you control that air smoothly and consistently? If you have a duct like some other variants that you see, with a duct you can control it to a degree. As the air exits, that's it. You've lost control of it. You're just hoping that it stays in the place you want it to. But having fins and veins like this, what you can do is control the air from start to finish as it leaves the panel. And instead of just having a duct through the middle which guides the air over the driver's head, you've actually got fins which guide the air over the driver by having the ramp towards the end. And also you've got angled fins which are pushing and controlling the air around the driver's shoulder.
So you're taking all of that air that's flowing across the front and you're controlling some of it around the driver and some of it over the driver, rather than just relying on the physics and the science to get rid of the air off the kart.
Exactly. And the main difference with this is, if you imagine if you're going around the corner as well, where the car is at an angle, at that point, if you've just got a simple duct, the air's going to bleed sideways.
Right.
Whereas this, because you're controlling it harder, you can control that airflow better, even around the corner. So it'll optimize in a straight line to reduce drag, but around the corner, I was a driver back in the day, and there's nothing worse than getting spray in your face. But with a setup like this, I'd be surprised if the visor of the driver is not clearer around the corner. Yeah.
Because you've got more airflow directly across his helmet.
It's going around his helmet. So So the dirty air, dirty water in spray, this will guide away from the driver's face. Wow. So it might even help with visibility. But the beauty of this setup is you're not just relying on a single duct, which can, depending on the other variants we've seen, which is an aggressive ramp towards the end. The ramp on this is quite small, so drag is even less, and at the same time, it's still achieving what's trying to do. But for me, this is the best setup.
I was going to ask you, after we've looked at a lot of aerodynamics on these front fairings, these NASA panels. Is this your favourite?
For me, this is my favourite. If you compare this to a diffuser of a racing car, where you've got fins in the middle, by splitting certain sections of the diffuser, this is working in the same way.
Controlling air.
Controlling air in the direction you want to control it. Whereas with a single duct or single ramp up towards the end, towards the steering wheel, you can't control it as cleanly as you can with this.
And just to clarify and conclude, it's not producing downforce. It's all about cutting through the air as quickly as possible. And it's all about, we use the term marginal gains. And that's what we're doing here. We're looking for marginal gains, aren't we?
Absolutely. With karting, you can see if the field in the top 20 is split by 0.1 second at most. Yeah. So even a tiny gain down the straights can give you that difference in qualifying, and in karting it can be hard to pass. So any gain you can get, either aero or whatever, is going to benefit you in the long run.
Well, Naz, thank you very much for that tech talk. I'm sorry, but you've got to go back to trying to get Range Rovers to cut through the air as best as you can. Good luck with that. And that concludes our tech talk for this week. The DD2 class is a major part of the UAE Championship. It's perhaps a new class to our Karting Live TV viewers. It hasn't really took off in the United Kingdom, I've got to say, but it's basically a gearbox, a very basic gearbox kart. And Danny Brand here, you're going to tell us all the differences. I mean, Danny, this is basically exactly the same chassis, what we would see on a Rotax Max class. Not really? Tell us the differences.
The difference with the chassis is that it's really built for this engine.
Right.
Because the drive is through the engine. So you have like a mechanism to a clutch on the axle. So no chain, no lubricants spitting around.
So you basically got a small gearbox, a two ratio gearbox underneath the motor.
Yes, and then you have clean hands for the mechanics.
Yes.
And then you have your mechanism to shift on the steering. And nowadays, of course, that's really important for the new kids because everything is pedal shift in the cars.
Yes.
So it's a really good thing to learn to hold your hands on the steering wheel and shift everything.
Yeah.
So no clutch you have to engage or whatever. It's just a basic clutch mechanism. So you can just put it in first gear, put the throttle down, and then you just roll out.
Now, the major difference to perhaps what you see on a single-seater race car is the paddle shift, which there is two either side. Normally on a race car, the left-hand side would be for changing up, the right-hand side be changing down. However, it's different here. The left-hand side is first, the right-hand side is second. Is that right?
Yes, that's right, because it's a cable mechanism. Yeah. So yeah, it can only go one way. So it's not that you can go all the way up, up, up. It's just one way. You go up and you go down.
Yes, yeah. That makes a lot of sense when an expert tells me. The other major feature, which isn't exactly a different feature that we see on normal gearbox karting, but we have front wheel braking. Yes. We've got some beautiful looking discs and calipers there. That would change, I would imagine, Danny, the attitude of the driver and the way that the car behaves.
Yeah, it's basically in between the Rotax Senior and a shifter kart.
Right. Yeah, it's so very much.
Yes. So the only difference is then you have still a clutch and you still you have only the pedal shifting.
So from the race engineering sense, do we change ratios for different tracks, etc.?
Yes, you have a combined sprockets, and that can ideally do for every track you have a different ratio.
So you're really looking upon the driver that likes to tinker and engineer as well as just drive?
Yes, of course, and the faster you want to go on the straights, the longer gear you want, but then you lose bottom. It's yes, something what the driver needs to feel.
How much different with regards to lap time are we going to see from DD2 class karts to the senior Rotaxes?
In this kind of tracks with long straights, you can be like half a second to a second quicker, but yeah, it depends a bit on the level of the drivers.
So from a sense of, if I wanted to come along and say, Danny, I want to do DD2 because I want a little bit more from my driving. Is this the sort of kart that, you know, a guy like me in my garage at home, this is a kind of an owner-driver kind of car, or is it a little bit more technical than that?
No, it's really made to really user-friendly.
So privacy is a welcome.
It's a perfect thing for that.
Yeah, brilliant. How long have you been around this business then?
From 2004 already.
Right, well, time is ticking.
Yeah.
Have a great weekend, Danny, and thanks for that insight into DD2s. Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
So, chatting to Danny Brand there, and then Tony Hogg and I got into a conversation, and I found me asking a lot of questions, Tony, and I think it's of great value to actually get you to answer these for the viewers out there. I was talking about the aspect of racing, and I think our conversation started with, so how many gear changes are here at LN?
Yeah, I'll probably be around about 38, 36 gear changes, something like on a lap. So you're obviously shifting up and shifting down. In every braking zone, you're shifting back down to first and using the engine braking. It's really important with the first for pickup, also for getting the kart stopped. So it's always on the nose.
So you've got those brakes on the front as well, which gives it a different karting handling characteristic. But you're also using the gearbox to slow that in a straight line.
Sure. So typically we have the brake bias 60% forward, 40% to the rear. We play around a bit as the grip comes in and goes off. Right. But you really do need the engine braking, so it's a matter of smashing it back down through the gearbox, and your RPM will shoot up. It sounds terrible, but when you exit the corner, mid and exit, the engine's already on the up, right. So you pick up that bit quicker.
So it's that element, those two ratios are giving you that ability to keep that engine buzzing around.
Yeah. Also, you need to be able to obviously maximise your braking into the corner, but always with a view mid and exit is where you really need to make the difference, and that's where your shifting is really important.
Now, on a non-gearbox kart, the solid rear axle, without the differential, has always given a kart a different way of handling it out on the track, and it's all about getting it to rotate.
Correct.
So you can't do that on the rear brakes on one of these. So how do you get the kart to turn in then?
So I always, whenever I explain it to younger drivers, for me it's always about controlling the slide, because if you imagine the rear is always solid, right. So it always wants to go a little bit. You get a tiny amount of jack in, but it won't stay up like a senior, for example. It will go up and come down again. and then that can also affect your exit speed. So you really want to avoid that up and down, and then it just bogs and you don't get the pickup.
Do you find that you're having to drive it a lot more from where I'm going to be sitting? I'm going to see a lot more smoother driving from the DD2 grid than I will be on a Senior Max.
Yeah, I don't think you can be as aggressive as you go into the corners. Certainly when you watch the juniors and seniors go in, they really throw it in. Yeah. The rear is always a bit loose, and they like it that way. But if you start sliding with the DD2, you just get no exit whatsoever.
Is there anywhere here on the track here at Allen where you kind of need that gear, the 1.5 before you get to second kind of thing? Is there any way where you think I need before you know it, you've got a 7-speed box, haven't you?
It's more the 2.5 than the 1.5. So I mean the first gear ratio is always pretty good, but when you get the longer straights, you want a bit more top. So that's when the ratio differs.
Right, brilliant. Tony, that's why I sit in the commentary box, mate, and leave all the hard work to you guys. DD2, really technically interesting. You know I'm a geek.
There are two drivers for Ital Course Middle East who are novices. Felix Jebjerg, you're in your second ever race, but Rafael Zagatti in Minimax, this is your very, very first race.
Yes, correct.
Well, I'll tell you what, we'll start with the youngest member of Ital Course Middle East, Felix. What did the Rotax Invitational teach you 2 weeks ago?
Drive smoother, be quicker basically, just improve everything and then try to beat everybody.
Try to beat everybody. Now you've come back and you've had a bit of practice today. What have you learned? Are you quicker already now today than you were 2 weeks ago in the racing?
Yeah, I think so. Without the yellow flag we could have been much faster, maybe like a second, but it's fine.
Now, in MicroMax, there are over 20 of you racing. Where do you think that you are going to end up come the final on Saturday and Sunday?
Well, I believe I'm the best novice, so I think P1 rookies.
P1 in the rookie class. Okay, well, we'll hold that thought for a minute. And now we'll move over to our Minimax driver. Okay, so, Raphael, first of all, tell us a little bit about what got you into karting and how this came about.
So it once started when one weekend I tell my dad, please, can we go try karting? He said, okay, I'll book you a session. We go to Dubai Autodrome and the indoor session. I start racing with 8 professionals and I get top 2. I'm like, ooh, this is very fun. So then I keep going there almost every weekend, more and more. And then my dad tells me, oh, there's a karting school. You want to go there? Obviously I do, yes. And then, up till now, I started going into professional karting. And it's been a long journey.
It has been a long journey, and you haven't even, done your first race yet.
Yes.
Are you excited about, this first weekend? Nervous? What are your emotions?
I feel a little bit nervous, but also very excited that I can see, compared to other drivers, what I can improve and how are my times.
Okay, but now, even though Felix by there is a younger, what has Felix been able to tell you about what a race meeting is actually like?
He told me all about the racing starts, also about the first lap, that there's a lot of people and you have to be very cautious of where you turn and also be very aggressive.
Okay, so cautious at the start and then aggressive. Is that right, Felix?
Yes, if you want to win, then you have to do that.
Now, if we're standing here now, this is at end of the day testing on Friday. Felix, if you could give Raphael one sentence or one word of advice that will help him this weekend, what would that one word or one sentence be?
Keep it flat.
Keep it flat. There we go. That's a true racer's answer. Keep it flat. Thank you, Felix. Good luck. We'll be looking out for you in MicroMax. Raphael, in Minimax, you're driving the brand new Ital Course chassis, which is very unique as well. Now, as a driver starting their first ever meeting, you maybe don't understand how unique this is. That's why we got Luke Thompson, Ital Course Middle East team boss, who's going to come in, and he's going to show Joe Bradley a little bit around your go-kart. But, you know, as a brand new kart, what is your aim this weekend?
Get top 10.
Get a top 10. There we go. Get a top 10. Well, they're the two Ital Course Middle East drivers. We'll now have a chat with the team owner to discuss just a little bit about what makes the new Ital Course chassis so unique.
I've had to snatch the microphone off Henry for this one. Luke Thompson here. Luke, I'm a bit of a geek because I'm a bit of a race engineer myself, and when I came across the Ital Course chassis, the thing that struck me was first the kind of sloped steering wheel, but more importantly, this geometry change that I can see here with regards to steering angle, I would imagine. I'm trying to work it out, and I'm kind of feeling what are these adjustments here? And these, we can see here, Nick, the different segments and the different settings. Can you give us a few secrets as to what this Ital Course, what do you call that for a start?
Well, to start with, it's just the steering column mount.
Right,
but
okay.
The uniqueness of it is that it's movable. So the main benefit from it is the Ackerman and geometry setting. So usually we have our old chassis here that Felix is actually driving this weekend, and Raphael's on the new 2025 chassis. But the benefit from it is the quickness in how you can adjust the Ackerman and geometry.
Right.
So if you, say on the standard chassis, wanted to change the toe in, toe out, or just the general Ackerman setup of it, you know, you'd have to get the alignment tools on and play with it and fiddle around with it. Whereas if you wanted to do quite a big step forward and back with the geometry, with the new steering column mount, it enables you to do that very quickly. All you got to do is loosen the screws and you just slide it around.
I would imagine that's really going to be beneficial everywhere else but in the UAE. when it goes wet to dry, wet to dry, that's a very simple process. But in the dry conditions, the consistently dry conditions we're going to see out here in the UAE, is that something that you play around with regards to, you know, getting it to the driver's liking?
Well, like I said, the benefit of being able to play with a setup like that, we are a new team here, and Ital Course has only started in UAE this year in 2025. So, I mean, with tools like this, it makes it easier for us to find a more tuned up setup to each track, you know.
And does it give you the opportunity to try things because of the speed of that setup change? You can try things perhaps where you wouldn't be able to with the longer process from the older system.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, today we had, well, the boys just came from school, so they only got 2 sessions today. But between the 2 sessions, we had an hour break.
Right.
So, I mean, the setup change only took about 10 minutes, so we fiddled around with it a bit. And in the second session, we did find a little bit of performance with Raphael. So, yeah, for sure, there's quite a big benefit in how fast you can change the geometry of it.
And as we've spoken already to the drivers are pure novices, absolutely. So I would imagine their feedback is, you know, they're learning the trade. But you mentioned there performance gains. That's how you would measure it, Luke.
Oh, how would I measure it? Sorry.
Yeah, that's how you would measure it. Performance gains, if you get your driver to go quicker.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, in the first session compared to the second, Raphael found 2 seconds.
Oh, wow.
Okay, a little bit in driving, but he also felt a bit more comfortable in the kart as well. So, for sure, there was some performance gain as well there for him. And like you said, him being a novice, he doesn't really have all that detailed feedback just yet. Yeah. But if he can feel that there's a little bit of an improvement, it's already a proof of concept.
And like I think you mentioned confidence there, and that is massively important in a young driver. He's got to have the confidence to turn into that corner without the rear end coming round and catching him out.
Exactly, yeah. And as Felix said earlier, try to keep it flat.
Yeah, keep it flat, absolutely. Well, Ital Course is going to try and keep it flat. I wish you all the very best of luck, Luke, and best of luck to your novice drivers as well. Thank you.
Very much.
one of the big bits of news in the off-season over here in Abu Dhabi and Dubai is the creation of the JNKD team. Now, I'm standing here with Jeremy Montgomery-Swan. Jeremy, you were third in last year's Senior Rotax Championship, but driving for a different team. You're one of a number of drivers that have come over to what is possibly the most impressive setup I've seen in the UAE paddock.
Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah, now, tell us a little bit about it. So, Ben Karachkovic, he was the only driver running under JNKD last year. He's the reigning MicroMax champion, but this is a very European-style setup. Tell us a little bit about what every single driver has got as part of their support network here.
So we've all got a coach, so we all do data and GoPro after our sessions, no matter what. We can either do that collectively or by yourself, but it's really up to the driver. Obviously, it's a very professional setup, so we don't really have many technical errors or mechanical flags, which I think is pretty good.
So, I mean, let's have a look, for example. So, Paul Schutzman's kart here. He's got his own mechanic, he's got his own tool bench, so that's important in as itself, isn't it? So the mechanic for each driver is never going around looking for bits and bobs. They've got everything they need right there.
Yeah, as long as they have their own space, they can just crack on with what they need to do, and then there's no delays.
Now let's have a little wander over to your go-kart, because this year you have moved on to a Kart Republic, have you not?
Yeah.
So tell us a little bit about the Kart Republic. I'll come this side. You show them. You show round. So new chassis, Kart Republic. You've got your mechanic there. Do you want to give your mechanic a quick name check?
Bobby, you all right?
This is Bobby hard at work. Talk a little bit about the chassis.
To be honest, I really like the chassis, especially around here. It's quite soft, so it's easy to make technical changes to and put mechanical grip into the kart, which is really helpful when the track's not as good. Like say there was a sandstorm overnight and we've come to quali, we can easily put more grip into the kart if we need to help us in quali. But so far I'm really enjoying the Kart Republic. It's just enjoyable.
Now, in addition to yourself, obviously you've got Win and Zev Godchalk. They're here from Curaçao. Paul Schutzman, William Mazzali. You plenty of drivers who did well last year. In addition to Benjamin Karachkovic, Leo Aina. In senior though, you're the lead driver in the senior class. How much help are you giving to the less experienced drivers now that you're one of the more experienced drivers in the team?
Well, when I have some free time and the juniors are watching their GoPro or some of the minis, then I'll go over, watch, point out a few things that I know as a driver that can help them improve and become a bit smoother, which will make them quicker overall. So it's really all about just helping everyone each weekend to help us develop as a team and get the results we want.
Now, of course, with having a lot of drivers in one team, that means there's a lot of families, a lot of supporters, and you need somewhere for them to relax and refresh themselves. Take us through to the JNKD Hospitality Department, which is a first here in the UAE.
Well, first we're going to have to go outside and go around.
Go outside and go around. We could just sneak through behind there, can't we? Yeah, that's much easier. It's better for the camera this way. Come on, we'll walk backwards. So, Ash Dia, who was Benjamin Karachkovic's mechanic last year, Ash, along with Alfonso Skrichka and Matthew Hopcraft from the UK, have been brought on board. Paul Munn as well, another very experienced name. Matthew, talk a little bit about how crazy the last 6 months has been setting this up from nothing.
If I'm honest, I was in GGM before, so I haven't done a lot of the setting up in here, but it's only like the last month I've been in JNKD and trying to set everything up, but this is a better man to ask, to be fair.
We'll bring Fonzie Skrichka in because Alfonso was, we're talking a little bit about, your man Matthew here has dropped you in it a little bit. You talked about, when I left you guys here in May, this didn't exist. None of it existed, and here we are in September, and it's one of the most impressive awnings I've seen anywhere. What has the amount of work been like recruiting the drivers, recruiting the staff, and then getting the equipment up to race-winning level?
Well, I thought the hard part was getting the whole team set up. Took a long time to do, and a lot of thinking, organisation, and obviously waiting for shipments to come in. Staff was another issue. Obviously, we got Matthew Hopcraft, that everybody knows. Yep. Took some persuading to get him into the team, but with a little bit of a helping hand, he soon swiftly come. The drivers, to be fair, we had a few which were confident in us from last season that we got like great results in Micro Mini, and then we proved with a few junior drivers what we can do over the last couple of races last season. And then obviously we had a few senior come over. We got Jeremy, we got Remy, who's just signed up in senior. So yeah, I think we got about 14 drivers now. So yeah, wasn't what I expected to go that big that quickly, but yeah, it's a good turnaround in the end, and yeah, happy with how everything's all gone.
Excellent, thank you very much, Alfonso. Jeremy, come on, let's introduce us to the hospitality department. We'll let Nick on the camera come through there. We'll try and avoid the jig setup. So you've got jig, the data. So Jeremy, this is one of the driver's best tools to have in your locker, isn't it? The data banks that you can go through after every session.
Yeah, for sure. Like, we've got a track map with all different tracks on it from the UAE. Clearly, we've got 3 big screens, so we can do mini, junior, and senior all at the same time in case there was a delay, so we have more time to do it. We can all watch camera at the same time because there's just that availability that can be used for us. So I think it's very beneficial having a pretty big data station like that in the paddock.
And it's also pretty beneficial having industrial-sized fans and heaters. But if we go around behind us, so I mean, obviously, Jeremy, being VIPs, well, being not very VIP, I'm not allowed in there. It's quite rightly so as well. But this is the VIP section for the hospitality, the parents. Okay, so Jeremy's going to come over. Jeremy, I'm going to have to. I don't do climbing over barriers anymore. Tell us a little bit about, stay by here, but talk a little bit about how important it is that families have somewhere to rest, and also drivers as well.
Obviously, it's important to rest after a session, especially in this heat. You can get pretty tired and pretty hot. Yep. So just have a sit down on the sofa like Leo, sit by the AC, cool down, and just prepare for your next session. Obviously, it's nice to have all the parents in here socialising. It just brings everyone a bit closer as a team, so there's no toxic relationships between anyone.
One question. That was a full drinks cabinet earlier. Who's been stealing all the drinks?
I think a bit of everyone, to be honest. I think we're all rather thirsty today.
Rather thirsty. Well, there we go. In a remarkable 6 months, the JNKD team have appeared from one driver to the most impressive team here in the paddock. 14 drivers, hospitality unit, lots of European influences. Jeremy, the next question is they've got to get wins under their belts, haven't they?
I've got that covered this weekend.
Well, there we go. Tune in to see if Jeremy comes good on his promise. One of the classes that I think is going to be one of the classes to watch here in the UAE this year is Intermax or Minimax, depending on your persuasion. Now, Oliver Butchard, you are going to be one of the contenders in Minimax this year, I'm sure. Tell us a little bit about how last season went and how you prepared for this year.
Well, last season wasn't really the best. I was aiming for 3rd to get a trophy, or maybe even 2nd or 1st. And this season, I really want to go for I really want to go for 1st and go to the grand finals to race for the grand champion.
Now, last year, the racing in Minimax was very close all the way through. Can you, from what you've seen so far this year, do you think it's going to be the same with a whole pack of you racing for the win all the time?
Yeah, probably. I'm probably expecting at the end like a 1-point difference like it was with Ben and Ava last year.
No, because in MicroMax last year, Ben Karachkovic beat Ava Lawrence by 1 point. Ava's racing elsewhere this year. Ben's moved up with you. Is he your main title rival, do you think?
Probably, but if Wayne Gottschalk does it, then probably he will be one of my #1 targets to beat.
Your favourite track, is it Al Ain, or where do you like racing?
I like Al Ain, Yas Marina and Al Forsan.
Now, you're with the Synergy team. So this is back where you started your career, isn't it?
Yeah.
What is it about Synergy that makes you feel at home?
They're just a great team. They always support me, and we got some pace.
Okay, well now, a lot of drivers use many different ways to stay relaxed in between races, but Oliver has got a very special skill indeed. What's one of the things that you do to keep yourself nice and relaxed between races?
Well, I usually like to play with cards and do some magic tricks with my friends over there.
So some magic tricks. Well, I tell you what, Oliver, let's try and work one of your magic tricks on me. Let's go.
Okay.
So here we are then in the Synergy Magic Circle, as it were. We've got Max and Cameron, our eagle-eyed spectators. Right, Oliver, talk us through what I need to do.
Well, all you have to do, I'm going to show you a card. You have to hold it, do not look at it. I'm going to pick a card, I'm going to hold it, and hopefully it changes.
Okay, so I'm not allowed to look at the card, no?
No, don't.
Are you allowed to show the camera the card?
Nope.
No? So no one's allowed to see the card. Fair enough. Okay. The table can see the card. Okay, the table can see the card. Right, okay, so there we go. So I'll take the card.
Okay, see the Queen of Clubs?
The Queen of...
Queen of Clubs. See it?
Yep, see the Queen of Clubs. There we go.
Hold it just like that.
I'm going to hold the Queen of Clubs just like this.
Do not even look at it.
I'm not looking
Now,
at it.
see the Joker? Joker? I'm going to hold it like this. When we come together, like that, look at your card and show it to the camera. It's the Joker, and I got the Queen of Clubs.
Now that's impressive. Well done. Well, I tell you what, you made those cards switch places. How easy is it for you to make your go-kart switch places for you to take the lead this weekend?
Should be pretty easy.
Well, there we go. So there is Magician 101, Oliver Butchard. The 2024 Senior Rotax grid in the UAE Rotax Challenge was easily the most competitive it's ever been. Upwards of 40 drivers competing at one time for a place not only in the main event, but just to get there itself. Our champion last year, Omar Ghannoum, you're back. Omar, what's the off-season been like? Because you're preparing to go and represent the UAE in the grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I did a couple races out in Europe, in Belgium, which went quite well. And obviously grand finals in December, my first grand finals, and looking forward to representing the UAE. And in terms of off-season preparation, honestly just going to the gym, relaxing, had a good summer, and now, back at it with the Invitational, so I don't lose my mojo with the cards. So yeah, that's what I've been doing.
And I mean, talk about you being in this championship for some time. Yeah. How has the level improved over the last couple of years, especially in Senior Rotax?
Yeah, well, my last season in Senior Rotax was my third season, I'm pretty sure. And my first ever senior season, which was my first racing season, was 3 years before that. And I'm pretty sure the largest grid we got was under 20 drivers, and you know, last season to have over 70 drivers, I'm pretty sure, is pretty amazing to see the progress UAE has had, and you know, the growth the paddock has seen. So to, you know, win against such a difficult grid it was an honor, and wouldn't have happened without these guys, obviously.
But now you come in for the first time as the number 1 seed, as the defending champion. Does that give you any more pressure? Do you feel any more pressure that you're the driver that everybody else has to beat?
Nah, not really. No.
And what do you think it's going to be like the first time you go to the grand finals with the national colours on your race suit?
Well, I mean, I've been told that the UAE colours are pretty popular in the paddocks, so it'll be pretty cool representing them. And obviously it's my first time, don't know how it is, but I'm ready. I'm going to be doing some preparation there, hopefully. Yeah.
So let's look at this weekend, the Rotax Invitational. Again, near 30 drivers entered. Who is your main competition? Who are you going to have to beat to win this weekend's Invitational?
I mean, there are several drivers who've shown that they can get the job done in terms of pace. Now, since we're all so close, I guess it's all down to the driver and their abilities in terms of, you know, scrapping, all of that.
And you're doing some coaching as well, because obviously with the XL Motorsport team, we've got drivers in every class. Who are you coaching, and how are you sort of giving your experience to the younger generation now?
Well, I'm coaching Saif Al Khalifa. He's a MicroMax driver. His father is a close friend of mine, my father's, and honestly, we have the connection as both Arabs to, you know, bond together, and I'm just showing him what I've learned in my past few years on how to be pretty much a champion. That's what I'm training him to be.
Because, of course, you know, when you first came to the UK, you had a bit of a nickname. You were known as Mr. B, because you were always in the B final. You've shaken that off, because that's a lot of hard work, isn't it? You put a lot of work yourself on track as well as off track.
Yeah, I mean, not the brightest of names, Mr. V, but I think I've worked enough to, you know, no longer be a B final merchant. So glad I'm no longer known as that. But no, a lot of work's been put in, and to finally show it on track it's great.
Well, there we go. No longer Mr. B. He's in fact number 301, the number 1 plate in senior Rotax, Omar Ganoum.
Welcome everyone, welcome to our trophy presentation here at round 2 of the UAE RMC. Here at Al Fassan, the sun is just going down after a fantastic day's racing. I'm sure you all agree, we've had one hell of a day of karting. Before we go ahead with our trophy presentation for round 2, we've got a very special presentation. It's our UAE drivers who will be representing the UAE at the World Finals in Bahrain in 2 weeks' time. So, to the stage, I'd like the drivers who I shout out to come onto the stage, onto the top step of the podium. Because you've earned that, you're going to be representing the UAE in Bahrain in a couple of weeks. First, let me have, for the MicroMax class, Benjamin Krachikovic. Big round of applause for Benjamin, please. I would, of course, shake your hand, but I have no hands free. Well done, Benjamin. For MiniMax, please welcome... Ari Kallenberg is a qualifier for MiniMax. However, unfortunately, I think he deserves a round of applause, but Ari couldn't be here. He was on a family trip. He's got his priorities, but good luck, Ari. Good luck in Bahrain. MiniMax also is Oliver Spencer, who has qualified through his British license. But Oliver, you'll be representing the UAE, I believe, at Bahrain. Congratulations to you in the MiniMax class. Our junior category will be represented by Nathan Kappen. Well done, Nathan. Congratulations. In senior Rotax, it's Omar Ganoum that will be carrying the flag. Omar. Well done, Omar. And for DD2, the winner this afternoon, he'll get back here soon, Max Dexter. Max. A driver now that will be participating in his 11th Grand Finals, and that's, of course, the legend, that is Tony Hogg for the DD2 Masters class. 11th time, Tony. Well done. And our E2 Masters representation will be Moritz Knobjes. Moritz. And now can we please be upstanding for the national anthem of the UAE. That wasn't me. That wasn't me, honestly. Congratulations, gentlemen. Off you go and win a world championship, eh? Big round of applause for our qualifiers for the Bahrain World Finals. And we wish them all the very best. So our first trophy presentation for round 2 here at Al Fassan for the UAE RMC is our MicroMax class. And please welcome, in 3rd place in MicroMax, is Samar Chopra. Well done, Samar. In 2nd place is Alexander Freienstein. And our MicroMax winner, in great style, Liam O'Hanlon. Well done, Liam. Good sportsmanship as well. Can I please have our top novice as well from the Synergy team? That's Sebastian Storer. Well done, boys. Right, we'd like you to lift those trophies high in the air for your photograph. That's the way. Big round of applause, everybody. Excellent stuff. And now if we could have everyone onto the top step for another photograph. Let's have you all together. MicroMax podium, everybody, for the Alphasan round 2 of the UAE RMC. Once again, lift those trophies in the air. Let's make a great photograph. Congratulations, gentlemen. Well done, guys. Great racing, as ever. Our next trophy presentation is for the Minimax class. Please welcome to the third step of the podium. That's Oliver Butchard. Oliver the magician, isn't it? There he is. In second place, Austin Gray. And you know what? I do podiums all over the world at very high levels of motorsport. I'll tell you what though, Paul Schutzman has the biggest smile. He was delighted to win today. And can we have top novice, Mikhail, who I'm going to ask how to pronounce your second name, Mikhail. How do I say your second name?
What?
How do I say your second name? Yeah, okay. Well done, no top novice. Here you go, Mikhail. Right, guys. Trophies high in the air for the photograph. Excellent. Mikhail, one day, you'll be on that. No, I'm saying one day you'll be there. No, Mikhail, come back. Doesn't matter. Right, now we go on the top step. Everybody on the top step. You as well, Mikhail. Right, guys, trophies in the air again. Big smiles. Our Minimax podium, everybody. Paul Schutzman, Austin Gray, and Oliver Butchard, round 2 at Alphasan, and top novice is Mikhail. Well done. Junior Rotax next. And making his way back from the medical centre, we wish Faris Haroun best wishes. I'm not sure if he's here. Faris, we wish him well. Right, Junior Max, in third place. Let's have Via Chopra onto the third step, please. Well done, Via. In second place, Mitansh Jain. One day, Mitansh, you will get him. I know. I hope I'm there to see it. But the top step of the podium, once again, from Mumbai Falcons, it's Conor Clancy. Well done, Conor. And well done, Mitansh and Veer. Right, guys, trophies high in the air, above your head. Makes a great photograph. Well done. And now can we have you all on the top step? Our Junior Rotax podium, everybody. Conor Clancy, Mitansh Jain, and Veer Chopra. Big round of applause again. And let's have those trophies in the air, boys. Everybody happy with their photographs? Thank you, gentlemen. Well done. Congratulations. DD2 Masters next. These are the really old drivers who are over 35, would you believe? Yes. Let's have Greg Wattup. Third place once again for Greg. Here he comes. We can see him from space. Well done, mate. Third step. Second step of the podium, please. Kyle Blockley. Well done, Kyle. And the legend, that is Tony Hogg. On to the top step, Tony. Let's hope we do this in Bahrain, eh, mate? DD2 Masters, everybody. Right, guys, get your trophies in the air for that tremendous photograph. Well done. Congratulations. And all on to the middle step. Great racing from DD2s as ever. Thank you, gentlemen. Excellent stuff. Next trophy presentation is for the DD2 overall. In third place, can we have Adam Malik? Adam, pole position. Not a bad weekend, mate, but maybe next time. In second place, what a drive from this guy. Mark Bassier in second. Well done, Mark. Second step of the podium for Mark. And our winner for DD2, please welcome Tyler Harris. And good luck with those exams tomorrow. Well done. Top step of the podium for you, Tyler. And can I have top novice, please, Nicola Chiacciatore. Well done, Nicola. If you just want to stand there. Top novice medal for him. Right, guys, smile, please, Tyler, and raise that trophy in the air. There you go. Lift it up. Look as though you're pleased to win. Okay, is it painful? It can't be. Let's have you all on the middle step then. Everybody on the middle step for a photograph. Great stuff. Show your trophies, guys. Show your trophies to the photographers. DD2, everybody. Big round of applause. Tyler Harris, Mark Bassier, Adam Malik, and Nicola Cacciatore. Right, gentlemen, thank you very much. It's Senior Rotax Max next. And in third place is Oscar Lambert. Well done, Oscar. In second place, please welcome to the podium, Eloy Gonzalez. And the winner for Telios, Max Dexter. Well done, Max. Right, guys, let's show them how to do a podium, shall we? Let's have your trophies high in the air for the photograph. Let's lift them high in the air. Oh, well, maybe not. Well done. And now onto the middle step. If you have been presented with a trophy, don't go away because we want our overall picture, so don't disappear quite yet. Well done, guys. That's Max Dexter, Eloy Gonzalez, and Oscar Lambert. Thank you, gentlemen. Well done. It's our team's trophy presentation next. In third place was, we don't need you up, we just need the winning team, but I want to tell you, Axel GP was third, M&M was second, but the winners, once again, same as Alain, Mumbai Falcons. Let's have you all on the stage, please, on the podium. Mumbai Falcons, another fantastic team effort. Our team trophy to the Mumbai Falcons. Big round of applause, please, for our team trophy. Congratulations to the Mumbai Falcons who take the team trophy accolade again. It's going to be hard to beat. Congratulations to them.
Thank you, guys. Right, what I'd like now is for all of our trophy recipients to come out on the stage. If we can get everybody on this podium, that would be great. So MicroMax, Minimax, Junior Rotax, DD2s, and Senior Rotax out here for a photograph, please. And while we have all of our trophy winners, we got to say farewell from Alphasan. I'd like to thank all of the staff of the UAE RMC and of course all of the fantastic staff here at Alphasan. It's been a wonderful welcome. The weather's been fantastic, as you would expect, and we all look forward to the next round, back down to Al Ain for the middle of December. We'll see you then.